The FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile seems easy enough. Plus, compete against others for fans for a share of $20,000 in total prizes. The more picks you get right, the more you could win. We have a full team bringing you coverage here at Santa Anita. It's not just Christina and Michelle. We are going to have a cast of characters bringing you coverage. Joaquin Jaime, Kyle Levy, and of course, Andy Biancone. But we first start with my good friend, Joaquin.
Hey, Mike, happy Breeders' Cup. I think one of the horses I'm looking forward to most that is going to be running today on the Breeders' Cup card is going to be in the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff, and that is going to be Clairiere. Look, she's just a head and 3/4 of a length away from going for 3 consecutive wins in this race. A couple years ago at Del Mar, she just missed by 3/4 of a length. Last year, she was in a thrilling stretch battle down the lane at Keeneland Racecourse, and she just missed by a head. One thing that's similar this year is she's coming off a disappointing performance in her most recent start before the Breeders' Cup, but she's shown she can rebound. She has 8 lifetime victories. She tops the field in earnings with over $3.1 million. So Kyle Levy, I'm looking forward to Clairiere and seeing what she can do in her third consecutive start coming up in the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff. Kyle, who are you looking forward to today?
Oh, great pick with Clairiere there, Joaquin. I'm looking forward to the Classic, the big race today, $6 million on the line. I'm going with a little bit of a long shot here. We're going with Saudi Crown, number 6, 12-1 right now, coming out of the Brad Cox barn. Should be one of the front runners here. And hey, we've been seeing the speed playing very well on this dirt course. So I think Saudi Crown has the speed, can get the distance. Hey, good news for him, Forte, who beat him a couple races ago, he's not racing in this one, so he doesn't have to worry about Forte. Back to you, going to Andy.
Kyle, another great pick from you and Joaquin. I think Clairiere and Saudi Crown have both been training excellent here at Santa Anita, but my anticipated horse is coming up a little sooner than those later races. The Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, obviously so looking forward to seeing Cody's Wish. I've got the tissues ready. I got to meet Cody Dorman the other day. It was a very emotional moment, but just seeing that special bond between the two, and obviously Cody's Wish has been thriving here at Santa Anita, just glowing every single morning, dragging his exercise rider around, everything you want to see. I'm really looking forward to seeing him, Mike.
There is no better story in horse racing going right now than Cody Dorman and Cody's Wish, and this will be the swan song for Cody's Wish as well.
It will be. It's going to be a very emotional day today, and it would be wonderful to see that fairy tale ending with Cody's Wish going out a winner today for the Dorman family. That was going to be my horse. I think
he's the most playable favorite today.
I would agree with that. Absolutely. Leverage him in any of your sequences, but we will second Andy's opinion. I'm going to throw in Auguste Rodin in the turf as the horse that I'm most looking forward to. He's one of the most internationally attractive horses, I think, in the game, no matter what right now, based on his pedigree, based on his resume. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do in the turf later on.
I'm just going to go a lot of what you said and say Songline. The international appeal is certainly there. I've been able to watch her over in the Middle East run, and I've been a huge fan. If you guys watched the breakfast show all week, I literally stalked her. I took a million selfies with her. I can't wait to see what she can do here.
All right, I'm talking about Randomized as one of my key horses today. The other Chad Brown in the Distaff. Idiomatic is going to be an awfully short price. I think that is one of those races we could get some fireworks. And look, I'm taking a price with Jose Ortiz riding a Clairvich Stables horse for Chad Brown. That's the beauty
I could
of
have
the Breeders'
guessed
Cup.
30 horses and wouldn't have gotten to randomize for you for that.
Mike, who are you most looking forward to? Randomized.
Hey, it's opera. Look, I'm most looking forward to the story of Cody's Wish is a great story. White Abarrio, I think, is going to be awfully tough in the Classic. I'm really keen on that. But as far as selfishly, the horse I'm looking forward to bet the most today, it's going to be Randomized.
This is the player show. It's okay to be selfish.
Yeah, that's true.
It's all about gambling as we take a look at odds for race 1. We're going to start with the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance Stakes, as the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, one of our co-sponsors yesterday for the Juvenile, Simon Bray, a board member and a co-host here on FanDuel TV, was the trophy presenter and trying to bring awareness to the aftercare of these thoroughbreds as their second career is equally, if not more important than their first.
Indeed, and we do have the opportunity to start a pick 5 in here. So I'll take 2 to begin them. I did make the favorite, my top selection, Siskany, for Godolphin, the homebred, Charlie Appleby, the conditioner there. Over to the Twilight Derby, our second race, 3, 6, and 7. I really like Reincarnate getting back onto the turf course today for Bob Baffert, and I think he has enough speed to really put himself into the race and maybe to make the others play catch up. I mentioned Cody's Wish. He is the 3 in race number 3, but I did not single. I threw in National Treasure as well because I do think there's an opportunity for him to get loose on the lead in that race. I know we have other speed, but I think they're going to be very committed to the front end with him this afternoon. 4 deep in the filly and mare turf. I'm coming back with an Italian. I bet her last year. She was my top selection. She just got beat. I think that little bit of a run downhill at the mile and a quarter here at Santa Anita gives her an opportunity to be successful today. And then 4 deep in race number 5, that is the filly and mare sprint. 3 deep, rather. I'll take the 1, the returning champion, Goodnight Olive, the 4-horse Matarea, and also the 7 Society. I've been very impressed by the way she is training. I think the only way really to beat Goodnight Olive is to take it to her and to be as fast as you can away from there. She is razor sharp right now, Society, the 7-horse in race 5.
So the pick 5, the pool's almost at $1 million. It'll be well above that when we get there. This is higher math when it comes to wagering on horse racing. I want to remind you that all you need to do is bet to win, and we're going to give you an opportunity to bet to win without sweating it. That's right, the no sweat win bet. For new customers, you can bet the Breeders' Cup with a no sweat win bet up to $200 on FanDuel Racing. That's up to $200 back if you don't win your first single horse win bet. Just place your first win bet on a single horse in any race at any track and get up to $200 back as a racing bonus if you don't win. Go to FanDuel Racing for details. Use the QR code on screen right now to take you there. So once again, all you got to do is bet these horses to win. But if you start delving in, there's a lot more fun to have on the wagering menu, as we are just 20 minutes out from the start of several pick 5s, the all-turf pick 4, and the pick 6 today probably going to be a life-changing score, because on a Breeders' Cup like today, Michelle, anything can happen.
If we get one big upset, it's going to be life-changing.
It was life-changing yesterday. $82,000 in the pick 6.
For a $1 bet.
Yes.
Think about that. Just
feel
let
like
that marinate.
If we
as
had
the kids say.
one big horse today, it'll be bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a look at the horses in the paddock for this first race. So with the scratch, only a field of 5, and we're going to start talking about some of these contenders. We'll get to the favorite in just a little bit. The favorite right now is 4 to 5, but the 6-horse, Kiss Today Goodbye for Eric Kruljack, right now at odds of 5 to 1 or plus 500. You can see this horse on screen right now. Second in a stakes race last time out, going a mile and a half.
Yeah, that race is the Tokyo City Cup. We have it for you here. It was also a race off a significant layoff. He had spent a little time freshening up coming into this October 1st event, and he'll end up second in the end after being on the lead. But I think what's key here is the distance doesn't really seem to be much of a problem for him. I think he was beaten by a better horse on the day, Michelle, and I think he is going to be able to see out the mile in 5/8 today.
Well, look, the horse that beat him, Missed the Cut's going to wind up in the Breeders' Cup Classic. So you're talking about a different caliber of horse right there. Obviously, he was super strong, but Kiss Today Goodbye was a much the best second-place finisher. That being said, it has been so long since he has won a race, and he's gotten some opportunities at some of the classic-y distance or the further distance races, and he's been hit or miss. He's very undependable for me in here.
I think a lot of them are, though. Don't you see that from the form overall? I mean, we don't doubt the class of Siskany, and that's why he is the favorite. But some of the others, just by virtue of, right, major question mark. But some of the others, by virtue of just the fact that they are running these marathon distances, these are horses that are one-paced. They're kind of grinders out there, and they tend to take turns in this division depending on the field size, who gets the best trip, who sets the early tempo, and how quick that may be.
Oh, I really think that we don't see this distance of race a lot or anything that's marathon-y on the dirt, right? And so that's why we tend to see a spotty type past performance line. But when you take a horse like Kiss the Day Goodbye, and he's got an ample opportunity over the last 3 years, and he just hasn't delivered, that's what makes it harder for me. If you're looking at horses and they run all 4-mile races and don't run great, and then they run one marathon type race and they run really well, it's like, okay, he's just not having enough opportunity. When you're consistently not winning for multiple years in a row, it just makes it harder for me to back. Siskany is definitely the class of the field, like you said. He won the Belmont Gold Cup 2 races back. If he handles the dirt at all, he should just run through this field.
Here's a look at Team O'Neill in the saddling paddock there. The number 4 horse Win the Day for 2-time Kentucky Derby winning trainer Doug O'Neill and Antonio Fresu. These two have been making, as they say, beautiful music together.
He comes in some good form, Michelle. He was second most recently after rallying from off the pace. Now, he did get some good pace to run into He does have some dirt form to help him as well. In fact, competed in this race last year at Keeneland.
Competed, but not very successfully. I mean, he split the field, but he was beaten 16 lengths that day. So we have a much smaller field today. Hopefully he's not that far back. I do think he's at a slight disadvantage here because I honestly don't see a ton of pace. I could see Salesman getting loose on the lead if for some reason Kiss the Day Goodbye doesn't want to go, but really it comes down to Kiss the Day Goodbye as the lone pace projection.
And there's a look at this horse, 5-1 right now. She's actually my top selection in this event as the 3-5 favorite, the most likely winner. But if you bet favorites every time you wager on a horse race, in the long run, you're not going to get enough return to make up for those bets. Is the 3 the most likely winner? Yes, but to take less than even money on this horse, is that a good betting proposition, Michelle?
No, right? You have to try and beat unless you love, and if you love, you have to build something around him. For me, I thought that if Siskany doesn't handle the dirt today, I like Salesman a lot. We have seen him working in the mornings. He has outworked pretty much every barn mate that he has, including Tamara, and he has looked just sensational getting over the main track. He's coming out of a 3rd place finish against Restricted Stakes Company last time out, but when you look back at his European form, he is a longer distance type horse. I think he's just starting to get rolling when we're running him in these, miles, the mile and a 16th. He's just getting to where he's going to be unleashed. You can watch him in the mornings. He has so much fitness and so much stamina. He does these 7 furlong works. He does these 1 mile works, and you can see he hasn't even taken a deep breath yet. So I think this is going to be right up his alley. I think Salesman is an absolute play in here with Flavien Prat getting aboard.
His last race was somewhat encouraging. There were only 4 horses in that field. He finished 3rd, but he ran well enough on the dirt, and so that's something to point to and use in terms of trying to figure out how he's going to perform this afternoon. But Mike, to your point about favorites, I would say that just on a day like today, we aren't going to see many 3-5 favorites. So we have a lot of new viewers tuning in and new players this afternoon. There are some favorites today that are very bettable, and you're going to end up with very good prices because these are the best horses in the world competing on this stage.
Yeah, make no bones about it. These are the highest levels of competition. So you see a horse right now that's less than even money. This is the exception, not the rule, and partially has to do with the fact that there was a scratch in here in Time for Trouble. The one horse who's not going to run is certainly a horse that would have taken some play. I don't know if enough to make the favorite plus money, but certainly a horse that was going to get his fair share of wagering.
You liked that horse, right?
I did, yeah. I liked Time for Trouble coming in, so that changed things for me quite a bit. So Siskany is my top pick, and then pace-wise, Kiss Today Goodbye, if he's able to get out there on the front end and just set an even tempo and hold on, grind away for the win. That was why I included him as well.
Are we crazy that we haven't talked about Seraphos? Because Graham Ocean is like the Santa Anita mastermind. He ships a barn in here or ships a small string in here, and then he just shows up in these spots, and you think, meh, and then he wins everything. I know he's only had 2 starters at this meet. He's won one of them, ran 3rd with the other, but we continuously see it from Graham. If you're based here at Santa Anita, Graham Motion doesn't send out horses that are not live.
Okay, the date I want you to remember is August 21st. That is my birthday, and I want a Longines watch. So pool your money together if you have a nice score today, because Longines is the official timekeeper of the Breeders' Cup, and they are the sponsor of the biggest races on the biggest day. Quite frankly, the Breeders' Cup is not what it is without Longines and their continued commitment to bring you the best thoroughbred racing in the world.
I think it'd be nice if we pooled our money together and we bought one Longines and we shared it.
I'm in. When I'm hitting a pick 5,
Pick 6, and we'll all buy one.
yeah, I'll get a collection of them. At any rate, they've given the call of riders up here for the first race on Breeders' Cup Saturday. If we're speaking fast, it's because the amount of excitement cannot be contained here on the paddock side set. This is the day that we live for all year long. There are very few events in our lives that compare to a Breeders' Cup. I'm thinking marriage, childbirth, that one time I got to go to the Kentucky Derby, and then this here today.
You're so funny, Mike.
And for the connections, look, these are, our first 2 races and the finale this afternoon. Undercard races. They are sort of leading up to the main events, of course, with the Breeders' Cup. But for the horsemen and horsewomen, for the jockeys that are competing in these races, all eyes are on this stage today. This is also a circumstance and an opportunity to have eyes of the entire world and the other owners and the other potential clients, see you be successful on a big day. There's no small race, there's no small victory on a day like today.
Yeah, even these undercard races, this is important. People want to be in here. Owners want their horses to run in here. Like you said, they want the prestige and they want that opportunity to develop and be here and show up on this biggest day of racing.
Even if it's not in a Breeders' Cup race proper, to make your way to that winner's circle on a day like today is
just have a horse run well.
Yeah.
We had a horse run, a maiden yesterday, ran a good, super good fourth with a ton of trouble in the Qatar Mile, over the moon.
As they are coming out onto the racetrack here. Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance is the first race of the day. Here are the particulars. $250,000. That's nothing to sneeze at. A nice purse here, 1 mile and 5/8. That is quite the distance.
It is, and we always start with a marathon type race on a day like today, and it's great to have the opportunity to see these horses showcased in their sort of sweet spot as far as the distances go, and that's exactly what you get with this group this afternoon. Many of them proven, a few of them trying the mile and 5/8 for the first time, but all entered specifically for the distance. Pedigree really can separate horses in this type of race.
Just 11 minutes away here from the first race on Breeders' Cup Saturday. You're watching live here at Santa Anita. Day 2 of the Breeders' Cup World Championships is upon us, the biggest day of racing on the calendar in the United States and the world over. Welcome to our viewers on X as we are bringing you live action from Santa Anita here in Arcadia, California. The day is about to begin, and what a day it is going to be. I'm Michael Joyce. I'm joined here on the set paddock side by Christina Blacker and Michelle Yu as we meet the field for our first of 11 races this afternoon.
Looking forward to it. 9 championship races for the Breeders' Cup. We have 2 races sort of to warm up and to get us into those championship events. And this is a day to not only be a fan, to see the best horses in the world, but it's also a day to make some money, to get behind one of these runners in each and every race and have a rooting interest yourself and hopefully go home with a little bit more in that account.
Saw Sarifos lead the post parade. There is Siskany, our heavy favorite at 3 to 5.
The 4-horse up next, Win the Day for Doug O'Neill, was second most recently on the turf course here at Santa Anita.
Don't sleep on the 5. That's Salesman for Richard Mandela. He was just starting to get rolling with a 3rd place finish in the LA Special. Last time out, more ground. It seems like the better from the way he's been training. Flavien Prat will take over as pilot.
Kiss Today Goodbye is the last horse you will see. The 6 is 5-1 plus 500. He hasn't won in quite some time, but he should be the pace setter in here. He will try to take them all the way around there at the mile and 5/8.
9 minutes away from the first race today, a monstrous day of racing and the highlight of the racing season for everyone in the sport of kings. Here are the faces to match the voices. Those two a little better than this one. Michael, Christina, Michelle. But it's not just the 3 of us. We have an entire team assembled today to bring you coverage from around the racetrack. We're going to be welcoming into the program Joaquin Jaime, Kyle Levy, and of course Andy Biancone. We start first with Joaquin.
And Michael, I think one of the races I'm looking forward to most today is going to be the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff, and that is going to be Clairiere that I'm really looking at. She's running this race in the last 2 years, and she's nearly won this race the last 2 seasons. She just missed by 3/4 of a length at Del Mar. She was on the wrong end of a head bob last year at Keeneland Racecourse. She has 21 lifetime starts, 8 victories. She tops the field in earnings with $3.1 million. So, Kyle, I'm looking forward to seeing what Clairiere can do later on today in the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff.
Clairiere, big shot in the distaff. Great pick by Joaquin. Well, I'm looking at number 6, Saudi Crown, in the Breeders' Cup Classic. $6 million on the line for Saudi Crown here. Should be one of the front runners of the field. Hopefully gets the lead. And this dirt, well, the speed's been holding. Good news for Saudi Crown, too. Forte beat him over the summer. But Forte, we're not seeing him in this race. Andy, who are you liking today?
Kyle, thank you so much. Obviously, great day of racing ahead, but in terms of who looks good in this opener on Breeders' Cup Saturday, obviously a very heavy favorite in the number 3, Siskany. Do I think this is a vulnerable favorite? I kind of think he is, just because the track has been playing very forward, so this horse comes from way off of it, and he's never run on the dirt, so that in itself does make him vulnerable. But with that being said, he is the class of the field. He's coming out of Group 1 efforts overseas, and he looked fantastic. So he's not a 3 to 5 shot who I would throw out by any means. I would definitely include him, but I do believe we can get some better value in the number 5 Salesman. This horse is coming out of much faster races. Obviously, we saw how quick this track was playing yesterday, and this is the horse who could work out a trip, be forwardly placed, have controlling pace factor, and I think he's going to love the distance. He pricked right up as soon as Flavien Prat got on board in the irons, walking around very happy and ready to go to work, Mike.
We're ready to go to work. This isn't work. We're stealing money today. We should be paying our employers for letting us be here. I would happily pay admission on a day like today. But Christina, it's not just about being here. It's about playing along as well. What can our viewers do to play along?
There's plenty. New customers can bet the Breeders' Cup with a no-sweat win bet up to $200 on FanDuel Racing, and that's up to $200 back if you don't win your first single horse win bet. Just place your first win bet on a single horse in any race at any track and get up to $200 back as a racing bonus if you don't win. You can go to FanDuel Racing for details. Grab your phone, scan that QR code that's on the screen right now to take advantage. We also have WinBet Insurance, and this is carrying through these last few days of racing here. If your horse finishes second or third, we want to give you that WinBet Insurance right back into your FanDuel Racing account and the FanDuel Sportsbook. $10 back for that wager if your horse does finish second or third. And again, you can scan the QR code that's right there on your screen to take advantage.
5 minutes away to get your wagers in. To show you how to get a wager in, let's go back to the FanDuel TV studios with my man in the touchscreen, Dubs Anderson.
What is happening, Mike? Look, to start a streak, you've got to win the first race. So here we are taking a look at the opener, and for me, it's absolutely the 3 Siskiny class of this field. It makes sense in this spot, and I'll tell you what, at minus 125 amongst the smaller field, I would argue that there is value there. Now, if that short number is too much for you bettors, I'd be taking a look at some of the multi-race wagering opportunities that we have here at the FanDuel Sportsbook. The Daily Double, the Pick 3, the Pick 5. Take the 3, Siskiny, survive, advance. That is the name of the game. And what a day we have coming up here on the punt for you bettors. Day 2 of the championships. Going to take the single in the opener. Minus 125. Siskiny, it's an absolute play on for me. Back to you, Mike.
Dubsy, we are going to keep you in charge of all the betting action there with the world's largest iPhone. What is that, like a 16 plus? As we are 4 minutes away, the Pick 5 pool has crested 1.4 million. We're going to see even more than that in the next 5 minutes. Let's take a look at our picks here from our esteemed analysts, and yours truly as well. I'm going with a little bit of a 3-to-1 shot. The two of you think the favorite, who's actually getting better in price. We're getting closer and closer to even money.
I think even money would be a spot-on price for him because dirt is still a question mark in this particular instance.
I think one of the things, and I'll just jump in on that, is Siskiny is a gelded son of Dubawi. And yes, the dirt is a question, but what I find about the offspring of Dubawi, and they're sensational at everything, they're tough. They try so hard. He really has passed on that will to win to his offspring. So while this may not be the preferred surface for Siskiny, or it may not be his best, we know he has the class, Michelle. And I just think that heart and that determination comes into play when a horse is trying something new.
I have to say, I was watching him on the warm-up, Christina. I think he looks tremendous. He warmed up solo, which is typical of the Europeans. He's equipped with those cheek pieces, which are basically like a fuzzy piece of sheepskin on the outside.
Ooh, I want some.
I will get you some if you'd like. They are very reminiscent of blinkers, but you won't see them notated anywhere in your past performances, but they can help a horse's focus stay forward. You can see right now, Cindy, the outrider is just staying close by in case William Buick needs some assistance, but Siskiny all class out here, really. And he's had enough good synthetic races to say this, the dirt race might not hurt him at all.
I want to hear what Joaquin has to say here about Siskiny, our favorite.
Yeah, Mike, when you look at this small field, there is one true stayer in here this is his ball game. This is what Siskiny wants to do. You look at a lot of his recent victories, 1.5 miles, 1.75 miles, 2 miles just a couple races ago that he won. So yes, this is his first time on the dirt, but here's one thing why I think this is going to be okay for him, and it's a smaller field today. With the smaller field, you're not going to have as much kickback in that spray, in that dirt, hitting the jockey and hitting hitting the horse in the face. So I feel like his jockey, William Buick, because of the small field, he's going to be able to find a position. He's going to be able to navigate and find those gaps to keep that kickback to a minimal amount. I think that's really going to help him this afternoon, Mike, where I just think that he's going to have a very kind introduction to dirt racing, Andy B. and Cone, where the dirt, that is a question mark. The distance, nobody can question that here.
Joaquin, the only thing that concerns me about the number 3 Siskany, because yes, you make a very good point. In terms of the kickback, William Buick certainly could work out a trip, avoid that dirt as much as possible. It makes me scared how far off of it this horse usually comes from. Obviously, we saw how fast this track was playing yesterday. Speed's been holding. That's just typical of Santa Anita Racetrack. I know there's only a 5-horse field, so theoretically, Siskany can be forwardly placed, hopefully, but this is a vulnerable favorite in my eyes. Like I said, I was not brave enough to throw him out because of his class. I will still be using him, but I do believe the number 5 Salesman is a horse to watch for sure. This horse is coming out of much quicker races. They've been going 46 for the half, and the last race he came out of, it was a mile and a 16th. This horse is the controlling pace factor. I know Kiss Today Goodbye was forwardly placed in his last start in the Grade 3 Tokyo City Cup, but they went really slow fractions. Salesman is going to be forwardly placed. He's going to be dominating, and at 7-2, I love the price.
Thank you, Andy. 7-2 right now in sales. But can I try to sell you two on the number 4 here, Win the Day?
You can try.
I can try. Well, here's the thing. And this is a little bit of my concern, is that with Siskany, we don't know if he can handle dirt. Horses are usually good on 2 of the 3 surfaces. Very few of them have proven to be good on all 3 surfaces. That's something I've learned throughout my years. Win the Day is actually one of those horses that has been good on all 3 surfaces at different points. He won or didn't win. He was second in the Tokyo City at a mile and a half on this track back in the day. He's got 2 races at Del Mar and Santa Anita to get him ready for this. So I think he's coming up to a big race here. Could be his best, and I think he can handle the distance.
I think it's the distance that you find in common with all of those races. They might be different surfaces, but it's when he has the opportunity to go the distance that he likes. That's when you see the success, and fortunately for him, we get that today.
That is a positive, but overall, if Siskany takes to the dirt, I don't think he's in the same class realm as Siskany is. So for me, I have to stick there. I still like Salesman underneath. That's why I think the distance is going to hit him square between the eyes. And I disagree with what Andy said about it being speed favoring. I think we saw a very, very fair track on both surfaces yesterday. We saw horses coming from off the pace and staying up front. It was you run your race.
Frank Miramati bringing you the call. The first race here on Breeders' Cup Saturday.
Thank you, Michael. We're waiting on Kiss Today Goodbye to take up his position. We're in the gate, and they're off in the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance. And Kiss Today Goodbye gets right to the front. Siskany is flashing sharp early speed, and Salesman in between them is quicker than both. And now Salesman takes command and opens up a couple of lengths as they run down the backstretch. Kiss Today Goodbye pushed along for early speed, and Siskany is just inside of him. It's a gap of 4 back to Seraphos and Win the Day. Those two racing right together, now about 6 lengths off front-running Salesman. And so Salesman will be the pacemaker in hand, leading it by just under a length. Kiss Today Goodbye on the outside, and Siskany is in between them. Win the Day now takes 4th, 4 lengths off the lead, and Seraphos is down at the rail. Into the Santa Anita stretch for the first time. And Salesman, the controlling speed, a length and a half. Kiss Today Goodbye is now clearly into second. Siskany third, followed by Seraphos and Win the Day. Flavien Prat on the rail with Salesman, galloping along very comfortably, leads by a half length. Kiss Today Goodbye tries to go and apply a little bit of pressure in second, and then comes Siskany in third. They are followed by Seraphos and Win the Day. So there hasn't been much change in the running order at all. Salesman ambling along, opens up to lead it by 2. Kiss Today Goodbye. Siskany inches up down at the rail to be within a head of Kiss Today Goodbye once again. Win the Day is in 4th, 3.5 off the pace, and then it's Seraphos. They move on to the backstretch in the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance. And Salesman bounding along with a 2.5 length cushion. Siskiny moves clearly into second. Kiss Today Goodbye, hard-ridden third. Win the Day is just behind that pair, looking for a little bit of racing room as he advances. In the meantime, Salesman has widened now with a half-mile left to travel. And Salesman, trying to wave goodbye, has opened up 6 lengths. Siskiny is under pressure and not responding as Win the Day takes up the chase. And so these two are dominating. Salesman clear by 6. And Win the Day second by the same margin. Kiss Today Goodbye, Siskiny, and nothing from Serifos. They have a quarter of a mile to go. And Salesman trying to close the deal with a 6-length lead. Win the Day second by a dozen. And Kiss Today Goodbye is in third, top of the stretch. Flavien Prat hasn't moved on Salesman, just pointing him in the right direction, and it's a front-running tour de force for Salesman, who gets all the business today. Salesman by 7 lengths. Win the Day will be second by a block as Salesman strolls home in the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance. Win the Day second, then Kiss Today Goodbye.
Salesman much the best in the opening race today on Breeders' Cup Saturday as Flavien Prat just took it to him early and never look back.
Look, we talk about this horse and how good he's been working, that it looks like he just wants to go further and further. He's been working over the dirt course here, and today there was just no pressure early. He was able to maintain this very high cruising speed. He's been working miles. So for a horse to be working miles, of course, he's going to be super fit for this particular instance. And I love what Flavien did. He went and let this horse run his race. He opened up in front. He didn't take something away and say, oh, I'm going to save something or walk the dog. He let this horse run his race, and it worked out in his favor because no one was going to be catching him late. Obviously, for Siskiny, the dirt was just not ideal for him.
Strung out behind him. You literally ran them off their feet today. Salesman, the Irish-bred son of Dubawi, out of the highest honor mare high maintenance. Richard Mandella, your winning conditioner for Werdemer and Frere, and Flavien Prat in the saddle here. 3-1 plus 300 if you had Salesman on top.
It looks like they could bring him back. Maybe they can cross-enter in the turf later on.
As there's a look at Flavien Prat, who's got live mount after live mount after live mount throughout the day. He's one of the world's best riders. But how important is it to start the day out like this with a win? I mean, the biggest part of riding a racehorse is psychological. It is a mental battle out there for these guys. And to start with a win, very big.
You start strong, you get your momentum going, you know, that absolutely just keeps you in good spirits. You have your confidence high, you're making all the right decisions, kind of feel like you're in the zone. But I think one thing about all the jockeys that are here, if you're on this stage, it's because you handle the pressure well. You handle the pressure when you win, and you handle the pressure when you lose, and you handle the pressure when you're on a favorite, and you ride the same type of race when you're on a 50-to-1 shot. They're here because these guys thrive under these conditions.
From a betting standpoint, though, when you win early, I wonder how many can you win in a day? So it does make me a little leery.
First prize is a new Cadillac. Second prize, steak knives. Third, you're fired. Salesman with the victory at 3-1 as he just romps home. Let's check in with Kyle Levy, who's standing by with somebody who had this 3-1 shot.
That's right. I'm here with CJ. You just had that 3-to-1 shot Salesman in that race, right?
Well, he was one of the many we had in there, but we like beating the favorites.
Yeah, you like beating the favorites. So what were you betting? Pick 5, pick 4?
We have a pick 5 going. We have a pick 3 going. We hit the exacta.
All right. Any singles in the sequence or no?
No singles. I think in the third leg. I think we have two in the third leg and 2 in the 5th leg.
All right. Well, good luck. Beat those favorites and bring a nice score home.
We're having a blast. We hit the late pick 5 yesterday for 16 grand, so we're having a blast.
That's what we like to hear. Good luck. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. You too, buddy. Thank you.
Yeah, good luck getting Kyle out of the front runner. One of my favorite spots here at the racetrack. As we take a look, more surfboards to give away.
They must have gotten a deal on them.
Hey, I'll tell you what, you're in California. You're going to be living that California lifestyle, even in the winner's circle. Is there a better picture than that in all of horse racing?
Can I just say, I think it would be really cool if they gave away like little palm trees as the trophy, because that's kind of iconic for Santa Anita, right? A little palm tree instead of a surfboard.
Well, you got the palm trees in the background, big ones. You've got the San Gabriel Mountains flanking the photo. You've got a surfboard, and you've got your first winner of the day here as Salesman scores for Richard Mandella.
Congratulations once more to the winning connections in here. A homebred for Werdemer and Frere. Flavien Prat Great to have him back here on this Breeders' Cup program. He spent so many years as our leading rider before taking his tack to the East Coast. But you got to think when you come back in to a track that you rode so well for so many years, you pick it right back up. But it's like getting back on a bike, right? He knows exactly where to be on this track, whether you're on the turf or the dirt.
Not only that, but like Mike alluded to, he's getting the best mounts here. Everyone wants to ride Pratt.
32 minutes away from the second race. But before we get to that, let's go a full-length replay here of this mile and 5.6 affair, because what happens in the beginning of the race, does this have any effect late? Look at the contact between the 4 and the 5. The 5 horse getting a little squeezed out of there, some early action. Did it have an effect on the outcome?
Obviously not, since Salesman's the one that took the brunt of that, and then he was laying on the 4, and instead of coming out the back, he spurted right ahead. Flavien just said, let's go on with it. And this was when it was all over. Right here you can see his ears are pricked wide up. Flavien is not trying to hold him or check him. And a lot of people, I feel like when they're riding in a marathon race like this where you're taking 3 turns, would want to signal to their horse, hold on, this is not the finish, so they want to, try and slow down. And Flavien doesn't. He's able to just kind of sit here and let this horse do what he wants to do. At this point, some of the other horses like Siskiny and Kiss Today Goodbye are going to be coming up, and you can see all those riders taking holds on him. Flavien hasn't moved. He's taken one hold of Salesman and is just going to let him go on at his own pace.
Yeah, very comfortable at the distance with Salesman, and you made the point, Michelle, that he might have been crying out and waiting for a distance like this. And despite that little bit of trouble coming away from the gate where he made that contact with the 4, I think Flavien had the clear plan in his mind that he wanted to be on the lead, because even though they had that little bit of bumping, he still sent forward with Salesman. He didn't let that stop him and let that change his plan.
And right here, this is where he starts to give him the slip. I mean, he early on was pretty content with letting this horse get into a nice rhythm and scoot away from the field more and more and more down the backstretch.
And this could have been a mistake on behalf of Victor Espinosa on Kiss Today Goodbye, because he was the other horse with some pace projection. And the fact that he let Salesman just kind of eke away, and it was like never a huge jump that got him up there. It's just he snuck away. All of a sudden he's 3 in front, and you're on a horse that you thought was supposed to be front, and look at Victor's already slapping him on the shoulder, being like, oh no, I've lost my position. Yeah.
If you saw when he initially snuck away there, the camera angle was a little bit tighter. His ears were pricked forward. He's actually very happy and enjoying himself. He's loving it out there, just sort of freewheeling on the front end and getting to use what is really one of his best assets, and that's his stamina. He's a true marathon type. He's kept up this even tempo throughout this race, never slowing down. And eventually those horses in behind, you just discourage them, because now you really have run them off their feet. They know how far back they are, and it's an insurmountable amount of ground to make up.
You mentioned just that even beat that he did. He was going off in 12s, right? He went 48. He's in here at 112. I mean, he gets a tick faster for the mile, or a tick slower for the mile, but he's getting a little bit of ask, and then it's like Flavien's going to gear him back down, barely a canter inside the 16th pole.
And when you say clicking off 12s, that just means consistent 8th miles in 12-second clips. As we have now moved on to race number 2, the Twilight Derby, an excellent stakes race here at Santa Anita. A mile and an eighth in distance on the turf course, $250,000. These are 3-year-olds, and 9 to 5 right now on Web Slinger as the Spider-Man Hunch play for Mark Cassie and the DJ Stable LLC. Your early favorite with Javier Castellano in the irons.
Web Slinger, unbelievably consistent overall. Went to the sidelines after a second-place effort in the Saratoga Derby Invitational. That race always comes up tough, and it was also over a yielding track. I like the fact that he's had some time coming into the race today, Michelle.
Not only that, but I look back at his running lines, and he has run very well fresh before. So for me, a horse that is either a first-time out winner or consistently runs well off of the break, I feel like I can give an extra good look to when they're coming in off the layoff. There are some horses that they need a form cycle to happen. They need to have a couple of races before they're at their peak. To me, Web Slinger can come off in the same form that he left.
28 minutes away from the Grade 2 Twilight Derby.
Welcome back to the Sportsbook Draft, where FanDuel's pick is in.
With the first pick in the 2023 Sportsbook Draft, FanDuel selects horse racing.
Brilliant pick, as FanDuel becomes the first and only sportsbook app where you can bet on horse racing.
Just a savvy move by a savvy franchise. New customers get a no-sweat bet on the Breeders' Cup up to $200.
It's like they know each other.
What do you think Rob's saying to him right now?
Probably something about oats.
is good. Really, really, really good.
Life is good. Opens up here.
He's a rocket ship.
Life is good. Clears the field. Still in command.
Galloping without any urgency.
Back in the winner's circle.
No challenge from anyone.
They ran him off their feet. Life is good is looking good. And this colt is incredible.
Trade Storm to win the Rico Woodbine Mile.
She's going to do it. Simple Verse has won the Ledger. Snake Nick Spear and Sheen Murphy get through and have won.
It's getting really tight. The star of the season, drawing line.
The purple cap. Kamiko the far side of him. Kamiko's won. Three of them in line. Mongostina has just won it with Mosse.
Ocean Road after going to Vegas. Ocean Road.
It is going to be Caramel to win the turf sprint.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first runners are hitting the track. Dual Surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We owe great times to good friends, to the glasses that spark conversation, to the ideas that then pour out. Ours came from a night like that, and somehow survived the morning after. To make our own tequila, one we'd be proud to pass around. It wasn't meant to leave our house. But since we made this for friends, we thought it wouldn't hurt to make a few more. Grab a glass, amigo. Our tequila is your tequila. Our casa is your casa.
And new customers can wager on the Breeders' Cup with a no-sweat win bet up to $200 on FanDuel Racing. That's right, up to $200 back if you don't win your first single-horse win bet. Just place your first win bet on a single horse in any race at any track. I recommend the Breeders' Cup since, hey, that's what we're doing. And get up to $200 back as a racing bonus if you don't win. Go to FanDuel Racing for details or use the QR code on screen right now. And for existing customers, you can play the Breeders' Cup with FanDuel Racing and get win bet insurance on all races at Santa Anita. Thursday, November 2nd, that was a couple days ago, through today, Saturday, November 4th. Key, because we are here today for the Breeders' Cup. Get your first win bet back up to $10 as a racing credit if you finish second or third. Go to FanDuel Racing for details. So 1 in the books, 11 to go. 24 minutes to post for race number 2. Graded stakes action with the Twilight Derby.
This is a very competitive race. Great opportunity to take advantage of that win bet insurance if you're interested. I like a little bit of a price in here, and actually he is taking some money. Michelle Reincarnate, I think he showed enough form on the turf in the early stages of his career that getting back onto the grass could be good for him here this afternoon. His last race over a sloppy track at Parks, I'm just going to go ahead and draw a line through that. He had to ship there for it. They were difficult in testing conditions. Let's see how he fares as they switch surfaces here today.
I agree. I think Reincarnate, big shot in here. Looking at this race, I thought it was so challenging. I redid my top picks 5 or 6 different times from here. I couldn't find someone I was married to. I like Web Slinger at 2-1, especially I think is a fine price for him. But I just think there's so much opportunity in here. This is a fantastic betting race.
I can find someone you're married to. His name's Ryan. I think he's probably back at the barn right now. At any rate, let's take a look at our team of reporters once again. Joaquin, Andy, and Kyle. We'll start with you, Joaquin, as we're 23 minutes away from the Twilight Derby.
I agree with what you guys just said. I think this is a wide open race coming up here at Santa Anita, and I think you need to go with the price, and I'm going to do that. My top pick is going to be the 8 in Almendaris. He had a really good U.S. debut, 2 starts back, tipped out at the top of the stretch, and really came with a strong run at Del Mar over the summer. After that, he showed that he could play at the next level. They stepped him up in class against tougher competition, ran a good 30, was only defeated a length. So, Kyle, I'm going to go with the price in here with the 8 horse who I like, Almendaris, at 17-1. What about you, Kyle? Who's your top pick?
Well, it looks like we're all thinking that this is a great betting race because I'm also going with a price here. I'm going with number 5, Panic Alarm, who's made 2 trips since his races out in Ireland, both at Del Mar on the turf course. Both ran into a little traffic, got caught up. I think he'll improve off there in his 3rd trip in the States here at Santa Anita. And hopefully, hey, we get a Frankie Dettori jumping dismount to end the day. How about you, Andy? What are you thinking?
Kyle, Joaquin, great picks, but I think I have you guys beat. I'm in agreement with the folks on the set. I do love the number 3, Reincarnate. Coming out of the Grade 1 PA Derby, is the controlling pace factor. Obviously, he might get a little pressure from his outside, but hopefully Luis Saez can get that horse to relax. I love him getting back on the grass. He's bred through and through for it. Started his career early on the grass, and I just saw him walk in the paddock. He looks fantastic. I'm going to get you guys some more paddock picks later, but for now, let's check in with Dubs.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. Reincarnate still sitting as is on the board there at 5-1 plus 500. So some decent value coming into this race. As we're seeing at the top of the market, it is the 6 Web Slinger, comes in for your conditioner Mark Cassie. Comes in here fresh as well. And as we've seen going past over the past starts here, fires first up. So I think this is a really good spot for the 6 Web Slinger. Has the 3 stakes wins next to the name, certainly the class of the field. At plus 200, I still think that's a decent number. If you're looking for a bit of a price, I think Mandela's got a very good chance at going 2 for 2 here to start the card at Santa Anita. SEAL Team, the 7, sits there at 6-1 plus 600, 2 for 2 at the distance. Last out at Santa Anita had that big score, and I think we could be eligible to take another big step forward here today. So Web Slinger, top selection, top price on the board for me. SEAL Team, the 7, at 6-1. That is where the value is. Back out to you guys.
No one likes my horse, I'll tell you that much right now, and I'll let you know who that is in a little bit. This is the start of the pick 4. A little bit easier than a pick 5, but always a tough row here on Breeders' Cup Day. Web Slinger, your current favorite, plus 200 odds.
Yeah, Web Slinger is going to be difficult in here. He's a horse that should be rallying from off the pace. He tends to do his best running when he drops back and is able to make that one run. He comes in fresh this afternoon, and he looks like he's training pretty well. Javier Castellano has been his regular pilot for the last several efforts, knows him well. They teamed up for a win in the American Turf on the Kentucky Derby undercard this year. So he is no stranger to the big days and performing on stages like this.
And I do think that Far Bridge is one of the top tier sophomore turf horses, and Web Slinger has consistently bested him. So I think that gives him some added bonus in this particular spot.
We can play a pick 5 in the opener, and you can play a pick 4 here in race number 2. Christina, $36 play from you. 72 different combinations here in the pick 4.
Yeah, I came back in this one with very similar numbers that you're going to see from that pick 5. I did not have the winner of the opener, so we'll start fresh in here, 3, 6, and 7. I agree with what Dub said about SEAL Team. I kind of like this lightly raced Son of Warfront out of a really nice mare, Mrs. McDougall. I think he's getting good right now. Again, the Dirt Mile is our first Breeders' Cup race coming up next in race number 3, Cody's Wish, and then National Treasure as a threat on the front end in there. 4 deep in race 4, that is the Filly and Mare Turf, and then we'll end it with the fillies and mares again, sprinting back on the main track. Goodnight Olive, the returning champion, the 4-horse Maturea, and then Society, who I think on the lead could be pretty dangerous if she does clear today.
Start talking a little Reincarnate, shall we, for Bob Baffert, the 6th place finisher from the Pennsylvania Derby, but this colt won the Los Alamitos Derby. Now the difference is those were on dirt. This is on the turf.
But he did start his career on the turf, and he started off really well, considering he was debuting, going a rat of ground. He was up against a lot of things. I thought he ran very well in those particular races. The the second time he ran second, and the horse that finished third, Valancer, has come back to be an excellent stakes horse over here. So I think that there was some good turf form. And then we didn't get to see another option of him on the grass until today. I love the fact that Bob's bringing him back over to the turf. And I have to tell you, he has looked fantastic. I actually saw him working this week, and I had to run up to Jimmy, and I was like, who was that? He was like, oh, it was Reincarnate. He just glided through his workout. A+ from me.
And you look back at his competition, I mean, on the main track, he kept up with the best of this class. He was third in the Arkansas Derby behind Angel of Empire. He was third in the Rebel behind Confidence Game. He has never ducked any big competition. Saudi Crown, who beat him last out, will be in the Classic a little bit later on this afternoon. So no disgrace to his competition today, but he has jumped right into the deep end on the dirt in terms of his races. He might not have as many wins as some of the others in here, but he's competing at the top class.
I feel like there's another horse that's going to be able to tangle with him on the front end, though, and no one's talking about him. It's the 4-Paxa Wallop for trainer Jeff Mullins. Now, I thought that he was a very precocious 2-year-old. We saw him break his maiden first time on the grass. He immediately went to a route and knocked out back-to-back graded stakes wins, and then he came into the Breeders' Cup, and he just ran okay. He got a break after that, and they brought him back on the dirt, thinking maybe Kentucky Derby rode for him, and it didn't work out. They're going to change some stuff. They're stretching him back out. They're taking his blinkers off. He's always shown to be forwardly placed when routing on the grass. I think that he's going to see that again. Looking at his recent work pattern, his most recent drill was a 48 and change, and the time was pretty good. He did not have the blinkers on that day, according to the handicapper's report. So looking at it, he worked well in the same equipment he's going to be traveling in today, and he's returning to his best game. In my opinion, he's an excellent price.
I think when you talk about the mile and eighth races, what really is successful oftentimes is a horse that can get out there on the front end and set a pretty slow tempo. The early pace is so much different in a mile and an eighth race than it is in a mile race, and for that he might be able to take them gate to wire if he's able to slow him down. But just on the basis of it, do you think he's a better sprinter or a router? If you had to pick what you think he's better at.
I think 100% route, and I don't think he needs to slow it down. I just think he needs a breather or no pressure.
Kyle?
Thank you, guys. I'm here with Becca all the way from Iowa. So, obviously, you're here for the Breeders' Cup. Is this your first one, or you ever been to them before?
Nope, this is my 11th Breeders' Cup.
11th Breeders' Cup. All right, so you've been to one at Santa Anita before, I assume?
Yes, this is my favorite one, though. Favorite track.
Favorite track?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, absolutely.
Doesn't beat those mountains, right?
Absolutely, yep.
All right, so a lot of races today. Breeders' Cup Classic later on. Any horses that you like in particular that you'll be betting on?
I'm going to stick with White Barrio. He was my Derby horse 2 years ago, and I just can't let him go, so I'm hoping today's his day. So he's my classic horse.
Should be a nice price on White Barrio. Thank you, Becca. Appreciate your time, and enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Well, see, this is why we needed one of you two interviewing Becca, because he didn't ask about that fascinator, and it was a fascinating
Well, I hope she's
fascinator.
competing in the Longines Prize for excellence.
Yeah, I'm sure she
and
is.
elegance.
When she has that dress with the beautiful draping and then the nice big headpiece, and they obviously match,
for Breeders'
I feel like
Cup.
they should do a couples situation there, because they were very complimentary as well.
Kyle is very handsome. I don't like to talk about it because
Keanu Reeves?
Yeah, Keanu Reeves. He did look like John Wick yesterday in the all black, and he does have a room at the Continental. At any rate, so there's a look at an exacta play from Michelle. So basically, you need the exact order of finish through the top two placings. So you're using one horse to win and 3 horses underneath.
Yeah, I went with Webslinger up here, and then underneath I used Reincarnate, who we've already talked about. I also included Almendares because I feel like he's a horse that certainly could improve here off of the bench, but it's third start in the U.S. And then how can we not talk about Charlie Appleby's horse, Silver Knot? I mean, this was a horse that almost won the Breeders' Cup last year. This year he's been maybe a touch disappointing, I feel like, because we're used to seeing Charlie Appleby winning so much, and he hasn't gotten through with that this year, but he's showing up off of the break as a first-time gelding. I think he's going to be able to sit a really nice trip, and I want to include him in here.
There's a look at your current favorite in the top half of Michelle's exacta right now, Web Slinger. Why is the Del Mar Derby getting no love? We have the second and third place finishers from the Del Mar Derby in here. Mile and an eighth, the distance they have to go today. A grade 2 event locally here in California. And Maltese Falcon and Almendares right now are at odds of 22 and 15 to 1. I'm talking about the number 10 and the number 8.
I would love to answer that question.
You don't have to raise your hand. No one can see you, Michelle.
I feel like Maltese Falcon is just we gave him a ton of respect even when he was a maiden and he was, running in these stakes races. He did get the La Jolla, but he is a horse that was very, I don't know, last time out he was just very disappointing, I feel like, especially after we'd seen him in back-to-back races run so well. And then when you start to get international horses and whatnot, you end up looking away from a horse that just won, the one race, and he's run all these runner-up efforts. So I think that's why people look away from him. And Almendares, I think that people have seen that he won an allowance and then didn't break through with that first step into stakes company, and we're just so used to seeing D'Amato win that it's like if they don't win instantly, people just dismiss them right away.
I think there's more upside for Almendares if
I
you're going
agree.
to pick between the two.
Andy.
Mike, in terms of who looked good in the paddock, I'm never not going to pick the number 3 Reincarnate. I just love this horse. He's an outstanding physical specimen, towers over the field, ton of scope. I love him getting onto the grass. Obviously, he is the controlling pace factor in here. We know he's going to get pressure from his outside, but I do believe Luis Saez could possibly get out on the front end, walk the dogs, and obviously getting some class relief coming out of the Grade 1 PA Derby. In terms of others to consider, obviously the number 6 Web Slinger is to be respected. He's probably one of the most accomplished turf horses in this race, and it sets up for him. Obviously, speed to the inside, he's going to come with a close, and he looked fantastic in the paddock today, really on his toes, fit, everything you want to see, and the horse historically has run good races off the layoff. In terms of the third horse, I was really torn between the number 7 Seal Team and the number 10 Maltese Falcon, but I'm going to go with the number 10 Maltese Falcon. I feel like the number 7 Seal Team was a little more on his toes, more than usual, more than other times I've seen him at Del Mar. Obviously, we've got a big crowd at Santa Anita today, and it's very important to pay attention to what horses handle the pressure and what horses don't. This horse is coming off of Lasix today. Lasix is something that just helps horses relax a little bit. So with that being said, the number 10 Maltese Falcon looked as good as ever, and he's just as consistent as can be. We can't ignore the price of 22-1, Mike. Oh, to Joaquin.
I'm a trainer, Charlie Appleby. He has a 12 in here in Silver Knot, who's coming off a third-place finish in the Secretariat. Charlie, 3 runs so far in the U.S. Why has this horse predominantly had a U.S. campaign?
We just felt it would suit him on the back of his Breeders' Cup effort last year, where we saw him finishing second in the juvenile turf there. So, we felt that the ground, we ran him in the Guineas in the spring there with a soft ground, and that didn't suit him. And so we just felt the tracks and the conditions here would suit him. So that's why we've campaigned him here ever since.
You look at his last 3 races and the distances, 8, 9, 10 furlongs. What is his best distance to you?
We're hoping 9, but look, he's a horse that he travels well, which sucks you into being that miler type. And then I said, then he levels off, and he doesn't really have that gear change. So we just felt, we step him up to 10. He's just around that 9, 10 horse. But look, he's in good order and back on the turf, so we're all right.
Thank you, Charlie. Good luck to you.
Brilliant. Thanks very much.
Yes, let's hope 9. Great answer, Charlie. Fantastic run of dominance that Charlie Appleby has had here stateside. When he comes over loaded for bear, and he never seems to be out of it.
I think it's also really important to note the fact that Silver Knot comes back gelded, which we already talked about, so the castration of a colt. But you'll see this with the Godolphin horses in Charlie Appleby's care. They kind of run them through their 2-year-old year, and then they make that decision of who gets the cut and who stays intact. And the fact that they went ahead and gelded him, I feel like just means they're going to have some more longevity with him, and they're going to try some different things. So I like the fact from an angle standpoint.
Wow, I never thought I didn't want to make the cut, but when you put it that way, we're 10 minutes away from race number 2, the Twilight Derby. Pick 4, pull over $500,000. Let's take a look at these runners, starting from the inside out. Reichwist will lead him onto the track at 50-1.
He's a son of Nyquist. He broke his maiden on the main track sprinting, has hit the board on the turf. That was 2 starts back at Del Mar, most recently 8th in the Del Mar Derby.
2 is Be Your Best for Horacio de Paz, winless in 5 starts this year. This is a filly against the boys.
Reincarnate will be up next at 9-2. The son of Good Magic will be my top selection as well. He gets back onto the turf course. He did debut on the grass. He's run 2nd on both turf routes that he attempted.
Coming through next will be Pax Awala. Hector Barrios aboard once again for trainer Jeff Mullins, who takes the blinkers off after wearing them for his last 3 starts. All of his victories came without the blinkers.
The 5 horse at 17-1 in the colors of Horonis Racing. Kyle giving this one the nod in this group. He does seem to be improving slowly but surely. He makes his 3rd start in the U.S. today.
Web Slinger has held steady as your favorite the entire time for trainer Mark Casse. Javier Castellano will be aboard. His most recent effort was a runner-up in the Saratoga Derby Invitational, and I think Firm Ground is right up his alley.
Seal Team is lightly raced, but I think he has a lot of upside. He's 6-1. He was a winner last time out. 2 starts back, he faced some real tough older horses. Eastern Ocean, Alligato beat him that day. He seems to be on the improve, the son of Warfront.
Almendarez comes through for Phil D'Amato. He was bested by his stablemate last time out in the Del Mar Derby, but certainly can improve in just his 3rd U.S. start.
Big price up next. There is the 9 at California Bay for Mr. and Mrs. Williams. They had a nice win yesterday with a juvenile. Jeff Mullins trains the son of California Chrome. He's 2 for 5 lifetime.
Love to see this, a solo warm-up. JJ Hernandez has taken Maltese Falcon away from the pony. Not sure what went awry for him last time out, but he gets back against straight 3-year-olds, and he has proven to run very well in stakes down at Del Mar.
Here's the 11. Joel Rosario rides for Christophe Clement, a winner not long ago at the 1 1/8 distance. That was at Belmont. Much different configuration to that turf course versus here.
Silver Knot, we've aforementioned. He's a first-time gelding for Charlie Appleby. William Buick, champion rider, will be aboard for the stretch out in distance today.
And Watsonville will complete this field. Flavian Pratt in the saddle. He is looking to take both halves of the early double today. He jumps aboard this son of Jack Milton for the first time. We'll get a look at him in a minute. Still kind of searching on the camera to find Watsonville, but a good long look at Silver Nod, who races in the hood. As you can see, that just covers his ears, kind of muffles out some of the sounds, keeps the horses a little bit more calm if they tend to be nervous types in a new scenario, especially like today. And then Watsonville, here he is to the outside with Flavian Pratt in the saddle. Back-to-back wins at Del Mar this summer. He runs fresh for Mark Glatt.
7 minutes to get your wagers in. Standing by with some wagerers is Kyle.
Yeah, we're with some wagerers, and not only wagerers, they're winning wagerers. We got Dane and we got Cassidy here for their first time at a horse race. How are you guys liking it so far?
It's going great. You know, it's first time down here at Santa Anita. Yeah, you know, the first 3 horses that I ended up picking ended up winning, which was great. You know, it's kind of blind, but hey, you know, they say beginner's luck, so I think I'm taking that in for account. But it's a great time. You know, the atmosphere is amazing. You got plenty of people here. It's the 40th anniversary. I don't know what more you could ask for, honestly.
Great racing, great people, great drinks, great betting. Not much more you can ask for. So, anything you love about this place specifically, though?
Oh my gosh, well, the drinks are great and the people are really nice.
Your uncle.
Oh yeah, my uncle works here, so it's really nice. I actually get to come for the first time.
There we go. Well, good luck with all the betting in the future. Good luck with the rest of the day, and yeah, enjoy it.
Thank you.
So much. Yeah, no, really appreciate it. It's going to be a great day.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
My favorite, so they listen to Andy and Mike. And
Thank you, Kyle. Winning wagerers, always important. Pick 4 pool in excess of $600,000, and there is a look at the favorite once again, Web Slinger. 2-1. Is that too short of a price for this horse to win, Michelle?
I think that's a good price for him. You know, I think people are being really realistic here, and there's a ton of wagering opportunity to use underneath. It's not like he's unbeatable here. I do think he's going to have pace to run at. I think we saw the turf course play extremely fairly yesterday with horses coming from off the pace to win on multiple occasions, especially swinging wide. So you like someone like Silver Knot who might want to be coming around them. I think he has ample opportunity. I think not only Reincarnate but Paxa Wallop, I wouldn't be surprised to see Mondango if he breaks well trying to be forwardly placed.
So the 2 most overused terms in horse racing for people who are in this game a lot are value and turn of foot. We say horses are value and maybe they're just a bigger price and they're not actually value. And we say horses have a turn of foot just because they close. I'm going to ask you for the turn of foot, Christina. I'm going to ask you for the value, Michelle. I'm going to start with you. Who actually has a turf turn of foot in this field that you think will be running the best in the last stages of this race?
Can I answer both questions?
You can
Because I
answer
have
both,
the value
yeah.
too. I want both.
Do both.
I think that the turn of foot actually goes to Paxa Wallop. He does. He's very well named and he really can rally. Now, whether or not he can produce that same turn of foot going the route of ground is the question mark today, but we'll see from him. I think the value on the board is Almendarez, the 8. He's 13-1 right now. I use Thorograph numbers quite a bit in my handicapping. Web Slinger is only 1 point faster than Almendarez. Web Slinger, the 6, is 2-1. Almendarez, the 8, is 12-1, and he's trending in the right direction. What we've seen from Web Slinger over his last 5 starts is the exact same number, a very consistent performance. But unless he is going to run faster off the layoff, which is possible, he is getting to the end of his 3-year-old season. Horses continue to really improve, especially into their 4-year-old season. I think we come back with the same type of race from Web Slinger today, and I think Almendarez is going to improve.
I think that Webslinger actually does have a turn of foot, but I think he utilizes it earlier than the middle of the stretch, right? Some horses get unleashed at the top of the lane and you see them pour it on for the entire stretch run. I think Webslinger kind of runs his race in like the mid-turn and makes up all that ground, and then he's just gutty at the end and fights it off. So it's harder to see his big turn of foot because of where he utilizes it.
How about SEAL Team here for Richard Mandella?
So cute, Mike. He's just teeny tiny.
He doesn't look very big. You're right. As Umberto Rispoli looks like he's 7 feet tall in the saddle. There's a look at this colt. Lightly raced, only his 5th career start today, and this is his first foray in against Stakes Company.
If I'm going to give him a drawback, it's like you said, this is his first try against Stakes Company, and while he did win an allowance against older colts last time out at this distance, he didn't beat like really great horses by any means. So there are some of the allowance races that you end up, with some salty horses, but he was super convincing in here. He's never taken a bad race. He's always run a good one. He's a very consistent horse, which you like to see. But again, he got to that early lead and he wasn't going to accelerate anymore. He could have maybe gotten caught by a better closer in that spot.
He's another horse that I think could continue to improve today. He has the pedigree to be any kind. He's a son of Warfront. He's out of the Medaglia d'Oro mare, Mrs. McDougall. She was a stakes performer herself. And Richard Mandella, Hall of Famer. What you get from his barn is horses that continue to develop, horses that, he's training for a campaign. He points for races, and Simon Bray, our colleague, says this quite a bit, picks a spot and starts to maybe work backwards from a day like today. So you'd have to assume that this was a race they had in mind for a while for this horse. They've used his conditions to this point. He did run third a couple starts back behind some very, very good older horses. I think he's eligible to take that next step forward. It really doesn't take that much more for him to be in the conversation with the favorites of this group.
So I want to make this horse my top selection at 20-1, and that is Maltese Falcon. And I'll go back to a couple of things you said earlier. I used Thorograph as well. You talked about how good Thorograph made Almendaris look. Well, Maltese Falcon actually beat Almendaris in the Del Mar Derby, and I do like what he can do at 1 1/8. I think that 2 of his best races he's shown was that second in the Del Mar Derby, and then when he was third at 1 1/8 here at Santa Anita. I don't think he has that burst of acceleration late, but he does keep coming at you late in those races. And Juan Hernandez, Leonard Powell, very good at 21-1.
I picked him the day that he won the La Jolla, and he was a maiden that day, and it's mostly because he does earn some good figures for his performances because he drops back and he swings wide every time. Once you get this horse rolling, you don't want to stop that momentum. But he's drawn outside today. He's going to have to do the exact same thing against this group. Is he good enough, Michelle, to be wide and circle this field and catch them at the 1 1/8?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I was on the fence about him. I was on the fence about several in here. I did end up on the favorite as my top pick, Webslinger, because we've just seen him take his game to multiple places and at multiple distances. And I feel like he's a little bit more versatile than you think with his trip. At one point, though, when I handicapped this race, Panic Alarm was my top pick. So I've really been all over the board. I can't just tell you I'm 100,000% in on the 6.
They have reached the starting gate here. You can see they start right at the crossover from the Hillside Turf Course to the main turf course. And they do so with the pick 4 pool approaching $1 million. We're at $838,812. And 2-1 has been the odds throughout on your favorite Webslinger. We haven't seen this horse go up to 5-2. We haven't seen him drop down to 9-5. It has been 2-1. But Silver Knot on screen right there, your second choice, 5-1 plus 500. And once again, Charlie Appleby, when he comes to the U.S., he makes his way to the winner's circle in quite consistent fashion. Frank Miramati brings you the call of the Twilight Derby.
Thank you, Michael. Here is Mondego in the colors of the Cheyenne Stable. Panic Alarm awaiting his turn. Here's Silver Knot. Those bright red blinkers. Webslinger comes up in the DJ Stable colors for Mark Cassie and Javier Castellano. Watsonville completes the line for the Twilight Derby. And they're off. Paxa Wallop is out quickly, so is Reincarnate. Rayquist is just inside of them. And SEAL Team, yellow colors, moves right into the vanguard. On the extreme outside, Watsonville with Silver Knot just inside of him. Both of those are prominent in the early going. And just behind them, Maltese Falcon settles nicely. And he's joined by Mondego. It's another couple of lengths back to California Bay, who races about 7 lengths off the lead. SEAL Team is next, a length and a half in front of Amendaris. Down at the rail, Panic Alarm, a 3-deep web slinger, will do his best running later. He's a dozen off the pace and a length in front of Be Your Best. They swing on to the backstretch, and it's the gray Paxa Wallop leading the way by a length and a half. Watsonville is in second. Rayquist down at the rail. Mondego inches closer. Yellow Cap on the outside. And Silver Knot is in between those two, about 4 lengths off the lead. Reincarnate is down at the rail. Maltese Falcon next to him. They're followed by a 3-deep California Bay. Amendaris is racing in between horses. SEAL Team in a little bit tight along the inside. Web Slinger still 10 lengths off the pace, racing outside Panic Alarm and Be Your Best around the turn. And it's still Paxa Wallop with a very narrow edge coming toward the quarter pole. He leads it by just ahead. Watsonville pressing him in second. Mondego on the outside third, then Rayquist in fourth. Maltese Falcon between them. Silver Knot in the blue looking for a seam. He found it now as the field turns for home. And Watsonville, the leader. Silver Knot coming after him in the center of the course. Web Slinger has 6 lengths to make up still. And also Rayquist running a big race, one from the inside. And SEAL Team gets breathing room. And he's storming down the center of the course. SEAL Team takes the lead. Web Slinger flying. SEAL Team under Umberto Rispoli has won the Twilight Derby. Web Slinger was flying and in a battle for second. Among those up there were Rayquist. Amendaris was in there too. But it was all about SEAL Team as Richard Mandela takes the early double on Breeders' Cup Saturday.
Man, oh man, double. What a start to the day.
Oh, my line, Mike. I was going to say that.
Congratulations to Ramona and Perry Bass, to the Bass Stables. This is a homebred for them, the son of Warfront out of Mrs. McDougall, storming home a winner here today, and a beautiful trip under Umberto Rispoli. There were quite a few horses charging for home, Michelle, and he had clear run the whole length of the stretch.
They sure did. Look, Paxa Wallop put up very decent fractions for those closers to be able to do when they turned for home and everyone was charging. I thought SEAL Team was produced at just the right time. We talked about this yesterday if you watch. Umberto Rispoli has been putting on a clinic here at Santa Anita the last couple of weeks. He is doing so well. Here's another example of a perfectly timed ride.
And we also mentioned, you know, this is a big stage. This is his home track. And so these are the days when you really want to show what you can do for the horsemen that are shipping in and coming in from out of town, and to be one of those go-to, one of those first phone calls when you bring a horse here to California.
What a big step up for this horse.
Let's take a look at this trip. You can see with the yellow hat and the yellow silks in between horses right now as he's just starting to wind up. He's got a lot of cover and looking for that seam.
Yeah, looking for that seam, and it appeared at the perfect time, right as they headed for home, and it opened up. He was able to slice through there, so he never lost any momentum. You can see him giving him a couple of slaps right-handed, and it's just propelling him past all those horses to his inside. You can see Web Slinger on the outside desperately trying to make up ground, but he was behind and didn't get the advantage. Umby cut that corner and just sliced it perfectly.
Very tight for the place money, and they still have the photo on the tote board. You saw the late charge on the outside from the favorite. I don't know if he got there or not. They're going to have to use the mirror to determine whose nose got there first. As we take a look at your winner, loping back to the winner's circle, SEAL Team. Lightly raced, his first foray into stakes company, a win in the Twilight Derby here. We're going to take a drone look at this event and see just exactly how tight things were for SEAL Team, and he was really wedged in there.
He really was. He's 2 off the rail in that group that we just highlighted for you. And look, he has a wall of horses in front of him, 3 of them in that immediate first set. And he also has a horse to his outside. Right there was where he got lucky, and the horse with the red silks kind of floating out a path leaves him the opportunity to just angle. And how agile was SEAL Team? It took him 1 jump to transition 1 path to the right and then level off.
A really patient ride too. I mean, it's not like he had a ton of space to go in, but a lot of riders I feel like would have been desperate to get far to the outside and swing very wide earlier. Umby waited for that to appear for him and was able to take good advantage of it. This was a big move forward for this colt, who's been a lot more forwardly placed in his recent efforts. And I mean, he was 5-6 back That's not a thing we've seen from him before, and he really delivered a nice turn of foot.
I think Rispoli did exactly what you need to do in terms of walking the line between being aggressive and going too far. He didn't impede anyone else's path, but he was aggressive enough to make sure he was right where he needed to be once the opportunity presented itself.
This photo is taking forever. I'm wondering if we might have a dead heat. Yes, let's take a look at the complete replay here of the Twilight Derby. You can see your eventual winner. This is always a good sign when you have a horse that wants to make up ground late and he comes out of the gate keenly, and Umberto wrangles him back a little bit, tries to sit a trip off the pace.
What he's looking for right there is cover, so other horses moving in front of him, because horses are not going to try to run over the horse in front of them. So if they want him to relax, he needed to have the other horses, and because he broke so sharp, it wasn't able to have it immediately, and that's why he had to kind of strangle him a touch. Even right here to that first turn, he's not getting the cleanest of trips. He had to steady him going into the turn.
I think he knew there was going to be a bit of pace up there, especially considering we're going the mile and an eighth, because he had the opportunity with that position that he had in the early stages. He was sitting third at one point, coming away from the gate, to see that you had those horses all the way to the outside, like the 12, like the 13, like the 11. They were trying to make their moves so that they didn't lose too much ground into the first turn. If he had kept up with that early group, it would have dulled his late kick that he needed. So right now he's been able to establish a rhythm, and he has a ton of horse. At this point, he's just looking for a path.
But you'll notice that he's never checked him, even though he has a ton of horse and he's kind of in these tight spaces. This horse, maybe because he's a little smaller, was so willing to just weave right in. At no point did Umby ever have to stand up or take a big steadying hold, which can be, I feel like, detrimental to some horses, because then you put them at an immediate disadvantage. This horse always was able to have forward momentum, and part of that was Umby steering, and part of that was this colt just being super brave.
Aggressive right there, right when he tips out, when he gets the lead change. And this is where the horse really levels off, gives him his best. He has 3 horses to the inside that he has to put away. He has an oncoming rush from both the 6 and the 8 to his outside, holding off all challengers as he reaches the wire by about a half length in the end.
The order of finish, you can see they posted it and have gone official. 7, 12, 6, 1, 8. So Silver Knot second, Web Slinger third, Request fourth, and Almendaris fifth.
Ramona Bass down there in the blue. Nice to see the Bass family here to enjoy this wonderful day of racing and this big win from their newest Grade 2 winner today.
I heard she loves to surf,
SEAL team. She has some lovely children and grandchildren. There must be somebody in the family that will jump on the surfboard.
So SEAL team returning $16.60 for a mere $2 wager to win. Silver Knot, Web Slinger would round out the top 3. And now we are just about a half an hour away from the first Breeders' Cup race of the afternoon, and the funnest one to say, the Big Ass Fans Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Cody's Wish, your 3-5 favorite as things stand right now. Algiers a scratch. We will have more on this in just a moment.
Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard, not for our sake, but for theirs, for the love of the horse, for generations to come.
This is a Kentucky Thoroughbred. This is a Kentucky-built powerfoil industrial fan. Like a Thoroughbred,
It too delivers unrivaled performance. And while they both run with purpose and pride, this one also runs to keep your workforce feeling cool and comfortable. Powerfoil, our best-selling big fan hands down. BigFans.com. Comfort without compromise.
And quite the moment here from the set on the paddock as we can see the field for the first Breeders' Cup race of the afternoon making their way down to the path and into the paddock.
I wish everyone could see us right now. We're fangirling over here over Cody's wish.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive to see them make their way into the paddock, and you just get the sense of gravitas that comes with these events when these unbelievable athletes make their way basically to their locker room.
Oh, I like that. I like that analogy.
Returning champions this year in the Breeders' Cup. We had 4 of them coming back to defend their title. Cody's Wish in this race, he's 3-5 right now, and certainly the story of the entire weekend in terms of pulling at your heartstrings. It was the same last year in victory, and this will be his swan song.
The festivities are about to begin, and we are going to have the opening ceremonies for the Breeders' Cup World Championship. For that, we go to Frank Miramati.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Santa Anita Park for the 40th running of the Breeders' Cup World Championships. This 2-day world-class competition is made possible through the support of Breeders' Cup nominators, participating horsemen, and corporate partners, including top-level partners Longines, FanDuel, Big Ass Fans, Maker's Mark, NetJets, PNC Bank, Prevagen, and Qatar Racing. On behalf of the Breeders' Cup and its fans, we thank the thoroughbred industry and our corporate partners for their loyal support. Today's exciting lineup will consist of 9 World Championship races featuring international superstars, highlighted by the $6 million Longines Breeders' Cup Classic. In 1984, right here in California, the first Breeders' Cup was etched into the history books. Today, we celebrate 40 years of Breeders' Cup champions and make new memories that will last a lifetime.
40 years ago, it was just a glimmer in a horseman's eye.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
A dream of bringing the world's greatest thoroughbreds together for a single weekend.
Here's the wire. Wild again does it.
In celebration of the sport, with the title of World Champion on the line. So how has it gone? Fast. Welcome to the 40th running of the Breeders' Cup World Championships. Today, the best in our sport have met the challenge and made it to the starting gate at Santa Anita, where 9 world champion races will unfold, including the $6 million Longines Breeders' Cup Classic. That's 9 champions crowned, 9 prayers answered, 9 new legends born on this hallowed track, and an unlimited number of new memories created. So get ready, place your bets, and take a deep breath, because history and the world are coming fast.
Please rise if you are able for our national anthem. During the anthem, Arcadia High School students of the National Honor Society and seniors of merit and work will be unfurling the American flag on the main track. And now, to honor America with the singing of our national anthem, please welcome gospel singer Keith Williams Jr.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets were clear, the bombs bursting Crusaders that star-spangled banner, yeah, and wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
That concludes the opening ceremonies for the 2023 Breeders' Cup World Championships. Get ready for an action-packed day of championship racing, and good luck.
What a tremendous national anthem we just heard. Absolutely fantastic, and the atmosphere has become electric as we are just 23 minutes away from the first, as Frank Miramati pointed out, of 9 Breeders' Cup Championship races.
And I would say that this is one of the races that we've all been looking forward to the most. We're starting very strong with Cody's Wish as a heavy favorite, and just one of the incredible storylines that has run through the Breeders' Cup and thoroughbred racing the last couple of years.
Yeah, it's been great to get to follow Cody's Wish along, and I'm sad this is going to be his swan song, but I hope it goes out in a big way for him, for the connections, for racing, because it is such a great story.
Should he win again, there's going to be not a dry eye in the house. There's about 75,000 people here or something, and they're all going to be crying tears of joy and sadness to see him retire. But first up today, it is the Big Ass Fans Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile.
The $1 million Big Ass Fans Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile gave last year's event the most tugs on the heartstrings of fans when Cody's Wish, named for young Cody Dorman, got his nose down at the wire. There wasn't a dry eye in the house at Keeneland. Golden Sense is the only horse to win this race in successive years, both times at Santa Anita in 2013 and this one in 2014. Jockey Rafael Bejarano had to fight for the lead that day, but then Golden Sense never relinquished it. And Nick's Go took the Dirt Mile in 2020, foreshadowing a win in the Classic the following fall. This is the Big Ass Fans Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile.
And we are all big-ass fanboying Cody's Wish here in the Big-Ass Fan Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Let's take a look at the field one more time, as once again, a heavy favorite, but he does look that dominant. Great story aside, as an equine athlete, he is truly one of the most elite.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's shown it in his race record. He's shown it in the mornings. Even when you just watch him out here galloping, which we got to see plenty of him this week, he is an absolute handful for his exercise rider. He looks like a keg of dynamite out there. And I thought that his last work over the surface here in 47 and change, which was a very good time, the ease in which he did it and how strong he looked after the wire on his gallop out was just A+ to me. You know, I never like a 4 to 5 or a 3 to 5 favorite, but to me, of all the ones to play, even at the disadvantage he's going to be for as a come from behind horse with maybe a lack of speed in here, I feel like he's still the right horse.
In the mornings, and we've gone through the breakfast shows, and these are the best horses in the world, right? We had 200 some odd horses pre-entered for the Breeders' Cup, and they all descend on Santa Anita. They all look good. They're here because they are the cream of the crop. He stands out. You can watch hundreds of horses on the racetrack, and Cody's Wish is the one that your eye goes to. He floats over the track. The mechanics of his stride just could not be any more perfect. It's cliche, but he's poetry in motion. He is that athlete that just stops you in your tracks because of how effortlessly he does everything.
Right, even amongst Major League Baseball players, Ken Griffey Jr. had a beautiful swing, right? Even amongst excellent racehorses, Cody's Wish stood out with the way he floated over the racetrack. In the least shocking poll ever conducted on X, we asked you, the people at home, who do you think will win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile? And it was a resounding Cody's Wish.
Yes.
Back to FanDuel TV studios, a man who glides across the earth in much the same fashion as Cody's Wish, Dubs Anderson.
You are far too kind, Michael Joyce. I am so excited. It looks fantastic out there. And what about the wagering menu that we have on tap moving through the Saturday slate here? Race number 3 will kick off the pick 3 and the pick 5. Starting to see a lot of money come into these prize balls. And for me, you mentioned the storyline, but what a superstar Cody's Wish is at the distance. A perfect 7 of 7. And how can you knock the form of what we've seen this year? So currently sitting at 4 to 5, starting to see a lot of money at the window. Charge It moving in the wrong direction here. Goes out to 7 to 1 plus 700. And Zozo's starting to see a bit of play as well for Brad Cox. The 4 at 7 to 2 at plus 350. I think that is where the danger lies going against Cody's Wish. That early speed from Zozo's could try and run the rest of the field off their feet. I like a good fitting ending. I like Cody's Wish, the 3, for one last big performance before we go off and enjoy retirement. It's the Breeders' Cup, the World Championships. I cannot wait for this one. Give me Cody's Wish. Back to you guys.
That's what you call betting with your head and your heart.
It's very rare that both of those things combine. I feel like usually we're like, well, I'm going to bet on this horse, but I'd love to see this horse win. I feel like in this instance, it's both.
Let's check in with Andy Biancone.
Michael Joyce Jr. Alvarado joins us. He will be aboard the number 3 fan favorite, Cody's Wish. Junior, you've been aboard this horse in his last 8 starts, the majority of his career, 7 victories. Just how much does he mean to you?
It's been an unbelievable ride, to be honest. A whole different experience of riding any other horse and winning any other great one. It's just been, a nice experience for me and for my career.
The majority of those victories going this distance have been a 1-turn mile. Is there a different plan of action going this 2-turn mile?
Well, hopefully, there's enough speed, they go a little quick, but if not, hopefully it breaks good, and then I will have to go to plan B, and put myself in a good spot, maybe a little closer like I did last time, and hopefully he'll take it from there.
Junior, thank you so much. We wish you the best of luck in here, and good luck to you and the Dorman family.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Well, trainer Brad Cox has Zozo's in here, who's coming off a victory in the ACAC last race. And Brad, I remember being in Kentucky for that race. Immediately after the race, you didn't commit to the Breeders' Cup. What changed your mind?
$1 million in a grade 1, I guess. He come out of it in good shape. He's doing well, and the owner wants to take a chance. And listen, I'm really happy we have. I think it's unfolded to where we should get a good run here. Ultimately, we'll see if he can handle the 2 turns. He's won it going 2 turns, but I kind of feel like he's best around 1. But I think given the setup here, we could be very effective.
Did it seem like you and your jockey think that there's any other horse that can even possibly run with you early on in this race?
If they are, they better try hard, because we're going. And, I mean, it's no secret. If you're looking at it on paper, I think he's the speed, and we're going to utilize that.
Good luck today.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And once again, we are offering WinBet insurance for existing account holders at FanDuel Racing. Get up to $10 back when your WinBet on a race finishes 2nd or 3rd. For more information, use the QR code on screen right now. Thank you for watching here on X. You can continue watching the Breeders' Cup on FanDuel TV. All right, now that we got them out of there, how do we really do the show?
Can we go back to talking about Junior Alvarado? I loved hearing that interview Andy had with him. He's been the regular pilot of this horse for a very long time, and a veteran jockey that year in, year out is as steady as they come on the New York racing circuit. This horse gave him his very first Breeders' Cup last year. This is one of those horses that for his career will forever stand out as the one that took him to that Breeders' Cup winner's circle for the first time, to the highest level and to the highest echelon.
And he plies his trade in the toughest jockeys colony in the world there in New York, and he is an excellent rider. And I think sometimes there's a handful of riders there that get overshadowed. You forget about how good Junior is. You'll forget about how good Eric Cancel is. Then he'll throw a ride on a horse. You're like, oh, right. I mean, there's these guys that ride in the shadow of Arad Ortiz and Jose Ortiz and John Velasquez and Joel Rosario, and they're excellent, excellent riders.
But he also has a very loyal client in Bill Mott, and Bill Mott is that same person. He's not the flashiness of Chad Brown, but he clips along at such a good pace. He gives us champion horses year after year that have versatility and longevity. He's one of the best horse trainers out there, bar none. And I think that if you just ask the average fan, think of a trainer, it's generally not Bill Mott, but it should be.
Andy?
Michael Joyce. It is almost time for the much anticipated Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. In terms of who looked good in this race, the number 3 Cody's Wish, obviously the fairy tale story, the heartfelt story that we're all rooting for. Cody's Wish looks as good as ever. I think he has enough tactical speed to establish himself early. He looks fantastic and has been training amazing all week. I do feel like this is the class of the field. I will be taking him as my top choice, but in terms of some others who look good for some better value, the number 5 Charge It looked phenomenal. He handled himself beautifully in the paddock. Believe it or not, a lot of these horses were getting stirred up in that tight saddling enclosure, including the number 4 Zozos. The number 5 Charge It handled himself beautifully, absolutely professional, a gorgeous horse, and I love this cutback and distance for him. I'm also going to be taking a little bit of a shot at 9-1, the number 6 Skippy Longstocking. I've had the opportunity to see this horse a lot since the beginning of his career at Gulfstream Park, and this is the best he's ever looked. I know he can be a little bit spotty in his form, but he's been training really well, and I also believe he has enough tactical speed to establish himself early, be forwardly placed, and like I said, he just looks fantastic, guys.
Andy, thank you very much. And you heard in the background there, they have given the call of riders up. You can see there's Bill Mott legging up Junior Alvarado. In an interview with Bill Mott once, though, to piggyback on what you were saying, he said one of the goals they set for themselves every year is to be in the top 10 in earnings nationally. Go through his profile. Find the last time he wasn't top 10 nationally. Even when he doesn't have those big horses some years, he's still always top 10. It's unbelievably consistent.
I love it. Bill Mott is such a great aspect of this particular game. I do want to give you a negative on Cody's Wish.
Okay.
There are some. When we heard Brad Cox talking about Zozos being better around one turn, which I completely agree. I think he is much more effective around one turn. We could say the same for Cody's Wish. He just hasn't had a lot of opportunities for 2 turns, but the majority of his mile races have been around that one turn.
That was my concern actually going into last year's Breeders' Cup, the 2-turn Breeders' Cup at Keeneland, and he answered that with flying colors. He came from well off the pace. Here at Santa Anita, I do think you need to be a little bit closer to the pace in this race today.
You can be late down the backside, but you got to get there earlier. Early move.
Let's go to Caden Bradar.
With Safi Joseph, who Skippy Longstocking just walked out to the racetrack, I know it's important for you to watch. And what will you be watching for when you get out there?
I mean, he keeps his composure and he has a nice gallop by himself, and then he'll come back to the pony.
Similar question, what have you been seeing from him?
I mean, he's trained well into this race. It's a competitive race, obviously. Cody's Wish is a great story and the best horse in the race, but we're here to give it a try.
And as far as the pace is concerned, where would you like to see Skippy?
He likes to run forwardly place. I mean, so kind of leave it to Tyler. Hopefully he'll break well and put himself in a good spot. Like, if he could be in the first 3 early on, that would be a good spot for him.
Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Safi Joseph with Skippy Longstocking, who has really impressed in his morning work here.
And Caden, such a big part of our breakfast shows. She has been here every morning seeing these horses work, and very few in this game have ever had an eye for the equine athlete that even compares to Caden Bradar. So those are very powerful words when we're talking about her analysis of the way these horses have been prepping.
We've had 2 interviews so far. Well, we've had the Junior Alvarado interview as well, but 2 trainer interviews. Brad Cox saying Zozos does his best running on the lead. Safi Joseph saying Skippy Longstocking should be in that first flight of horses 1, 2, 3. I don't think National Treasure has any choice. He's one-dimensional and wants to be on the lead. We are going to have a fast pace in here.
Stage Raider leading the post parade right now, 22-1, the second longest price in the field. Brian Hernandez Jr. in the irons.
He's also the half-brother to Triple Crown winner Justify. Cherie DeVoe has Stage Raider now. He runs 3rd time out of her barn.
And here is Cody's Wish. This will be his final start. He's heading off to the breeding shed. After this race, Bill Mott trains for Godolphin. He is a homebred, and he is a defending champion in this race.
Zozos up next. The 4 is 7-2. Some good recent works in the mornings, and he just kept finding in the ACAC. That was a 1-turn mile, but he was controlled in the early stages and found more and more to dig deep as they hit the wire.
Here is Charge It for trainer Todd Pletcher. Johnny Velasquez going to be aboard for his main client. Blinkers coming off, so an equipment change here for Charge It, who has been equipped with that hood all the way back since April of this year.
Skippy Longstocking up next. The 6 is 10-1. His 2 best races have come over and off track. That does track with his pedigree. He's a son of Exaggerator. We do need to see if he can run that kind of number over a fast track today.
The 7 was a scratch out of this race. The 8 is Sherrills B. 35-1 is clearly your longest shot on the board. But if there's someone that comes home with long shots, it's his trainer, Dallas Stewart. He's only had one local start in the United States. It was not a good effort, but he gets a turn back in distance. And he was a very good mile horse at Maidan.
The 9, National Treasure, is your Preakness winner from this year. He was a gate-to-wire winner on that occasion. Should probably be sending, or most likely be sending from that outside post, but the turn does come up quickly. He does his best running on the lead. That's your field for the Big Ass Fans Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. So many sequences that we can begin. As we've mentioned, with each and every one of these races, you do have the opportunity to start another pick 5 in here. I am going to single Cody's Wish to begin in this particular sequence. In that pick 4 that we started a little bit earlier, I had the 3 and the 9. Into race number 4, similar numbers that we've already discussed with the 1, 2, 6, and 7. That's coming up next in the Filly and Mare Turf. Filly and Mare Sprint, again, we'll stick with the same 3. Goodnight Olive, the 4-horse Maturea, and then Society, who I think could be on the lead. My top pick in the mile today on turf, that's race number 6, will be the 6-horse Maj, the filly. I think she is going to improve second time out. And I'd like to see her settle a little bit this afternoon if we can. Casa Creed has had a big year. I know he's 7 years old, but I threw him on the ticket as he makes his 4th start in the Breeders' Cup, albeit from a far outside post. I do also want Master of the Seas on the ticket, the 14. And then into the distaff, my top selection will be the 9-horse Clairiere. I like the layoff for her. She ran one of the best figures of her career in this same pattern last year from the race at Saratoga, the personal ensign having a little bit of a layoff, running into the distaff. And then I know there's a lot of speed in there, but if anyone is going to wire them, I think it's Idiomatic. I think she does everything so effortlessly. 17 hands. She's an absolute Amazon, and I think she will throw her weight around in the distaff today.
You're making me rethink randomized with all them words in the distaff. But let's bring it back here. That ticket is $62 from Christina. The pick 5 pool over $1 million. They're all going to be over $1 million today. Let's talk about the what if here. If Cody's Wish doesn't win, racing is the ultimate meritocracy. You must cross the wire first. And if he doesn't do that, who has a possibility to upset in this event?
That's a tough call. I mean, it depends, right? The why wouldn't we see Cody's Wish be as good? And the question mark is the same for some of the horses that want to be on the lead. They might not also appreciate 2 turns as much as 1 turn. And obviously, Cody's Wish showed us last year 2 turns was within his wheelhouse. So for me, I just find it that the fact that Cody's Wish is a really superior animal to me. I don't know what the scenario is that he doesn't fire on all cylinders today, and that's why I find it hard to find a horse that's going to beat him. Generally, I find a horse, I like this horse because. I feel like Cody's Wish is so much the best in here, I can't even fathom the scenario.
And I think I mentioned earlier, my only concern would be that he ends up kind of being too far back just over this track. But talking of the others in here that want to be so forwardly placed, that might not be a bad thing today. We might see quite a few of them really take each other on going into the first turn. It's a very short run coming into that first turn, and that could set up very well for him. Junior knows this horse very well. We should also just tell the story of Cody Dorman, because I'm sure we have some fans here today that are not familiar, and maybe you haven't seen the story on other broadcasts or perhaps online. Cody's Wish is named for Cody Dorman. And years ago, via Keeneland and the Make-A-Wish Foundation, he was visiting John Abel Farm in Kentucky. There were a lot of young horses out and about with their dams that day. And this particular weanling came up and put his head right in Cody Dorman's lap. He has Wolf-Hirschhorn syndrome. He is wheelchair bound. And with a young horse, especially a weanling, that's a circumstance where a young horse like that could be a little nervous, could be a little dangerous, could be a little afraid. These two formed a bond from day one. They have continued to visit. The Dorman family is here today. Cody is here with his parents, Kelly and Leslie, his 10-year-old sister, Kylie. And if you've watched any of the racing over the last couple of years where this horse has won, this is their joy right now. This is what they look forward to every day. And just because Cody's Wish is heading off to the breeding shed after this afternoon doesn't mean that that joy ends. It's a new chapter in their relationship. It's a new chapter in Cody's Wish's life, and I'm sure the folks at John Abel will ensure and at Godolphin that keeps going. But when you are dealing with a daily struggle, to have something to point to have something to look forward to have something to get excited about, to constantly lift your spirits, that's what this horse has done.
Cody's Wish. There is something about the outside of a horse that is good for the inside of a man.
Winston Churchill.
Yes, Winston Churchill. Those words never more true than in the situation here with Cody's Wish and Cody Dormant. And Cody's Wish absolutely knows this man, knows Cody from sight and sound. And there was a moment earlier this week where Bill Mott had Cody Dormant in the barn, and every time Cody's Wish goes and he puts his head in his lap every single time in the winner's circle after races, every time he sees him. It really is a beautiful thing.
Can I tell you about the composure of this horse right now? I was around him an awful lot this week. He's a very aggressive horse on the racetrack. We saw him and his exercise rider Damon. Damon had his feet in the dash and really trying to hold on and harness the wind here with Cody. But you could not ask him to be any more complacent right now. His rider's got a loose rein on him. He's barely being held along by his pony horse. This horse knows it's race day, and he is so excited about what's about to happen. He has channeled all his energy into this. He is not wasting a spare drop of it by acting silly on the track.
We got a DRF formulator fact on a horse that's not Cody's Wish. There are other horses in this race, and they are trying as much to win every bit. And how about trainer Todd Pletcher? 5 for his last 16, a positive return on investment of $2.20, 25 cents, I should say, when removing the blinkers on the dirt. Dreamlike ran a close second in this year's Pennsylvania Derby at 7-1 with the blinkers off. So charge it today with the same scenario. Can he make the run to defeat Cody's Wish here? I think Charge It, look, blinkers off horse, he's fast. It depends on which Charge It shows up. On his best day, he has a tremendous amount of talent. On his worst day, he just seems to cough it up.
Charge It has always had all of the tools, all of the physical, characteristics that he would need. He has the breeding. He has those huge performances on his resume, like the 23-length win in the Dwyer at Belmont back in July of 2022, like the score in the Grade 2 Suburban in July again at Belmont. There's a few things in common there. The summer at Belmont seems to be a time that he really thrives, but he's also, to Andy's point, very calm today. Maybe taking the blinkers off is really helping. I think, Michelle, it's been more of a mental game with him than a physical game.
It could be. It also could just be the fact that in some of those races he ran better in, he was facing a little bit lighter competition. He's been pretty stacked in the last few outs, and it's tough, when you have a horse that's not quite grade 1 caliber, but he's much better than Allowance Company. What do you do with him? You have to keep running him in these stakes, and sometimes you get a good field for you, and sometimes you don't.
Joaquin has a kind of handicapping angle that he uses quite a bit, where he's looking at horses on their form, and he throws out the best race and throws out the worst race.
Right.
Show me your body of work. What are you usually capable of? He needs his best race if he's going to beat Cody's Wish today.
And we're on board with Cody's Wish. As you can see, the jockey cam is worn by Junior Alvarado. We will have the first-person perspective of his journey through the Big Ass Fans Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Look, we played a game earlier today, and you two weren't biting, so I'll bite. If Cody's Wish doesn't win, what is the scenario and who is it? And I'll tell you the scenario, although after the interviews it might seem a little less likely. I'm taking Zozo's first overall because I just think he's faster than all of these horses. I understand Saffie Joseph wants Skippy Longstocking to go, and I know that National Treasure has no other way of going. But the upset that I see as the most likely possibility is that horse right there, Zozo's, Florent Giroux, and Brad Cox. You talk about that short run into the first turn. I think it gives this horse the quickest in the field, the best chance to establish his position at 4-1. And if he beats Cody's Wish today, it's going to be by stealing it on the front end.
He's been very well managed by Brad Cox. Look at him, he's 7 for 11 lifetime. He's earned over $800,000. Pace is definitely a big part of his success when he's able to make the early lead. He does seem to be training very well. I feel like he's always the wise guy horse, isn't he? Coming into the Derby, he was the wise guy horse. Coming into some of the bigger races through the summer and into the fall, he's always the wise guy.
The wise guy horse, but on those big days, he doesn't always deliver either. If this was a one-turn mile, I would say he absolutely has a shot. I'm less keen on him, knowing it's 2.
They've reached the starting gate. It's the first of 9 Breeders' Cup races this afternoon. It is the Big Ass Fans Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Frank Miramati brings you the call.
Thank you very much, Michael. We see Cody's Wish. Just a little headstrong as he walks up to the gate, but he goes in smooth. Here's Zozos coming up. Shirl's B in the Fipke colors. And National Treasure will complete the line. 8-1 on the board for National Treasure. In the gate. And they're off in the Big Ass Fans Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. And Skippy Longstocking is hustled hard, but National Treasure's a little bit quicker, and he will set the pace. Charge It is up close in the early going, and down on the inside is Zozos with Shirl's B in the clear, now taking third. It's a gap of 4 to Cody's Wish, and Stage Raider is at the back of the field. Around the clubhouse turn, and National Treasure has made it over to the rail with just under 6 furlongs to run, and leads by a length and a half now to Skippy Longstocking in second. Then Shirl's B third. Charge It, the gray, on the outside fourth, 4 lengths off the lead. Zozos matching strides with him. It's another 4 back to Cody's Wish, who's now by himself, 3 in front of Stage Raider. They have a half-mile left to run, and it's the Preakness winner, National Treasure, carving out the fractions. Has it by a length to Skippy Longstocking second. Shirl's B pushed along from third. Charge It fourth. Cody's Wish is full of run, and he's going to move in between rivals, and there he goes. Cody's Wish is up to take fourth, and he's on the rail, going right by Shirl's B into third, with his sights on National Treasure. National Treasure maintains a 2.5 length lead with a 1/4 mile to go. Cody's Wish takes up the chase, and then Skippy Longstocking in third. Top of the lane, National Treasure digging in, and he's tough to handle, has a 1.5 length advantage as Cody's Wish is all out trying to get by. Cody's Wish gradually getting to National Treasure, and these two come for the wire together. Cody's Wish just in front. National Treasure will fight him all the way. Photo finish, Cody's Wish and National Treasure in a thrilling renewal of the Big Ass Fans Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. It was a long way back to Skippy Longstocking in third, and Charge It finished fourth.
What a finish here. Cody's Wish by the narrowest of margin, hitting the wire in front of National Treasure. It's a photo, but I do believe the story prevails for Cody Dorman.
That was 2 things. That was heart, and that was a smart move from Junior Alvarado. He got that horse started so early. I said that he should have started at the 3/8. He started before the half, and he weaved through horses. Unbelievable.
And this is what happened in the very early stages, Christina. Not the best start for your 4 to 5 favorite.
Not the best start. We'll take it all the way back to the start, highlighting Cody's Wish. He is the 3, comes away from the gate here. A little bit of a break outward from the 1 horse to the inside. The 4 goes in a touch, and he just gets pinched. He just gets squeezed out of that spot. He wasn't going to be contending for the lead. Now look at the body language of the top 2 riders. Look at the 9 up there already on the lead. Flavien Prat with National Treasure. You saw them really trying to send Zozos up there. He just didn't quite have the speed to keep up with National Treasure. He ends up chasing the whole time. So does Shirl's B, chasing the whole time. But it was cutting these corners. It was sneaking inside of Charge It. It was sneaking inside again with the 8 horse Shirl's B. Going inside once more with Zozos, and really in a minute here being in kind of a tough spot. You could see they were going to try to hold him in for a second if they could. If he hadn't cut just one of those corners, Michelle, he doesn't win.
I don't know. He might still, just because he's got the heart. But this was the other smart move that Junior did. He took him to the outside because that gives the horse a distinct advantage, being able to see and put pressure on the horse to the inside. At this point, you can see Junior's pushing for all that he's worth. You know, National Treasure comes back right here, and Junior going to go back in front, putting the neck down. There is an inquiry right now between these top 2 finishers. There might have been some contact that we couldn't see, and we'll get to see right now from the head-on.
Well, let's take a look at the stretch drive here. So the drama is not over. National Treasure on the inside in the turquoise silks. Cody's Wish on the outside in the blue silks, covered in dirt. And you can see National Treasure, he actually comes out to meet Cody's Wish there in the middle of the track. I don't know if there's anything you can do about this.
Whoa, there was the bump right there. But look at National Treasure bumps him back. I mean, and neither one really lost anything. I feel like Cody's Wish took a little bit of a bump there, or gave him a bump. National Treasure came back with an awful hard bump.
You make this disqualification if you hate fairy tales, but look at National Treasure at this point. He comes floating out from the 2 path to the
Flavian
3
Price
path
trying to show
the 4 path.
his horse his competition, and he doesn't actually make contact on that
It's a little bit of contact there. That first little brush was from National Treasure.
Also, I'm going to say that Flavian was obviously trying to do that intentionally. He kept his whip in his left hand, which is going to be pushing the horse out. If he was worried about him drifting, he would have switched sticks and flashed it to him on his right to steer him back inside. And you can see when they made that second contact, when National Treasure came out, Flavian had the elbow going.
He did.
That was like old school aggressive. I love it.
Yeah, that's I'm in the camp that you can't take Cody's Wish down if National Treasure initiated the first point of contact, even if it was less contact than the second bump. The reason there was any contact at all is because National Treasure came out.
Anytime you bump into a horse, you do knock them off their balance a little bit. You knock them off stride, and you knock them off their rhythm. So they are going to naturally sway back and forth a little bit just to get back riding and running straight themselves. So you knock him off balance a little bit to the right. He is going to counter and throw his weight back towards the left, and that's where you get that second bump. The second bump that Cody's Wish was more of the aggressor was also right on the wire. I think it was maybe 1 jump before they hit the wire.
The bad thing is that the margin of victory is so narrow that if they do think that Cody's Wish impeded National Treasure a nose's worth, they'll want to take him down. And this is going to be a very tough call for the stewards. This is going to be a very big showcase for them. Obviously, the eyes of the world and the hearts of the racing world are on this, and the stewards can't take that into consideration. Like Mike said, oh, you can't take down Cody's Wish, it's the best story, but they have to do what they feel is right.
When we came off the turn, and I think it might be we're looking at the quad box here, and this is the same views that the stewards are able to look at as well. Now we'll take the drone from overhead. I think Cody's Wish is in the same path the whole time, isn't he? And you did see National Treasure come out, and you do that because you do want to show your horse their competition. But to me, Cody's Wish was straight through the stretch from the time he turned for home.
And you can tell which path he's in because of the harrow marks, the rake marks on the dirt. I don't think he ever really comes in. The first contact, even though it was slight, that first contact was initiated by National Treasure. Look at where Cody's Wish is. He's not coming in.
The key is look at where National Treasure is. You
National
can see
Treasure
he altered
comes out.
pass. Cody's Wish comes in a little bit there, but National Treasure has made way more of movement until that one.
Right, and the first bit of contact, like you said, that can move a horse off kilter a little bit. That can knock them off just enough balance, and that might be the reason for the secondary contact, which was a larger bump. I think you've got to be crazy to take Cody's Wish down when National Treasure was the first point of contact.
The bad thing is, Mike, the longer the stewards take, we tend to say, the more likelihood of a disqualification. Can we just make it a dead heat and everyone's happy?
I don't think that's in the rules.
Well, can we add a new rule?
At any rate, they are still looking at it. I think the three of us. So, Michelle, do you believe they'll make a disqualification? Do you believe, what's the right call in your eyes? Let's put it that way.
I think the right call is to leave him up. I think National Treasure visibly drifted multiple times, and he was trying to initiate contact, and you can see from Flavian he was trying to. Cody's Wish was trying to maintain a straight course. At no point was Junior trying to, give him the shove or the elbow.
Christina?
I agree. And I think to double up on that, if you watch the replay from the quarter pole home, Cody's Wish is in the same path the whole way. The contact was initiated by the 9. I would not take Cody's Wish down.
I don't think there's any way you can take Cody's Wish down, but I've been wrong about these things before. It is our first.
Well, the question is, did it cost the other horse?
The result stands as posted, 39654.
I really do feel for National Treasure because I think he ran a winning race. I legitimately feel like the last 5 strides, Cody's Wish dug really deep with some heart. You saw Junior Alvarado's reins were flopping all over. That was Cody's Wish doing this on his own. That was like one of the gamest performances I've ever seen.
It's the fairy tale ending, and there was some added drama with the inquiry, but it is the fairy tale ending to this horse's career. He is now a 2-time Breeders' Cup champion. He's an 11-time winner in 16 starts, the son of Curlin. And there is Cody Dorman and his family, I'm sure, very relieved in the winner's circle. Junior Alvarado's wife as well. So many tears.
Well, you and I were on the set
joy
crying
as they
right
enjoy this victory.
There's not a dry eye in the house right now. And the other thing is, after this celebration and the photos, you're going to see Cody's Wish, the horse, make his way over to Cody Dorman. And they're going to have their moment, as they do each and every time that Cody's Wish has won a stakes race. It's truly the most unique thing any of us have ever seen in this game. And we do know about the strong bonds between equine and human over the years, but nothing like this. I mean, there's just truly never been a story that even remotely compares to this.
Can I say of all the horses that are heading off to the breeding shed this year, this is the one I want to breed to?
I would agree, yeah. I mean, he has everything. He has the mechanics. He has the heart, as we saw today. Those were Cody Dorman's parents hugging Kelly and Leslie. And I'll just get choked up. As a parent, all you want to do is see your kids happy, right? All you want to do is take away any kind of challenge that they might have. And to have gone along for this journey, and every time that Mr. Dorman is interviewed, all he has done is express how lucky they are to be a part of this journey with this horse, how lucky they were to have met him that day, and how privileged they feel to be. He said, I've never dreamed I could go to Santa Anita. We're at Santa Anita with my family today.
Before this, that he hadn't been on a plane. You know, and so this has been a huge adventure for them. I really hope the Dorman family stays in racing, because I feel like racing has really adopted them.
You can see just how covered in dirt Cody's Wish is as well, with all he had to overcome. The metaphors are endless between these two. Cody's Wish, the horse, and Cody Dorman, the child, who you can see right there. It's just off to the left. And a fantastic, fantastic moment there in the winner's circle. Let's take another look at this race from the beginning as we go back to the start. Not the most ideal start, but for a horse like Cody's Wish, who does best running late, it doesn't compromise his chances as much. Let's listen to the call once again of the Big Ass Fans Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile.
They're off in the Big Ass Fans Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. And Skippy Longstocking has hustled hard, but National Treasure's a little bit quicker, and he will set the pace. Charge It is up close in the early going, and down on the inside is Zozos with Shirl's B in the clear, now taking third. It's a gap of 4 to Cody's Wish, and Stage Raider is at the back of the field. Around the clubhouse turn, and National Treasure has made it over to the rail with just under 6 furlongs to run, and leads by a length and a half now to Skippy Longstocking in second. Then Shirl's B third. Charge It, the gray, on the outside fourth, 4 lengths off the lead. Zozos matching strides with him. It's another 4 back to Cody's Wish, who's now by himself, 3 in front of Stage Raider. They have a half-mile left to run, and it's the Preakness winner, National Treasure, carving out the fractions. Has it by a length to Skippy Longstocking second. Shirl's B pushed along from third. Charge It fourth. Cody's Wish is full of run, and he's going to move in between rivals, and there he goes. Cody's Wish is up to take fourth, and he's on the rail, going right by Shirl's B into third, with his sights on National Treasure. National Treasure maintains a 2.5 length lead with a 1/4 mile to go. Cody's Wish takes up the chase, and then Skippy Longstocking in third. Top of the lane, National Treasure digging in, and he's tough to handle, has a 1.5 length advantage as Cody's Wish is all out trying to get by. Cody's Wish gradually getting to National Treasure, and these two come for the wire together. Cody's Wish just in front. National Treasure will fight him all the way. Cody's Wish and National Treasure in a thrilling renewal of the Big Ass Fans Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up on our television monitors, we will show you views from the 7/8 as well as the drone. This was a unanimous ruling from the stewards, who ruled that the contact between number 3, Cody's Wish, and number 9, National Treasure, did not affect the placing, and therefore no disqualification was warranted. The horses you'll be watching come for the wire together. Number 3, Cody's Wish, on the outside from this view to the left of number 9, National Treasure. The stewards ruling unanimously that the contact between these two rivals did not affect the placing, and therefore no disqualification was warranted.
Me, darling. And then I don't have to reach across, Daddy. You can do it. Good girl. Brittany, thank you. For the big fans, Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, joined of course by Cody and the Dorman family, and to receive the trophy on behalf of the Godolphin organization, Danny Mulvihill, Dan Pride. And to make the presentation of the Breeders' Cup trophy, the chief executive of Keeneland, where we enjoyed such a memorable Breeders' Cup last year with this horse, Shannon Arvin. Shannon?
Thank you so much. Cody, you and your family and this horse have captured the hearts of the entire world, and this couldn't be a better result. Thank you all so much to Godolphin and to you all for your commitment and passion for the horse. On behalf of Big Ass fans, it's an honor to present the trophy to Godolphin.
This was the man who was the most confident today, no doubt. Anxious moments before and after the race for Leslie, Kelly, Cody, and of course not forgetting Kylie, Cody's sister. Kylie, you've been part of this support group all the way along. Just tell me how you're feeling and what today means to you.
I just love Cody, Cody's wish.
And we love Cody, and we love Cody's wish too.
Yeah.
Kylie, congratulations. Cody, this special horse has made one great last racing wish come true. A few more wishes, I'm sure, in the breeding shed. Danny, I want to come to you, because this is a story that is far from over.
Absolutely. You know, you talk about fairy tales, you talk about them having the endings, and for this chapter of it, we got the ending we wanted today. The best part of it all is that after this, you know, you're going to have little Codys running around the place. So Cody's name is going to live on in racing, and what they've done for our industry this year, it's just phenomenal.
Congratulations all. What a lovely day, what a special day. May we all enjoy it for a long, long time. Cody's wish, he did it, Brittany.
This is a Kentucky Thoroughbred. This is a Kentucky-built Powerfoil industrial fan. Like a Thoroughbred, it too delivers unrivaled performance. And while they both run with purpose and pride, this one also runs to keep your workforce feeling cool and comfortable. Powerfoil, our best-selling big fan hands down. BigFans.com. Comfort without compromise.
The spirit of Bushido. Courage, respect, integrity and honor. With honesty and sincerity, we hone our spirit to a winning edge. The way of Bushido runs straight and true. The soul of racing.
As horse racing's greatest take the stage at the Breeders' Cup, we're working to provide an ecosystem of care to keep these athletes safe. With comprehensive veterinary examinations starting weeks before entry, up until they leave the starting gate. With extensive racing, surface testing, and measurement protocols. New national uniform regulation and rigorous enforcement under the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority. And with the addition of advanced technology and new diagnostic tools, we're taking great and positive strides, but we are committed to doing much more. So no matter who wears the crown, safety runs first at the Breeders' Cup. To learn more, visit breederscup.com/safety.
NetJets, the worldwide leader in private aviation and the official private jet provider of the Breeders' Cup, offers seamless, reliable private travel options to the world's most discerning travelers, generation after generation. NetJets is proud to be a Berkshire Hathaway company known for its unwavering commitment to safety, service, and unmatched global access. Simply select your departure time and fly in luxury with loved ones or colleagues. No matter your travel needs, you will find your ideal solution at netjets.com. It takes hard work, experience, and commitment to get here. These are the qualities that define champions and the qualities that define John Deere. John Deere has been an enduring supporter of the equine industry and is proud to be the official equipment supplier of the Breeders' Cup World Championship. All Breeders' Cup horse breeders and owners are qualified to receive discounts on select equipment, including lawn and garden tractors, compact utility tractors, Gator utility vehicles, commercial mowing equipment, and much more. For details on the exclusive equine member discounts provided on John Deere equipment, talk to your local dealer or call 866-678-4289.
When Queen's Trust won here in 2016, it started a run of success for 3-year-olds in the $2 million Maker's Mark Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. Wahida then made it 2 in a row, and it's now 5 wins in the last 7 years for 3-year-olds. The legendary Ouija board in 2004 was one of only 3 sophomore fillies to win this race in its first 17 editions. Stephanie's Kitten at age 6 in 2015 is the oldest winner, one of a record 4 saddled by trainer Chad Brown. This is the $2 million Maker's Mark Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf.
Frankie Dettori once again with Inspiral. Frankie, how will she handle the American setup of racing, left-handed bends in this further distance here today?
Well, there is pace in the race that's good. She always misses the break, so I could find myself a little bit further back than I want to, and that'd be the problem. Try to negotiate the traffic, but you know, she's very consistent. She's run a mile as a 2-year-old, so I don't think that this is a problem.
When you say she misses the break in the circumstances here with the 2 bends and the backstretch, do you have to start getting more position down the backstretch? Is that key?
Yeah, I mean, she always gives a couple of lengths away at the start. I will try to get her out as quick as I can and don't find myself with too much to do, basically. But then, like I said, I'll have to find all the right gaps, the right spots, but I need a bit of lady luck.
Good luck, Frankie.
Thank you.
And welcome back to the Breeders' Cup Player Show. Our desk just off the paddock here at Santa Anita, with the field coming into the paddock for the Maker's Mark Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. I'm Todd Trupp, very pleased to be with international racing expert Rishi Prasad, as well as Simon Bray. We'll get their comments on this race in just a moment. Right now, let's check in with Michelle Yu.
Thanks, Todd. I'm joined right now by Saul Kumin of Madacat Stables. First off, very narrow defeat there. Are you ready to turn the page to the next race?
Normally, you need a little bit more time to recover off of that beat. The horse ran great, but we got to be right back in the paddock.
All right, and you told me you love this horse in this spot. You have Moria.
Yeah, Moira. I like her in here. I think, look, I think she really likes firm ground, and she's had soft ground 2 of her last 3 starts, and she really can't stand up on it. So, you know, Flavian's got the mount. We got a pretty good post. She's going to get the firm ground. Distance is good. I think she's going to run pretty well. It's a tough race. I mean, we're in a deep field. The Euros are good. It'll be tough, but I think she's going to run better than her odds.
Where do we expect to see her early on?
I think she'll be, you know, back 3rd, but hopefully not last. You know, hopefully he can get her positioned. The key is going to be to save some ground and then try to get her to the outside and come with one big run.
Appreciate the time.
Awesome. Thanks.
Saul Kumin has the 4 in here. Jess?
Okay, coming live. Thank you. We can walk if you want, if it's easier. William Buick will be on board with the Moonlight, and we'll walk into the paddock with him because the horses are going to come out. And she's a filly that's been traveling a lot, and you think that might just help her knowing what it takes to, you know, go around these kind of tracks?
Yeah, for sure. She's done very well in America. She won the Saratoga Oaks last year, and you know, she ran well in Keenan in the spring, and she ran very well in the EP Taylor in Canada on her last start. So she's well suited to racing over here. I think this is it's a very good fillies and mares turf, obviously, with Inspiral, Warm Heart, and in Italian they're probably, you know, 3 outstanding fillies. So, but look, if she's got a good draw, and you know, if we can get a nice run through, I hope she'll be right there.
What about tactics? Do you think you might just make more use of her maybe this time?
Yeah, I think that's a good plan, and that's how she likes to be ridden anyway. So I think should be an even pace throughout, and hopefully we'll be handily placed to it.
Best of luck, William.
Thank you very much.
Taking you live into the paddock with the jockeys as they get ready to get a call for riders up here in the Maker's Mark Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. All right, so some things that were covered in those interviews, starting with Frankie Dettori's comments about Inspiral, Rishi. Is she that bad at the gate? We're just conceding she's going to miss the start?
Yes, well, she's that bad in comparison to the best horses when they break from the gates here in America. In Europe, it's not that bad. And she gets away with it because they get into a rhythm, they don't go as hard. I was watching that Breeders' Cup Mile, how they came out of the gates. I was like, why do you guys go so fast? But that's the beauty about being slowly away in Europe. You can make up the ground instantaneously with a little squeeze, a couple of strides, and you're back in the race. Whereas here, you miss the kick, you're generally struggling after that.
And Simon, this 1.5-mile layout at Santa Anita is as unique as maybe, say, a European turf course. Explain for those who are not familiar how they travel the 1.5 miles at Santa Anita.
Well, 1.25 miles for this race, 1.5 miles for the turf. It starts on the backside and it's downhill, and that's one of the reasons John Gosden came here, because to his knowledge, when he was back training here, he found that horses that got 1 mile in Europe get 1.25 miles here because it's an easy 1.25 miles. The first quarter mile is downhill, then you're pretty much turning left. So I don't see the distance be an issue for Inspiral here, Rishi.
No, and she's got the red hood on, which I think is an important factor to point out, because she has on occasions, you guys would have seen her during the breakfast shows during the week, she can be a little bit edgy, but that hood just hopefully keeps her temperament just under wraps, because normally she's pretty well behaved, and as long as she's nice and settled before and then nice and settled in the race, I'm not too bothered where she is, because she has got a very potent turn of foot.
Yeah, even if she's slow away from the gate, she's not going to be 10, 15 lengths out the back. She's going to be within striking distance of the leaders.
She's a miler and she travels easily.
Exactly.
Inspiral, one of the top distaff horses in Europe for trainer John Gosden. And then there is one of the top 3-year-old fillies, the 2 Warm Heart, comes in for Aidan O'Brien with back-to-back Group 1 wins. How does she fit with the horses she's facing today?
Well, interestingly enough, Warm Heart has blossomed through the season, but she's really excelled over 1.5 miles. Obviously, we have the dilemma here in this race. Do you go with the horse that's dropping back 2 furlongs in distance, who will need to be ridden, you'd imagine, on the pace and aggressively, or do you go with the horse like Inspiral, who's going to be held up and delivered late, use the speed at the end? I think Warm Heart's form is very strong. 2 starts back, she beat Inspiral's stable companion Free Wind and did it pretty well.
About to get a call for riders up in the Maker's Mark Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. Once again, Scott Hazelton.
Very happy to be joined by Brendan Walsh, who sends out Lindy here at 1.25 miles. How much does this added distance move her forward, Brendan?
It looked the last day, Scott, like she almost needed it. You know, it's a kind of an easy 1.25 miles, so it should be right up her street.
Where do you expect Tyler to have her from a positional perspective in the early stages?
I think wherever she's happy. It looks like there's plenty of pace in there. I would think we'll be sitting 4th, 5th, 6th, somewhere around there.
How did she come out of the Group 1, Grade 1 rather, at Keeneland in the QE2?
Super. I mean, she couldn't have been doing any better. We wouldn't have brought her here if we didn't really like the way she came out of it. So we'll see how we do.
Good luck, Brendan.
Thanks, Scott.
Arsenal fan.
And I know, Simon, you don't take much convincing to like the chances of the 7 Lindy.
Lindy would be my long shot playing here. Look, she's up against it. If you go back to her European form, and I'm sure Rishi could attest to that, it doesn't even come close to some of the others in here, but she did finish second in the French Guineas. Rishi, her effort last time out in the QE2, one, she's running behind Moore, who, you know, probably 1.8 miles is not a best trip, but she absolutely exploded. If it's a case of 2 horses and the best turn of foot, it's going to be between Inspiral and Lindy. She has a potent turn of foot. She can turn it on the last quarter mile.
The race that you mentioned behind Blue Rose Sand, the French Guineas, at the time Blue Rose Sand was considered to be perhaps the star 3-year-old filly of the season. Things didn't quite pan out after that, and then she picked it up towards the end of the season. So it does give credence, more credence to that form. Actually, if you look at it in its entirety with the horses in behind, the likes of Sauterne, you know that she's good. In Italian, we've just seen going through the post-parade leading things off. We know that she's very good and she's going to lead things. Warm Heart, I'm just slightly concerned about the drop back in trip for her, but she is very, very good. With the Moonlight is a horse, well, that's not her, but that's Moira.
We missed With the Moonlight. Here's Moira coming in from Canada. They're just out of order a little bit. Moira, she was third in the EP Taylor behind Fev Rover. She's sitting up on the board at 23-1. We have a Japanese invader in the 5, Win Marilyn. Now we're back out of order with the Moonlight, Rishi.
With the Moonlight, physically, one of the most improved horses I've seen in the last 12 months. She looked magnificent. Best form leaves us shy of the good horses in this race, but I think she might be able to pick the pieces up.
All right, get a piece of it underneath. Here's Win Marilyn, the Japanese runner with Christian DeMuro in the saddle. Last couple haven't been that anything to write home about. I think she's up against it here.
In Spiral for Frankie Dettori and John Gosden, potentially. Frankie Dettori's best ride of the meeting. She has the class. Does she have the stamina? We'll find out today.
Here's Lindy. She ran second, beaten half a length by Moore, who we'll see in the Breeders' Cup Mile later on this afternoon. Lindy currently at 12-1. Definitely a horse for me to use underneath.
Fev Rover was a pretty useful horse in the UK. It's fair to say she's taken a form to a new level and actually won the EP Taylor Stakes last time out at Woodbine.
Didier, the Argentinian bred, she kind of jumped in the scene last time out in the Rodeo Drive. It wasn't the race that she was meant to run, and she's currently at 10-1. 10 McCulloch comes into the picture here for trainer Chad Brown. Had success in this race. Obviously, he's got in Italian, he's got McCulloch, a kind of contrasting running style. The 1 will be on the lead, the 10 will be from off of it.
Lumiere Rock for Joseph O'Brien and Dylan Brown McMonagle. She's a horse who's likely to go forward. She ran pretty well behind Blue Rose Sen in the Opera at Longchamp. In the end, though, she just not quite good enough. Leaves her vulnerable against the likes of Inspiral and Warm Heart. And finally, State Occasion, who'll on the official ratings would have even more to find than a horse like Lumiere Rock. But a trainer, Rafe Beckett, has been pretty confident that she'll run better than what a lot of us think she will do.
And that is the completion of the post parade, a field of 12 to compete in the Maker's Mark Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf, 1.25 miles over the firm turf course here at Santa Anita. Let's check in with Dubs Anderson on some thoughts on how to play this race.
Yeah, thanks, Todd. What a way to spend a Saturday. So you've got 8 minutes till start time to go to FanDuel Sportsbook, FanDuel Racing, and get those wagers in. But taking a look at race number 4 here, in Spiral, the number 6, dropped down to 2-1, now back out to 5-2. It's Frankie Dettori, it's John Gosden, but untested at the distance. Will likely go off as your favourite, but just getting a little short there for me. You know, I'm always looking to play against the favourite. In Italian, the 1 for Chad Brown, certainly going to have that early speed and bunches, but can we hold on late in that race? Well, that's the question mark for me, and that points me towards the number 2, Warm Heart. As Rishi pointed out there, gets a nice little cutback in distance. The recent form very, very strong coming into this spot. And at 7-2, we were 3-1 on the morning line. Now we're getting plus 350, a slightly better price at that. So in Spiral, for me, we'll shorten up closer to post time. The value lies with the 2, Warm Heart, playing it as a single. Wherever you're playing from, however you're playing it, make sure you get those tickets in at the FanDuel Sportsbook. Scott, out to you.
Fev Rover comes forward in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf, the number 8 runner here for Mark Casse. Is it all about establishing that early position for this filly against this international group, Mark?
One thing about her, she can do a little bit of everything. So looking at the race, I'd see her maybe mid-pack, but she can do anything. That's what makes her a good filly. But this is truly an international. This is a heck of a race.
We had a chance to see her at Colonial in the Beverly D, and you had to let her do her thing. She can be of her own mind, let's say, before the race. How do you think she'll handle these circumstances, the heat, the crowd, everything that goes into this event?
I don't know. I'm nervous about it, so we'll see. I'll be glad when we get her saddled and get her out of there, because she is tough.
Well, good luck with this filly.
Thank you.
And as you can see, they did get her saddled, and she's out there warming up right now, Fev Rover. Let's go back to the 2, Warm Heart, who Dubs was talking about in the FanDuel TV studios. And there are some DRF formulator stats here. Trainer Aidan O'Brien and jockey Ryan Moore, I'm going to guess they're pretty good. In fact, they are 6 of their last 19 with a return on investment of $2.21 when teaming up here in the United States.
Yeah, one was yesterday.
Right, it was very good.
Yeah.
How long does this relationship go back between those two, Rishi, roughly?
My goodness, a very, very long time, at least
2008?
Well, I'm just trying to remember. Ryan Moore won on Conduit around that time for Sir Michael Stout, who would have been his principal stable at that time. So you're looking at around 2010,
yeah, because Mick Kinane retired after the dead heat, I think, didn't he, in the turf here? Is that right?
Joe, with High Chaparral.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was a stable rider at that point.
So, I mean, you look at the United States, that would be a very long relationship between a trainer and a jockey. That's pretty remarkable.
Well, Aidan O'Brien's style generally is to have a retained rider for a long spell. He had Christy Roach originally way back in the late 90s, and then, of course, Mick Cannan, Kieran Fallon, Johnny Murtagh rode for him, but they do long stretches. And I make that sound as if they're doing something naughty, a long stretch, but it's actually a calling.
Cash Asmussen was for Vincent O'Brien, kind of same back in the day, you know, back in the day.
And right now, the two Warm Heart trying to add to those stats up on the board at 7-2. Our colleague Christina Blacker has put together some race lens information on this race, starting with in Italian and turf stakes. If you weren't aware, Chad Brown is really good. 27%, so thank you for that. And then the 10, McCulloch, is also Chad Brown. Beware of the higher price. The 10 McCulloch is 20-1. But I want to turn the conversation to in Italian. Are you surprised that she's sitting here as the second choice in the wagering with so many people having doubts about the distance? Everyone's conceding she's going to get the lead. Can she truly take them gate to wire?
She got the lead last year when it was 1 mile and 3/16. That's, you know, shorter than today's distance, and she couldn't hold on. So I think she's vulnerable here. I think it's the Chad Brown factor. I think, you know, people think there's not a whole lot of pace in here, and maybe the mile a quarter is a little easier. She can scoot away downhill the first time round, but you know, I think she's a little vulnerable at this 1 mile and a quarter trip.
The last time we saw her was in the First Lady at Keeneland back on October 7th. In Italian was the heavy favorite that day. 2 of her stablemates were in that race. She would be defeated by one of them, Gina Romantica. They've opted to bring Gina Romantica back into the FanDuel mile on the grass. In Italian, they are stretching her out here today. When you talk about in Spiral Rishi having, you know, not a quick breaker, in Italian's the exact opposite. Are the Europeans scared of a horse like this who can do something they can't, and that is assume command early?
I'm not entirely certain there will be, primarily because I think there's also another horse from Europe in Lumiere Rock, who I'm pretty certain is going to go forward, and I don't think that would make life easy for In Italian. I'm just wondering, if this was a European horse stepping up in distance that you'd be concerned about, with a horse like In Italian, you would consider conceding the lead and rating and coming off the pace. Is that even a possibility with In Italian?
I don't see it.
I don't see it.
Especially you're giving up that inside post. And again, going back to where we're talking about the unique layout here, you're going down the hill a little bit.
And I think a filly like this, I mean, she's so well versed in going to the lead. I think it would become a wrestling match to try and take her back in behind horses.
A reminder about the wagers tied into this race. There is an all-turf pick 4. Now, the pick 4 pool you're looking at is the regular pick 4 that starts here in race 4, but they have combined races 4, 6, 8, and 10. All the big turf races on this card, and it's going to end with a fantastic race, the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Rishi, we asked you to look at these 4 turf races and give us an all-turf pick 4. Tell us how you came to this ticket.
I've just stuck with the Europeans primarily.
Oh, wow.
Warm Heart and Inspiral, I think it's between the two of them in race 4, 2 and 6. In race 6, I've thrown a bit of an outsider in there, Shirl Spate, who I think has run some really good races. Wasn't beaten that far in the race last year. Roger
you and
Atfield.
I are absolutely on the same page.
I think Shirl Spate can run well. Morge, number 6, 10 Songline, obvious ones. In the Breeders' Cup Turf, race 8, I've gone for a couple of the obvious ones, 9 Mostadaf, 11 King of Steel, who I'm falling more and more in love with as the week has gone on. And I'm throwing in Ernesto, the French challenger. It's been a while since we've had a French winner at the Breeders' Cup, but he has impressed me in the way that he settled into life here in Santa Anita, and also he has got pretty strong form. That third in the arc behind Ace Impact is very good. And in the final race, that forms part of this all-turf pick 4, the 10th, the turf sprint, I'm going for 3. Last year's winner, Caravel. 5, Living the Dream, and Aesop's Fable for Aidan O'Brien.
So you've used 2 horses that race in North America, everyone else coming from overseas. You honestly believe that those 4 turf races could be swept by the Europeans?
You say, you use the word honestly. Like
because it's like, I look at you and it seems like you're carrying the weight of a continent. And that must be a lot of pressure, but that doesn't mean you have to let continental Europe down. You're not letting the citizens of continental Europe down if you pick an American-based horse.
Well, I picked a couple of horses that race in North America, But I think you're looking at the strength of the horses that we brought over to contest these turf races. They're just very good. And I think turf racing is our strength. And bar the sprint, where I'd be concerned about Living the Dream and Aesop's Fables, I still think that we have the edge.
All right, Rishi, good luck to you in Continental
Thank you.
Europe. Simon Bray, who wins the Maker's Mark Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf?
Inspiral, the horse to beat. Lindy, the horse to bet.
1.25 miles over the firm turf course here at Santa Anita. It is post time for the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Maker's Mark Filly and Mare Turf here up to Frank Miramati.
Thank you, Todd. Here's Win Marilyn coming up to take up her spot. Lumiere Rock, yellow colors. Here's Inspiral. And State Occasion. In the gate. And they're off in the Maker's Mark Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. And no surprise as In Italian fires out and quickly takes command, hugging the rail and opening up a couple in the first few jumps. Fev Rover is up and on the pace, and here's State Occasion flashing sharp early speed too. Warm Heart secures a beautiful spot along the inside, right next to Lumiere Rock at this stage, and they're followed by With the Moonlight, Moira in between rivals, and Lindy is 3 deep. Win Marilyn is on a tight hold on the outside of Inspiral, who moves up willingly along the inside. Inspiral picking up a couple of spots while tugging her way forward at the back of the field, Didia and McCulloch. Moving into the first turn with In Italian, the boss, has it by a length. State Occasion is racing in second. Fev Rover covers Warm Heart, who's down on the inside. They're a joint third. Lumiere Rock right together. With the Moonlight is inside of her. A little bit keen with those blue silks, 4.5 lengths off the lead. Then comes Moira racing in mid-pack. Inspiral is comfortable inside of her, 1.5 lengths clear of Lindy. Then it's Win Marilyn, Didia second to last, and McCulloch continues at the back of the field. With less than a half mile to go, In Italian sailing along by a length. State Occasion has been second the whole way. Warm Heart saving ground inside Fev Rover. Those two have raced as a team throughout. Lumiere Rock, yellow colors, trying to move up now, has 4 lengths to come. Then it's With the Moonlight, followed by Moira. Inspiral awaiting some racing room. Blue Cap in between horses. Didia trying to launch a bit outside of her. They're at the top of the stretch. In Italian and State Occasion are head-to-head. Moira's trying to finish with some interest. And what a trip for Warm Heart, who burst through it. Inspiral is finding her best stride, and it's a big stride. Inspiral erupting in the center of the course, and she will get up to beat Warm Heart right on the money. Vintage Frankie Dettori.
What a performance from Inspiral. 5 horses lining up with about 300 yards to go, and all of a sudden they feel the jet wash from this move by Inspiral to take the Maker's Mark Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf.
A couple of things straight away. What a terrific ride from Frankie Dettori. And secondly, the distance of 1.25 miles might be what she's always wanted. She's collared Warm Heart. Speed, I always prefer speed than stamina if you're thinking about dilemmas, stepping up in trip, stepping back in trip, and that's got her out of trouble, her brazen speed.
Her turn of foot. At the 8th pole, with 220 yards to run, she was 6th or 7th. And in 220 yards, she goes from 7th to 1st. She has got a blistering turn of foot. She was hooked up with Lindy. They were eyeball to eyeball. It was a sprint to the finish, and she just blew her away. When she crossed the wire, she opened up by 9. She was 9 lengths in front of the field, 50 yards past the wire. Very, very impressive performance. And this wasn't the original target, right, Rishi? She was meant to run Champions Weekend, ground too soft. This was the afterthought.
She was supposed to go for the QE2 at Ascot on Champions Day, which was going to be in bottomless ground. So they skipped that. And Cheveley Park Stud, who won this race with Queen's Trust a few years ago, trained by Sir Michael Stout, the man on board that day, Frankie Dettori, back on board in their colors on Inspiral.
And these are two gentlemen. When you take a look at John Gosden, you take a look at Frankie Dettori, they have connections here to Santa Anita. Frankie Dettori talked about coming here essentially as a teenager before nobody knew who he was. He learned some great lessons. John Gosden was training out here before he went back to Europe and had such great success. And now here over this turf course, they have prepared and in this case, ridden Inspiral so perfectly here. Again, I don't know if everyone can appreciate, look at how covered up she is, the fact that Frankie Dettori could get her out and unleash this devastating kick.
He's got the horse to do it, though. That's the difference. I mean, we've seen horses in that position. They get out and they don't show the punch to finish. And I tend to agree with Rishi. In fact, I do. I think she might be better at 1.25 miles than she is at a flat mile.
She had been entered for races over 1.25 miles. The Nassau Stakes, which you'll know at Goodwood, is quite a significant 1.25 mile race for fillies. And that was always on the radar for her. She never ever took the option. She never had the opportunity to actually do it on the course. But there was always an indication. And I mentioned this earlier in the week that Simon, you would know about it. When a horse races over a mile as a 2-year-old, it always leads you to believe that you'll step up in distance and that it wouldn't be a problem. To get a mile as a 2-year-old in Europe always suggests that you're going to get further in time.
Our Three Chimneys cheers to the breeder goes to Cheveley Park Stud and His Majesty's Kingdom, the UK, a daughter of Frankel out of the Selkirk mare Starscope. It is Inspiral with one of the best performances of the 2 days thus far here at the Breeders' Cup, taking the Maker's Mark Breeders' Cup filly and mare turf. And Europe goes first and second here, led by the 6 Inspiral at 5-2, and the 2 Warmheart finishing second at 4-1. Very good run by Moira in here, but everyone was second best to what Inspiral just turned out here. And Frankie Dettori, knowing her so well with those comments ahead of time, I know we're not going to break well, but I just got to give her a chance to do this, and that chance came right here as we look overhead.
Another superb ride. I mean, first time round, she was a little keen after coming off the hill into the stretch for the first time. The pace slowed up. She was, well into the bridle with Frankie, but she relaxed. She came back to him, didn't become too aggressive, and had enough left for this explosive finish here late. Very impressive.
Betting public right on this one. Rishi Prasad right on this one. And John Gosden, he says he's very selective. This is not, hey, I'm going to come to the Breeders' Cup. It's the end of the year. Let's see what we can do. He points to this event. So whoever he brings over is always live. And Inspiral is really an indication he's got the right plan.
Obviously, he, as you pointed out already, Todd, he knows this place better than most. Earlier in the week, he stood outside the 3 boxes or the 3 stables that he actually started off his training career with here. I mean, it was quite extraordinary because he's got about 200 now in Newmarket, if not more. So if he chooses a couple to bring here to Santa Anita, you know they're going to be almost ideal to do the job. Inspiral, the first one, Mostard have to come later.
And you'd have to say, watching that performance, $7 was a gift. But for Rishi and Continental Europe, there might be more gifts to come on this card with some of the biggest turf races ahead. But when we move ahead here on the Breeders' Cup Player Show, we're moving back to the main track. Race number 5 will be the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, brought to you by PNC Bank, going 7 furlongs. Good Night Olive, the winner of this race last year, back to try and win again, but it'll be a deep field headed by the competition with Society, who's up on the board at 7-2. But Goodnight Olive, last year's winner, opening up at even money.
Yeah, Goodnight Olive, 6-5. Look, she regressed a little bit maybe in her last start behind Echo Zulu, but she's been given plenty of time. Chad Brown taking the same route here to the Breeders' Cup that he took last year, running the Ballerina, give her plenty of time. She comes back today. I think she'll run a huge race here this afternoon.
Race number 4 was the start of an all-turf pick 4. But race number 5, the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, will be the start of an all-dirt pick 4. Receiving congratulations in the winner's circle here at Santa Anita, it is Inspiral, a star among stars over these 14 championship races. Let's watch this breathtaking performance once again in the Maker's Mark Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf.
As the official partner and timekeeper of the Breeders' Cup World Championships, Swiss watch brand Longines is proud to present the Longines Prize for Elegance. In keeping with the brand's motto, elegance is an attitude, the fashion contest awards the most elegant lady and gent. The official watch of the event is the Mini Dolce Vita. With its discreet profile, classic styling, and aesthetic variations that are at once timely and timeless, it is a masterpiece that exquisitely expresses in equal parts Longines quiet luxury and contemporary elegance. Qatar Racing are proud to be the official title partner of the $2 million Breeders' Cup Sprint for the third year running, reinforcing their commitment to promote the best racing in the world to new and growing audiences. On behalf of Prevagen, we'd like to thank you for choosing to make memories with us today. Used by millions, Prevagen is an over-the-counter brain health supplement that focuses on improving certain aspects of cognitive function. Improve your memory with Prevagen. FanDuel is proud to be the official wagering partner of the Breeders' Cup and sponsor of the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile, presented by the PDJF. Watch racing year-round on FanDuel TV and wager on all the races with FanDuel Racing. Make every moment more with FanDuel.
Delighted Winning Connections and this beautiful trophy to be presented by the Chief Executive of our sponsor, the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf Makers, Mark Rob Samuels, to present the trophy to Richard Thompson of Cheveley Park Stud, who is here with his 3 sons, and Chris Nanny Richardson, Managing Director, and his wife John Gosden and Rachel Hood, and of course Frankie Dettori. Rob.
As the 8th generation of the Samuels family involved with producing whiskey here in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and the grandson of the founders of Maker's Mark, and on behalf of our team at our National Historic Landmark Distillery in Kentucky, it's an honor to present the trophy in such an exciting race. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
A second Richard Thompson Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf, homebred by the Thompson family's Cheveley Park Stud. You're not quite like Rob, 8th generation, but this is very special for all the people that you love and know.
Oh, this is so special, and I want to say to my mother, who's watching the race back, well, been watching back at the in the UK, she'll be watching right now. So, Mum, this is for you. It's brilliant. What a day! And this is the pinnacle because, you know, as you say, we set out to breed these homebred fillies. Chris Richardson and the team do a fantastic job, and today she's won a 6th Group 1, and this is a true champion. She's a true champion.
You're here with your boys today, Louis, Arthur and George. Give it 20 years or so, do you think they'll be standing on this podium doing the same thing?
Well, the thing is, they've been pretty spoiled, haven't they? I mean, getting a taste of this, come to their first Breeders' Cup and win a race the way that, I mean, Frankie rode us, I mean, superbly, and that was so exciting, unbelievable finish. And for them to come out here and see this is fantastic, yeah, so who knows?
She's all right, this filly. She's been a good friend to you, hasn't she?
Yeah, I mean, champion two-year-old, champion three-year-old filly. Today, she won 3 Group 1s this year. She's temperamental, but she's very, very good, and she proved it today. You know, she can do it the other side of the world. Fantastic for everyone.
It is possible, as we honour the winner of the Maker's Mark Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf, to be both temperamental and very good. Brittany?
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the winner's circle for a special check presentation as part of Breeders' Cup's 40 Days of Giving fundraising campaign. This worthy initiative supports key thoroughbred industry charities while celebrating the 40th running of the Breeders' Cup World Championships. Presenting on behalf of Breeders' Cup is its president and CEO, Drew Fleming, joined by representatives of the charity beneficiaries and Martha Troop of Better World Records, which has made a $20,000 donation to celebrate their new hit single, Free to Roam, by artist Random Acts of Kindness. Breeders' Cup thanks the many donors who contributed to this very important charitable effort.
Garbage time. That phrase never sounded quite right, because no part of football is meaningless. So cherish every 2 minutes of the NFL, not just the ones you're warned about. Cherish the spreads to cover, overs to hit, and chances to live bet from the first down to the final whistle. So don't just watch football this season, cherish it.
Bet $5, get $150 bonus if your team wins, plus a profit boost every single day. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook.
I'm Greg, I'm 68 years old. I do motivational speaking in addition to the substitute teaching. I honestly feel that that's my calling, to give back to younger people. I think most adults will start realizing that they don't recall things as quickly as they used to, or they don't remember things as vividly as they once did. I've been taking Prevagen for about 3 years now. People say to me periodically, man, you got a memory like an elephant. It's really, really helped me tremendously.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the
Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security. He smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Maximum Security.
The $1 million PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint has featured only one repeat winner. That was Groupie Doll. And the first of her back-to-back scores came at Santa Anita in 2012 for trainer Buff Bradley. In 2008, the crowd at this famed oval saw Hall of Fame trainer Bobby Frankel get his final Breeders' Cup winner as Ventura took down the Filly and Mare Sprint. Last fall, it was Goodnight Olive storming home first under jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. It was his third Filly and Mare Sprint win, and the result made Chad Brown the only other trainer to win this race twice. This is the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint.
Joined right now by Chad Brown, who has Goodnight Olive in here, the defending champion. How would you compare Goodnight Olive to the Goodnight Olive of last year?
She seems to be running right back into form. She's coming off a really fast race at Saratoga. We gave her some time to recover from that. Her last couple of works have been as good as I've seen from her really ever. So I'm hoping she can cap off with just a brilliant career with another win.
Happy or not happy with the rail draw here?
Not happy. A lot of work for Irad to do, but that's why he's one of the greatest in the world. So hopefully she can work a trip out from there.
All right, best of luck.
Thank you.
Chad Brown already with the winner on the weekend, guys.
And welcome back to the Breeders' Cup Players Show. On our set just off the paddock, I'm Todd Trupp, now joined by Caton Bradar as well as Simon Bray. So we said coming into this Breeders' Cup, we had 4 horses that were trying to defend their titles from last year. Cody's Wish has gotten that done. Do you think we're going to see one here with Goodnight Olive?
I think we're going to see a very, very good effort from Goodnight Olive, but a lot of things have to happen that I don't think had to happen last year for her to be successful.
I would agree with that. Look, Cody's Wish, I thought, had a true legitimate chance of defending his title. Goodnight Olive has a great chance, but it's like, to your point, it's a lot tougher. The inside post, Chad just alluded to there in the interview, it's going to be tough to overcome. She was drawn post 8 last year. I do like the spacing between the ballerina, the same move that they used last year to get to the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. So, well, she's a legitimate contender and probably a legitimate favorite. I don't think it's going to be as easy as last year.
Well, and right now up on the board at even money. What about the concerns Chad Brown had about the inside post position? Are they well-founded?
I believe so. I think especially given her running style, which is sort of in between, right? She has enough speed, but at the same time, she's probably at her best when she doesn't have to rush early and can kind of gather herself, get position, and then run them down late, especially at the 7 furlong distance, which has been her sweet spot. 6 of 8 starts at the 7 furlongs have resulted in wins, but because I think Irad Ortiz has to make some real split-second decisions off the break and also other speed that could really complicate things to her outside, I think the inside post is a real detriment for her.
I mean, she's won from the inside, but against much weaker competition, much easier fields. She's got Eda to a 2 slots to her outside, who's putting the blinkers on today and going to show speed. She's going to get some pressure come over on top of her.
Society is our second choice in the wagering right now at 3-1. Here is a race lens angle put together by Christina Blacker, offspring of the sire Gunrunner, connected 35% at dirt sprint stakes and runs well off the layoff. The freshening here, Caton, is from the pink ribbon at Charlestown, which is not like this. It's a 7 furlong race, but it's 2 turns. But the race prior to that at Ellis Park was a monstrous performance, winning by 11 in the Chicago.
Well, and she beat Macharea, who she faces here again, so it was a legitimate field. But I feel like she benefited from the way Ellis Park played. It played to her strengths as a front runner. This is a very talented filly, there's no question about it. But with her speed to the outside, coming out of races against, on the whole, lesser competition than what she faces in here, I think she is going to have a real challenge. There are a couple other really fast horses inside of her that are going to complicate
Real
things.
quick, Todd, Society, to me, if she doesn't get the lead, she doesn't win. She hasn't proven she can win from off the pace.
Well, let's go into the paddock with Joaquin Jaime.
Well, trainer John Sadler has 2 Breeders' Cup wins, looks for his 3rd here with Kirsten Bosch. And one thing about your filly, John, she's so consistent, but what do you think the difference was last race to get her back into the winner's circle?
fast pace in front of her. She's a late running sprinter, so she can't really make her own running. So she needs a lively pace in front, them to come back a little bit and then let her come on late.
Last race was going 6.5. How does the 7 furlong suit her today?
Even better. 7/8 is probably her best distance. She's third in a Group 1 and it's 7. It's a good distance for her. Very tough horses today, obviously. But we're going to go in there and see what we can do.
Appreciate it, John. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Scott?
Here with Tyler Gaffleone, who's reuniting once again with Society. When she's been at her best with you, she has set the pace. Can she do that against this group today, Tyler?
I definitely believe so. She's a naturally very fast filly who got a good draw, so I'm not going to take anything away from her.
If she doesn't make the lead, is this the type of filly from your experiences that can adapt to that?
I believe so. She's very smart, like I said, she breaks so early. She can put herself wherever she wants, but we're drawn really well, so we're not really forced to do anything.
Good luck, Tyler.
Thanks so much.
So a very realistic assessment of their chances here and what he expects, what Tyler Gaffleone expects with Society. Right now, our second choice at 5-2. As far as local horses, Simon, meaning the Southern California-based horses, who would you be looking at in here?
I'd probably be looking at Ida for trainer Bob Baffert putting the blinkers on today. I mean, Bob Baffert's a big believer in, the home court advantage here. We saw how National Treasure ran a huge race in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile and probably looked a little overmatched, but he made a race of it. Ida with blinkers going on, she's going to be the quickest of those horses down to the inside out of slots 1 and 2. And, her speed could carry, the 7 furlongs. I could see her at causing an upset here at 11-1.
Waiting for a call of riders up in the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. Michelle Yu, who's looking best?
Well, Todd, I hate to give you an even money shot, but if you like Goodnight Olive, I can confirm she looks sensational in here. Her hair coat is absolutely perfect. She was glimmering under here. Her weight looks fantastic. She is all systems go, and she absolutely loves this distance. I also thought the 5 Kirsten Bosch made an excellent appearance in the paddock. She's a big daughter of Midnight Loot. She's very reminiscent of her sire when you look at her, especially for a sprinter. She's got so much leg and body to her. I thought she looked tremendous. Do want to mention the 6 Mikael, the Japanese invader here. She's going to be leading out the post parade. She's a horse that used to tend to get a little bit more worked up in the saddling enclosure. Today she is equipped with earmuffs as well as screens. Now I did talk to Kate Hunter, the Japanese translator, and she told me that Mikael will have those screens taken off at the gate. She has previously raced in them, but today they will be removed. But I love the attitude I'm seeing from her considering how worked up she has previously been.
Well, and the big question that handicappers have to answer, there's no doubt she has class. She's an earner of $2.8 million. The question is, how will she handle the dirt, talking about the 6, Mikael?
The dirt, and most likely, I would say, a little kickback based on her running style previously on other surfaces and the fact that there is some speed in this race, both inside, middle, and outside.
Yeah, I don't see her factoring. This is a second choice. Her first preference was the turf sprint. She didn't get in, so this is an afterthought. Not happening for me.
And the field emerging through the tunnel, about to get to a post parade. Once again, Scott Hazelton.
Rudy Brisset sending Yaguri into the Filly and Mare Sprint off of one of the most hard-fought wins that we have seen this year in the TCA at Keeneland. You were glowing about her last workout last weekend at Keeneland Racecourse before coming here. How has she been since then, Rudy?
She's very good, show very good energy, and I did have a hard time to gallop her myself around there, So, we have done what we need to do, and we're happy where we're at, and we see what happens.
She drew outside in the TCA. She's a little bit further outside here today. What can Ricardo Santana Jr., the jockey, do to navigate this outside post?
Well, I mean, you just have to look at the PPs. It's pretty obvious. Lot of speed on the inside. So she has some tactical too. So let her break. We're not going to take anything away, and then see what they're doing on the inside. If for any kind of reason something happened on the inside, we will be up there. If not, we will be stalking.
Good luck, Rudy.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And taking a look at You Girl last time out at Keeneland, taking the Thoroughbred Club of America in a desperate nose over Wicked Halo.
Yugiri is interesting because she may well be the fastest of the speed horses, and to the outside as she comes out of 3/4-mile races into the 7 furlongs. The question is whether she can carry her speed. Earlier in her career, it didn't seem like she was able to, but I will say she impressed me last time out.
She did, but it was a hard race. You just wonder, how much did it take out of her? I mean, she's had a month between starts, but a ship across country. It was a tough race, so hopefully she's still on the upswing.
Let's meet our field for the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. We start the post parade with last year's winner, Goodnight Olive.
Goodnight Olive is kind of coming into this race in the same way she did last year. She last raced in the Ballerina. It was a muddy racetrack, and I don't think she cared for it, but back on a fast track, she was able to win at the 7 furlong distance in the Bed of Roses.
Clearly unhinged, tried older horses last time out for the first time. Kirsten Bosch and Ida were both in that race. She split those two.
Ida was third that day, and before that, a string of wins, all against a little lesser company, with the exception of back in 2021 when she won the Starlet.
Matallera was 6 lengths behind Goodnight Olive in their last start. That was back in the Ballerina. She's got to find 6 lengths today on Goodnight Olive to be competitive here.
The 5 Kirstenbach is another locally based horse who's capable of coming up with a nice late kick. She used that to her advantage to win at 6.5 furlongs for John Sadler in the Chillingsworth, but I think she gets tested today.
We touched on Micah Yell. She's 0 for 3 this year, hasn't even hit the board, and like I said, her first preference was the turf sprint. When we get to see her in just a second, we're still looking at the 5 Kirstenbosch here, who will, as Caton mentioned,
and as we heard,
speed.
Yeah, we heard Mike Yell going to be out of order here in this post parade, sitting up on the board at 21, but still really behaving out there.
Correct? Yeah, I think that's the key here, to watch how she's handling all of this, and so far so good as she's off by herself. The 7 Society, meanwhile, is a rocking horse out on the track. She definitely looks sitting ready to go, and that's what she does. She tries to roll on the front end, but coming out of a 2-turn race at Charlestown, you wonder if she can be right there with the other front runners.
Good point. The 8-3 Witches, 25-1, some big long shots, and then the 9 Ugiri to the outside, another 24-1 shot here off the TCA effort last time we mentioned. Very hard-fought performance.
That is your post parade and the field of 9 who will contest the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. Joaquin?
Well, trainer Michael McCarthy won this race with CC back in 2021. You bring in Clearly Unhinged today. What was your takeaway from her most recent start here at Santa Anita?
I thought her last race was, thought she ran too good to get beat. Unfortunately, these things kind of happen. Drawn down inside today, plenty of pace on paper. We're going to have to go ahead and bounce away from there. In a perfect world, I'd like to see Umberto kind of ease off of him and try to work his way outside. Don't know what will happen, but that's the game plan for the time being.
You're one of the most lightly raced horses in here with only 5 career starts. Is that a big disadvantage for you, or maybe it's an advantage because we haven't seen the best of her?
Actually, I think of it what you may. She's got a fondness for this racetrack. Her only blemish here is around 2 turns. Otherwise, it's exemplary. I like the fact that she's lightly raced and getting better all the time.
Good luck, Michael.
Thanks.
So Michael McCarthy making a case for his horse, Clearly Unhinged, sitting up on the board right now at 19-1.
He makes a really good point about her performances on this track. If you draw a line through the Santa Anita Oaks, she's been right there every single time. Yep. And I actually wasn't thinking of her as necessarily the pace impact that she may be, but off of her last race and based on what we heard Michael say, I think you have to consider that she's going to be in that first flight of horses as well.
Yeah, they're going to send her out pretty quick, I would imagine, for that, because she's down on the inside.
Now getting just 6 minutes away from the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, a DRF formulator point about Monterey. The Brad Cox barn enters the Breeders' Cup in razor-sharp form, with 9 wins from 23 starters between October 26th and October 31st. Well, that certainly makes sense. The problem is I got sucked into Timberlake yesterday.
That's kind of a high return on investment as well, though, $2.82 for a barn that is typically bet down very heavily. So that indicates that some of those wins were horses that were pretty solid odds. This is my top pick in the race. I thought, despite the lack of success so far from the Cox horses today, I thought Matarea coming into this race was sitting in a very good spot. She has the ability to sit a little off the pace. She's proven at the 7 furlong distance. She actually beat Goodnight Olive, and in watching her most recent workout, serious workout at Churchill Downs before shipping here, she had a very good work, but in a very impressive gallop out. And I think when you're talking 7 furlongs, that gallop out can be key, because it's the ability, after you've been pressed, to show something more. And I think she's capable on her best day.
It's a true specialist distance, 7 furlongs, and a lot of these fillies and mares are proven at that trip. So, yeah, the fortunes for Brad Cox should turn around. Coming into the week, his horses all look tremendous in the morning.
And the Timeform U.S. Past performances you see available now with the free Timeform PPs. Revolutionary way to look at pace and pace-adjusted speed figures to get an instant look at how a horse race will be run. You can get today's card free at drf.com/free.
All right, caught up on how to handicap this race, but now we got to put it together and make some decisions. So, Kaiten, let me ask you, because we asked Simon at the top here, does Goodnight Olive defend this title?
I'm not leaving her off my ticket, but she is not my top choice. My top choice is the 4 Matarea. And this race kicks off an all-dirt pick 4, which is a really interesting proposition with this race, the Distaff, the Breeders' Cup Classic, and culminating with the Breeders' Cup Sprint. This race, I think you want coverage. I want Goodnight Olive, I want Matarea, and I'm going to use Society just in case she can shake clear of the speed and keep on going.
The problem with Goodnight Olive, Todd, right? She's one of those horses that she's even money. I mean, and I think she's a must-use. It's not an even money favorite you can just toss. And unfortunately, the price on paper, you say, well, maybe she's a little vulnerable this year, but you know, I think she can rebound. She can certainly turn it around off a subpar effort.
But it's hard to ignore the fact she beat Echo Zulu last year, and if Echo Zulu hadn't been injured, many thought she could have beat the boys in the Breeders' Cup Sprint and certainly had her way here. Let's get the opinion of Dubs Anderson.
Todd, how are we already up to race number 5? This day is just moving far too fast for me, but I think this is an interesting one on paper. I think we can chase a bit of a number here. As we can see at the FanDuel Sportsbook, FanDuel Racing, the prize pools are starting to grow pretty exponentially. And if you're looking for a price, Goodnight Olive, yes, makes sense. Far too short for me, although the form has been consistent. Society, the number 7, she's going to be up for the fight, but the question mark from that 7 spot, too much for mine. And I think that leads us to the number 3, Eater, in the home ballpark, 4 for 5 right here at Santa Anita, from 6.5 furlongs to the 7 furlongs, the distance, no concerns. And look, she doesn't know who she's running against. She knows where she is running. The class might be the concern. For the speed, absolutely, they're in bunches. And I think she could try and take this race away from some of the classier competitors. So give me Eater, the number 3, at 11-1 currently in the FanDuel Sportsbook.
Dubs Anderson showing some pari-mutuel courage and looking beyond the top 3 betting choices here in race number 5. You're hearing our opinion. Most important opinion is yours. You should be playing it right now on the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. The wagering menu on this race: win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering, and then horizontally speaking, daily double, pick 3, a regular pick 4. Don't forget the super high 5 as well, and then the all dirt pick 4, which Kaiten talked about, which is races 5, 7, 9, and 11. As Michelle Yu tipped us off, the Japanese shipper, Mike Yell, is going a little bit unorthodox compared to everyone else in the warm-up.
Yeah, and unorthodox for the United States. It's very orthodox what they do in Japan. Got special dispensation to get out the post break, go to the backside. And in Japan, they circle behind the starting stalls or starting gate for quite some time before the race. So this is customary for her. Body language looks great.
You do have to go back to 2022, last year, but when you do, she put together a series of nice races, including 2 back-to-back Group 2 races in Tokyo, and then off the layoff again. So she has the class. It's just a question of whether she takes to the surface or not.
Simon, you are putting together a 4-horse trifecta box in this 9-horse field. Tell us about it.
Yeah, 1, 2, 6, 7. There you go. any three of those four can run 1, 2, 3. I threw the Japanese horse in there.
Yeah, I like that.
More often, not on the win end, but to finish maybe third underneath.
Yeah, first time on the dirt, and as we said, has the credentials with what she's done to this point, but he's taking 2 20-to-1 shots, mixing them with the top 2 betting choices, so he could pull off, especially if he got one of those or both of those 20-to-1 shots up in there, a pretty good return. We take you high above the action to see where they go 7 furlongs here. And Simon, you can see it's as far back as they can go into the chute on the main track.
Great look down the Santa Anita backside there, the view the jockeys get. So they'll get plenty of time to sort themselves out before they make that left-hand turn.
All right, field about to move into line. There is last year's winner, Goodnight Olive, trying to follow what Cody's Wish did in dramatic fashion earlier, come back to this year's Breeders' Cup and defend the title from last year. Let's get our opinions. Who's going to win? Right now, Goodnight Olive is 4-5. Kate and Bradar, who do you like?
I like the 4, Monterey.
I'm going with Goodnight Olive. Not a great price, but she ran the best number of her life last time out. She's had time to recover, regroup. I think she can go back-to-back. It's not going to be as easy as last year, but from that inside post.
The betting public playing it as though it is a 2-horse race. The 1, Goodnight Olive, we expect to be from off the pace on the rail. Society, we expect to be out there on the lead. The 7, Society, is the second choice at 5-2. We do have one of the horses who is holding up the loading process. It appears to be Monterey. I see one of the assistant starters in the front of her starting stall. Looks like they have that worked out. The field is now loading for the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. Just like Yaguri, his last name ends with an I. It's Frank Maramati with the call.
Thank you, Todd, so much. Morning line odds maker John White with a bullseye here. Goodnight Olive, just a click under her 6-5 morning line at even money. Society right at her price of 5-2, and third choice Matarrea walking up at odds of 6-1. Here is Matarrea in the Godolphin blue taking up her position. Yugiri will complete the line. In the gate, and they're off in the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf Sprint, and Goodnight Olive comes out smoothly. Yugiri on the outside is flashing some good foot, and there goes Society in between them, and Ida with her new blinkers is showing plenty of pace. So it's Society and Ida. Ida takes the lead from Society, who's a neck back second, 2.5 to Yugiri in third, and Goodnight Olive is well spotted at the rail 4, just 3 lengths off the battle up top. Then Matarrea, who races on the inside of Michael. Down at the rail, it's clearly unhinged in the pink. 3 Witches second to last, and stretch running Kirstenbosch is at the back of the field. Ida narrowly, Society pressing in second. Goodnight Olive asked to get after the top pair now, and she's coming with a 3-wide move with less than 3/8 of a mile to go. And there goes Goodnight Olive now as she comes after Society. Goodnight Olive, though, is up to take the lead, coming to the quarter pole and traveling beautifully. Society is trying to fight with her in second. 3 lengths back, Ida in third, clearly unhinged, rallying in between horses. Yugiri on the outside, a late bid from 3 Witches. Goodnight Olive takes command inside the final 1/8 of a mile, and they cannot compete with her today. It's going to be Goodnight Olive back-to-back in the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. She won it by 3 emphatic lengths. Yugiri was second, 3 Witches third, 4th Society in a photo with Kirstenbosch.
Goodnight Olive defending her title and the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint in very similar fashion to the previous year at Keeneland. A hot pace early on that was set by Society, and then she came rolling out of the turn.
Everything kind of set up beautifully for her. She broke sharply and was part of that first group of horses, and in fact at one point had her nose in front, but Irad Ortiz able to get her to relax comfortably, to let a couple other horses do all the heavy lifting, and then when he asks her to make her move, she just eases on up there and explodes.
They're always traveling. I mean, she had 2 horses in front of her. She was sitting in the pocket. The key moment for this race was around the turn when Yugiri wasn't fast enough to keep her boxed in. Then she could just ease out to the outside in the 3 path. And then you could see, I mean, the rider had never moved. Irad Ortiz was cruising in the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint, what you look like in a turf race, turning for home. Absolutely dominated here, 198.75.
We had a camera dedicated to the trip of Goodnight Olive throughout, and really kind of flawless here. Irad Ortiz has everything he could possibly want at every stage, despite the concerns about the rail.
Look at how loose the reins are at this point, as he's able to ease her through traffic and to the outside. This is like being able to steer one-handed down the freeway through traffic. I mean, she just goes exactly where she needs. She's push button. She glides on about her business, and really a remarkable achievement for Chad Brown and his team to have her at her very best through 2 straight seasons like this.
Yeah, you see more and more. The long layoff is being more productive here into the Breeders' Cup with these North American horses. And like you said, when you go much the best, looks like a video game. You could steer these horses wherever you want.
Final time, 7 furlongs, 122.4. Goodnight Olive leads the way easily in the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. Finishing second was the 9 Yaguri. Finishing third, the 8 Three Witches. Finishing fourth, the 7 Society. So it is even money, over 25-1, over 30-1, over 2-1. Our 3 chimneys. Cheers to the breeder goes to Stone Street Thoroughbreds, who bred Goodnight Olive in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. She is a dark Bear Brown 5-year-old mare by Ghost Zapper out of the Smart Strike mare, Salty Strike. Goodnight Olive is a horse who will now put herself in Breeders' Cup history with back-to-back wins in this race. And Goodnight Olive coming back to an appreciative winner's circle here, eventually sent off at even money. And, you know, Ghost Zapper is one of those horses who still remains in Breeders' Cup lore with the fastest Breeders' Cup Classic we've ever seen. He's produced an amazing daughter here who, like him, could sprint really, really well.
You know, look at her poise after a contest like this. She doesn't look like she's taking a deep breath. She does everything so easily and seems to be enjoying the moment as much as everyone around her is as well. Certainly a nice ride for Irad Ortiz, and what a big performance in defeat from Ugiri in Rudolph Brissett's first Breeders' Cup attempt to come up second to a true champion.
Yeah, I mean, just clearly second best. That was a great effort. She was taking a big step up in class, and she handled it. And then the 8 Three Witches checked in third at 30-1 for Safi Joseph.
Waiting for the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint to go official. And another example of why the Breeders' Cup is the 2 best days of betting for horse players. Yes, Goodnight Olive wins at even money, but in behind her are 2 huge prices on horses who had great credentials in their own right. So the value in this race is going to be found in the vertical wagers, both in the exacta and the trifecta. Prices are now in for race number 5 here, the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. Goodnight Olive going to return $4.20, but check out the dollar exacta 1/9, 35.60, and the 50-cent trifecta. Again, 50 cents, 198. $236.65. Goodnight Olive, owned by First Row Partners and trained by Chad Brown, ridden to victory by Irad Ortiz Jr. Coming up next, race number 6 will take us back onto the turf. It is the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile presented by the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund, a mile over the firm turf here at Santa Anita. It will also start today's Pick 6. I think the payoff in the Pick 6 yesterday caught a number of players by surprise. It was very havable, and it paid over $80,000. And this sequence will take us beyond the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic, Caton, because we'll have 2 Breeders' Cup races after that. The Breeders' Cup Turf and the Breeders' Cup Sprint on the main track will end the Pick 6.
I think ending the sequences with those races adds a different element because, in particular, they are very difficult races to narrow down.
Should be a fantastic sequence and one of the biggest pools of the day. The $1 Pick 6 coming up next, starting in the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile. But let's look back at another championship moment at the Breeders' Cup. It's Goodnight Olive taking the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint in back-to-back years.
FanDuel is proud to be the official wagering partner of the Breeders' Cup and sponsor of the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile, presented by the PDJF. Watch racing year-round on FanDuel TV and wager on all the races with FanDuel Racing. Make every moment more with FanDuel. Jackson Family Wines wishes each of you a great day at the races. Enjoy a glass of Kendall Jackson, La Crema, or any of the award-winning wines from Jackson Family Wines while you cheer on the winners. Please drink responsibly. Good luck to all those running in the Big Ass Fans Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Big Ass Fans has been serving the equine industry for more than 2 decades to keep both horse and humans safer, healthier, and more productive. Visit bigassfans.com to learn more about how custom comfort solutions can transform your space today. As the official partner and timekeeper of the Breeders' Cup World Championships, Swiss watch brand Longines is proud to present the Longines Prize for Elegance. In keeping with the brand's motto, elegance is an attitude, the fashion contest awards the most elegant lady and gent. The official watch of the event is the Mini Dolce Vita. With its discreet profile, classic styling, and aesthetic variations that are at once timely and timeless, it is a masterpiece that exquisitely expresses, in equal parts, Longines quiet luxury and contemporary elegance.
Assembling, getting everybody together to celebrate Goodnight Olive back-to-back PNC Bank Filly and Mare Sprint victories. Yeah, come on in, everybody come on in. It's a celebration. Brett Jones, Breeders' Cup board member for the trophy presentation. Come on in, guys. This is a big group. It's a big celebration in her final race and for the trophy presentation. Brett Jones, Breeders' Cup member, to winning owner, Steve Lehman. I'm so sorry. It's heavy.
It sure is. It deserves to be heavy. Brittany, thank you so much. On behalf of PNC Bank, our wonderful partner, I am handing this to a wonderful group of owners. First row, Team Hanley. This is what it's all about, friends, making these memories, and what a legendary filly she is. Congratulations, team, and to the great Chad Brown. Chad Brown.
A big congratulations. And Steve, for a moment, if I could have you, it's a different type of pressure coming in as the defending champion. Last year, she was the favorite. She got the job done. Talk to me about the emotion coming in today.
You know, it's actually sentimental. It was sentimental not because, you know, we obviously wanted her to win. We were sentimental because it was her last start. So that was the pressure I felt. And Chad's done such a marvelous job getting her to this race. You know, it's our goal all year long to be a repeat champion. As we know, that's hard to do because Cody's Wish just did it. We know how difficult that was. So all our partnership is completely thrilled. IRAD, Chad's staff, and Barney have all done a wonderful, wonderful job. We can't thank everybody enough.
Well, now that she goes out a winner, what has this horse meant to you?
You know, I was lucky enough to own the champion day at the Spa that won here in 2014, and I said many times this will be the best horse I ever owned. She's not.
Good Night Olive has taken over on that pedestal for you. How will you celebrate? This is a wonderful team you have surrounded by you.
Oh, my partners are wonderful. We go from Montana to New York to Rhode Island, Virginia, California. There's 5 first-row partners, and we do miss Jay Hanley. Team Hanley is represented today, but we miss their lead in Jay Hanley. But we know he'll see us Tuesday in Kentucky.
And the celebrations will continue there. A big congratulations. She goes out in style. Good Night Olive, your repeat winner of the PNC Bank Filly and Mare Sprint.
Very happy to career in the Breeders' Cup. What goes into that process?
Yeah, absolutely. So this year, Breeders' Cup employed a little more enhanced veterinary screening where we started immediately after the last domestic winning year in here in the United States, and we started reviewing medical records, treatment records, racing records, training records, any kind of paper-based record we could find to do an initial preliminary review. That was done about October 10th. We had pre-entries on October 23rd, and at that point, we reviewed that same process again. We had a team of veterinarians that consisted of Breeders' Cup, CHRB, and First Veterinarians. We did that after pre-entries, and then we did it a third time after entries on October 30th. Our staff arrived here on site. We started our on-track exams on October 27th, a Friday, where we looked at every horse, every Breeders' Cup horse that came to the racetrack to train, had a rider on their back, had a jog-up exam for the veterinarians. We also started our stall side exams at that point in time where the horse was in the box, had a physical exam done of their legs and palpation, overall general physical condition, as well as an in-hand trot.
The process when it comes to scratch time for the Breeders' Cup the night before, the morning of, what's the process like?
Certainly. So we started these, like I said, we started these exams back on the 27th of October. So for horses that were here, we started that process as we had this massive load in of horses shipping out here to Santa Anita. As soon as they came on site, that process started. So for example, horses that shipped on Saturday, a lot of them got looked at on Sunday. And that process continued all the way up until race day, where these horses were being examined on the track every day, as well as in their stall and at the barn. So anytime that there's any type of abnormality noted, whether that's heat somewhere, filling somewhere, they move a little bit funny, that conversation is had with the trainer to identify our concerns. And then from there, next steps are taken, whether that's advanced diagnostics or just a conversation about the history of the horse. And then ultimately we get to a point where a decision has to be made. And so at that point, there's a team of veterinarians on, for example, on race day, we had 7 teams of veterinarians that were going through the barn area looking at every single racehorse. And those horses, if there were any questions, we had a second team of veterinarians that came in to give a second opinion for those horses.
Fair to say this is one of the most vigorous processes that we have in all of thoroughbred racing?
Absolutely. I mean, Breeders' Cup takes safety incredibly serious. We want to have the best in class protocols, and so we just do, we're trying to enhance that here today.
Well, thank you so much to you, your team, and the countless hours that have gone into this great event.
Thank you very much.
Garbage time. That phrase never sounded quite right, because no part of football is meaningless. So cherish every 2 minutes of the NFL, not just the ones you're warned about. Cherish the spreads to cover, overs to hit, and chances to live bet from the first down to the final whistle. So don't just watch football this season, cherish it.
Bet $5, get $150 bonus if your team wins, plus a profit boost every single day. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook.
A beautiful individual, extremely athletic, displayed a tremendous amount of talent with his win in the Vanderbilt, as well as a couple of his wins at Churchill Downs. Ran unbelievably fast. Very special family to me.
Just a gorgeous horse and throwing very athletic horses that I think will run.
Perfect sire for the 2-year-old sales. I plan on breeding to him next year. I think he's a great play right now.
A man, his tractor, and his family. These are the Upshaws. Though he goes by Shaw, which stands for skilled hands at work. From cutting hair and mowing grass to roasting marshmallows, he's got a grasp on what matters most. There's a story in every piece of land. Run with us on a John Deere tractor and start telling yours. John Deere is the official partner of the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
The $2 million FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile is contested for a 40th time. And in the first running in 1984, the filly Royal Heroine set a North American speed record for a mile on the turf. Last Tycoon became the first 3-year-old to win this race back in 1986 in the first Breeders' Cup at Santa Anita, and he did it at 35-to-1 odds. And in 1993 at Santa Anita, NBC handicapper Mike Battaglia said Lure could win from the parking lot, and he was right, as Lure prevailed from post 12. This is the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile.
Maj back at it again off of her Grade 1 win at Keeneland and sent out by Saeed bin Saror to take on the boys in the FanDuel Mile. How has she been making the journey here to Southern California, Saeed?
Yeah, she traveled good after when she ran at Keeneland. She feel it happy here, and she's in good form. Last piece of work was last Saturday, and she worked really well. This time she ran with the Colts, but we drove her in mile. Last time 9 furlongs, but the filly, she's doing good. The draw was even also better for her, sweeter. Then we're looking for just good luck.
She appeared to be keen off the layoff in the early stages of the race at Keeneland. Do you expect her to be as keen today in the early stages?
Well, the filly always, she liked to be in front. She liked to be handy. The last time she was keen, but because the first race for her since May. Oshin, who knows her well, I mean, the base go good as she's in front. I'll be happy with this.
How happy are you personally to be back at the Breeders' Cup, Saeed?
Well, it'd be great. You know, the last time I was here, I had a winner, a Breeders' Cup. And now with Moj, I hope she run well and she will win the race.
We wish you the best.
Thank you, sir.
Charlie Appleby, Saddles Masters of the Sea, coming up next. Charlie, quite a wide draw out of that. Would that concern you too much? How do you want him to be ridden?
The draw around here, yeah, it's not the ideal draw by any stretch of imagination. But look, he's a horse that's he's not a hold-up horse, but he does take a bit of cover, and so therefore it just depends on what the pace angle is going to be like. We always hope when you're drawn out there's going to be a strong pace. So if the pace is strong enough, and William will have to just put his brave man boots on and ride his luck round there. But he's in great order. We know the conditions are out there to suit him. It's just going to need a lot of lady luck round there.
Yeah, and the prep that you've given him has been pretty much ideal, spot on it, as you have done with a lot of your horses coming into this weekend.
Yeah, for sure. Like I say, we're delighted with the prep, just because done with a draw. But there we are, nothing we can do about that. So he's in good order, and even drawn as wide as he is, I still think he'll run a big race.
Well, the best of luck, Charlie. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks ever so much.
Here with DRF correspondent Marcus Hurst to talk about the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile. I know you pay close attention to the international competition as much as any journalist in North America. What do you make of this international cast, and does the U.S. have a chance to get one on the board on the turf?
What about Canada? Can we talk about Canada? Charles Spite? Yeah, I'd say it's a kind of average group of Europeans, but as we've seen so far in the first 2 days, Europeans are going to dominate the grass races. I'm not sure that they're quite as dominant here. There could be an American winner, but I would call them a group with several solid chances.
Who of the Americans are you looking towards?
I don't remember, Scott. You asked me all this crazy stuff. I don't even have my racing form out. Well, my top pick in the race was Charles Spite, which is the aforementioned Canadian who has run in America. I've heard a lot of people talking about him today. He's 30-to-1 on the line. I suspect he's going to get bet down a little bit. You know, he's run his 2 best races in America have been at Keeneland, but if you go back to his race in Dubai, he had one of the best performances in American horses ever, or North American horses ever turned in Dubai on turf, in the Dubai turf this past year, finishing. I mean, if he runs that race, he's going to be very formidable. And it's not just Europe, it's not just Canada, it's not just America, it's Japan with the excellent Mayor Songline, Japan's best miler, I would say.
It is a great field, and we appreciate the time, Marcus.
You bet.
Insightful interviews as we get set for the FanDuel Mile on the turf course. Welcome back to the Players Show. Christina Blacker, Rishi Prasad, and Simon Bray with you. Let's pick up right where they left off in that interview, Simon, with Songline, who is our current favorite at 3-to-1. Japan looking to get on the board here at Santa Anita. Is she their best chance?
I think she's their best chance. I do. I mean, we know how good she is with the form line with Casa Creed. They faced each other in the Saudi Sprint a couple of years ago, and they came very close. Casa Creed, I think, has a chance in this race, a big chance in this race, if she fits. She's a 2-time winner of the Yasuda Kinnan Rishi, which is Japan's best mile race, and that's against the boys as well. She's won the Victoria Mile against the fillies, so hands down, she's the best chance.
Yeah, and she was probably a little bit unlucky on her last run in the Manichi Okan, who
a race where she probably just got a little bit boxed in, but she finished off with her usual turn of foot. And that would be, if you fancy anything else in the race, you'd be worried about her getting clear sailing and utilizing that potent turn of foot.
That's just it with her, isn't it? That big lift that she has late. She can fly for home. There's a look at the 10 Songline. She is 7-2 as the favorite right now. 2 starts back, she was a winner in the Usitakinen over at Tokyo. That was all the way back in June, so she had time between that start and then Manichi Okan that you just mentioned. But here she is going to come home a winner, and this is where we see that turn of foot, Rishi.
Yeah, sorry, Rishi, horses in Japan, they don't really race in the summer, the major racehorses. That's why she's having a break coming into this race.
Yeah, we used to, for a long time, hope that they'd come over and contest some of the races in Europe, but they take their pause. I mean, we were hoping that Equinox would come over to Europe, but they do take a little bit of a break after that spell in the summer, and then they come back for the autumn races, the Tenno Show, the Japan Cup, etc. But Songline, as you rightly point out, Christina, she has dominated in Japan over a mile. She's shown good ability over 7 furlongs as well. She's versatile, she's got speed, she's rateable. Very few holes to pick in her.
Let's hear from another set of connections from one of our runners here with Joaquin Jaime.
The FanDuel Mile presented by the PDJF is coming up next here with Lee Einseidler and Amy. And Lee, one of the biggest supporters of the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund. You have Casa Creed in here, a horse that is making his 4th straight Breeders' Cup appearance. What has the ride been like with Casa Creed the last 4 seasons?
You know, Joaquin, it's been unbelievable. I mean, he's taken us around the world. He's run in 6 straight years. He's 4-time a Grade 1 winner. This year won his 2nd back-to-back 4-star Dave. Took us halfway around the world twice, and to participate in 4 straight Breeders' Cups is really, really special. When you buy a horse, you can never imagine that that could happen. We're truly grateful and we're truly blessed.
He's held his own, too, through 33 lifetime starts. There's some tough Europeans in here. How does he defeat these Europeans today?
Well, I think he's got to save some ground, get a good trip. When they come to the far turn, that's where Luis Saez comes in. He'll make a decision to go inside or outside, and he's got a great late kick, as you know, and I think as long as we get a clean trip, he's got as good a chance as any.
Thank you for the time, Lee. Good luck to you and the team.
Thank you so much.
A reminder that you can play the Breeders' Cup Pick'em free for 1 shot at $1 million in cash. Just pick the correct order of finish for the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile. Easy as that. Plus, compete against other fans for a share of $20,000 in total prizes. The more picks you get right, the more you could win. Play for free at FanDuel.com or on the FanDuel app. The FanDuel Mile Pick'em game. Someone who certainly can pick 'em, and for the pick of the paddock is Andy Biancone.
Christina, I'm going to start off my picks with a super long shot. This horse is not my top pick, but I have to include him for a price. That is the number 7, Master of Foxhouse. Getting a cut back in distance, has been forwardly placed in his last few starts. I have never seen this horse look as good as he has today. I've seen him at Del Mar multiple times, Santa Anita. This is the best this horse has looked. He is on his toes. He's very fit. The little break he had did him well, and he's got a nice run under his belt coming into this race. So I'd say he's worth the bet across the board at 60-1, but in terms of my top selections, the number 10 Songline. Wow, just wow. My jaw's on the floor. She's a 5-year-old mare, obviously multiple Grade 1 winner, but physically stands up against the male horses in this group. She's just towering over everybody, completely unfazed by everything that's been going on, and has been training like a beast in the mornings over the dirt, over the turf. She's looking so happy and so well. She will be my top selection, as well as the number 14, Master of the Seas. Master of the Seas being so well traveled, obviously getting the victory in the Woodbine Mile, going on to Keeneland, finishing 2nd, just missed in the Turf Mile, and he looks as good today as the last time I saw him at Keeneland. He's on his toes, walking around the paddock very confidently, guys.
Andy, thank you very much. 4-1 plus 400 on Master of the Seas. Rishi, one thing that was touched on in the interview is the outside post for this horse. How much of a concern is it today?
Enough of a concern, Christina. I spoke to Charlie Appleby earlier in the week, and I pointed out, obviously, that Modern Games had won this race for him in the past, and I said, if Modern Games had had the same post, how would you be as worried? And he said, if Modern Games was drawn in anywhere from 1 to 14, it wouldn't matter to him. Ideally, for a horse like Master of the Seas, you'd want a more favourable draw because he's not as good as Modern Games. It's simple as that. You want all your ducks in a row. You want everything in place for Master of the Seas to win this race, and that's enough of a concern to suggest that he's got too big and
he's got practice, though. His last 2 starts here in North America, he's drawn the inside post number 1. But I agree with the running style. I mean, it's obvious what they're going to do. They're going to, you know, outside post today, inside post last time. They're just going to break and drop down to the rail. That's all they're going to do. Just break and drop to the rail.
Let's go to Joaquin.
Well, 4 females line up in the FanDuel Mile this year, and owner Peter Brent has one of them with the 2-horse Ingino Romantica, who's looking for back-to-back wins. What was the appeal to putting your filly in this race today?
Well, I think Chad thought she was suited for the mile, and she just ran a very big race, a little, you know, only about 4 weeks ago. So we're enthusiastic about being here, and she deserved a spot. And it's a very tough race.
And she's been pretty lightly raced this year. She only has 3 runs. How have you seen your filly progress through those 3 runs this season?
She's here. that's progression enough. I mean, she's really a good filly, and she beat an Italian the last time they ran against each other, and she's tough to beat at a mile in Italian. So we're glad that she's here. But these are the toughest milers in the world, I think.
Thank you for the time. Good luck to you.
My pleasure. Thanks.
They really have found her sweet spot, Gina Romantica, at the flat mile distance. Post parade, it begins, Simon, with Cheryl Spite.
Cheryl Spite. Look, we heard from Marcus Hirsch. I know Rishi and we think this is a massive live long shot here at 23-1.
Yeah, I like Cheryl Spite to run well. I also respect the chances of Gina Romantica. You heard about that run last time out where beating Stable Companion in Italian. She's very talented.
Casa Creed ends up here. I think, you know, the turf sprint would have been ideal for him, but the 5 furlongs is just too short, so they elected to come here. He's got a great chance.
There's Win Carnelian, who's a pretty smart horse in Japan, but he has finished behind the likes of Songline a few times, and that's enough to suggest that might struggle today.
Lucky Score comes in from Canada. The best effort was probably the 3rd place finish behind Master of the Season, Cheryl Spite in the Woodbine Mile.
And up next is the chance for Godolphin of Morges. Said Bin Saror, the trainer this time. Said, of course, hasn't had a Breeders' Cup winner since 2009, but he's got a chance here with this filly who won the 1,000 guineas back in May. I think she didn't quite get the credit she deserved on that occasion.
Doesn't look as fresh today, Rishi, in the post. I was at Keelan.
Good sign.
Yeah, very good sign. She was on her toes, a little aggressive. That race took the edge off her, which is a good thing. Master of Foxhounds, the 7. Here's the 8 du jour. Trainer Bob Baffert. Bob Baffert winning the Breeders' Cup Turf Mile. Could you, I mean, do you say that in the same sentence? Those
here's Astronomer.
We'll know in 9 minutes.
Yeah. Astronomer Ryan Moore riding in the colours of Michael Tabor, an all-known form, Something to Find. I really like this horse and respect her chances, Simon.
The 10 Songline looking very, very well on the warm-up there. As most Japanese runners do, they'll break away from the post braid and go to the backside away from the crown.
Here's a really talented filly, another 3-year-old filly, Kalina. She had a good start to the season, then a little lull during the mid-season, but she came back strong and she beat Kinross, who ran a fine race here behind Modern Games last year.
It's 3rd, right? Just only beaten half a length or something. Yeah, the 12 Exalted is out, so that takes us to the 13 More Than Looks, who's been working extremely well. I think this is another horse that can be used in exotics underneath at 17-1 for Sherry DeVoe. Will come running late.
And finally, Master of the Seas, very good 3-year-old, finished 2nd in the Guineas behind Poetic Flair, missed most of 2022, but has come back and shown that he's still capable of some top-class form this season.
He's 4-1, Christina, and I go back to Cheryl Spite. They come out of the same race. Cheryl Spite 23-1, Master of the Seas 4-1. They were 3 lengths apart, but I think there's more improvement in Cheryl Spite today, so I think that's a great price on Cheryl Spite.
Cheers to the breeder of all of the prospective runners and winners here this afternoon of the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile. And again, we wish our congratulations to everyone listed on here, as you have bred one of the best turf milers that we have in the world. Here they are to compete and hopefully go home with some hardware in the Breeders' Cup Mile. Let's get back to Cheryl Spite, though. Charles Fipke, this is a homebred for him. And Simon, this is what the Breeders' Cup is all about, right? A son of Speightstown, a Breeders' Cup winner, out of Perfect Cheryl, a Breeders' Cup winner. He might have been destined to be here and to be competing on this stage.
Well, he was nearly a winner last year. He nearly pulled it off over Modern Games at 55-1. Why not come back a year later? We talked to Roger Atfield on Breakfast of the Breeders' Cup, and he said the thing that was really been the hindrance to his season was the trip to Tokyo. It set him back, lost a lot of weight, and they had to give him time off, and he ate too much when he was on the farm, and it's taken a while to get him back to fitness. Third start in the form cycle today could make a difference.
Here's Gina Romantica up next. She really needs pace to run at, and that's why Chad Brown has really kept her in the mile distance races. Do we get that pace today, Rish? Does she get the early fractions that she wants to see up front?
I would imagine you will get that pace today. There are enough horses that like to get on with it. I think there are a couple of horses that are desperate for cover, are desperate to drop in and behind. Master of the Seas, is going to do that. Songline's going to do that. I'm expecting Morge to be handy. I'm expecting Oisin Murphy to take control of the early part of the race, at least sit on the girths of the leaders.
We're going to get another look at the 14 at Master of the Seas in just a second. He will most likely drop back. You'd want to, especially from that outside post, so you don't lose too much ground going into the first turn. Let's talk a little bit more about Maj, though. I think we haven't given her enough attention. She's the 6th horse in here. She is 5-1. A quick look at that formulator fact at the bottom of your screen with regard to Master of the Seas as well. But in terms of Maj, so she was so keyed up in advance of the QE2 at Keeneland. She was on the lead. She was really full of herself that day. Simon, what does she do today, pace-wise? Where do you think she sits in against this group?
Oh, she'll be right up there again today, I think. That's her best asset. I mean, when we're talking about horses like Charles Spite coming from off the pace, master of, the 14 horse, Master of the Seas to the outside, a deep closer, that's the edge she has, tactical speed. She's going to be 6 to 9 lengths in front of those competitors, and she can turn for home. She's like a brother to me. She is built for North American racing. At this point, a month ago at Keeneland, with about 5 minutes to post, she was on her toes, hobby horsing around. She was starting to get very warm, even though it was a cool day at Keeneland. I like her body language today, much, much better. She's got the hood on. They'll remove that as she goes into the starting gate. I think she's sitting on a huge one. She's built for American racing.
She really is. The other important point about her, Christina, is that you look back at some of her runs earlier in the season, and I'm talking about going back to Meydan. First time up, she scrambled home to beat Dream of Love, but then after that occasion, it was pretty soft ground, unusually for Meydan. One of her smartest performances visually came when she went and won her next start, where she absolutely bolted up, beating a horse called Fairy Cross. But it was really quick ground, going left-handed around the bend. She moved beautifully through the race. And after that, of course, she went to Newmarket and she won the Guineas. Now, the horse that finished second that day, Tahira, is out of the very top draw. And because her trainer had suggested, that Tahira's trainer, that she was going to need the run, I think a lot of people got a little bit carried away that Tahira was the horse to take out of the race and didn't give Morge enough credit. Morge has had one or two little issues that kept her off the track since then, but Said Bin Suroor has always been keen to come to the Breeders' Cup with her, so I didn't mind the long gap between races. And then she turned up and she was obviously fresh after that long break between May and October, and I wasn't surprised that she ran as keen as she did, but as Simon said, that freshen looks to have gone out of her. Fingers crossed she settles. If she does, I think she takes the beating.
And it's taken the journey in 2 parts for her as well, too, which is an added advantage for against her European contemporaries, right?
Yeah, I mean, the thing it's exactly right. The thing I would, I liked Lindy, and the filly and mare turf is a little bit of a price on it. She didn't really run a race, and that's who Morge ran down. I mean, it's hard to compare those two types of races, but I think her tactical speed is going to be very, very key here. And Tahira, I mean, she's a top-class filly, right?
If Tahira was in this race, she'd be the outright favorite.
Yep.
Back over to have a look at the 10, Songline, who continues to be our favorite at 5-2 in here. You know her lifetime record. She's 7 for 16 lifetime. The Japanese runners got their first 2 Breeders' Cups 2 years ago. Back in 2021, they look to win the mile for the first time today, and Songline up there as the choice at 5-2. Simon, let's talk about Casa Creed, about the 3. He's 5-1. He's been well supported in the wagering throughout here. He is 7 years old. As we heard in the interview, he's making his 4th appearance at the Breeders' Cup. Is he better than he has ever been, or has he faced a group in New York that maybe isn't as difficult or as challenging as some of the seasons past, where he was maybe finishing 2nd and 3rd coming into the Breeders' Cup?
I think a combination of both. He's beaten Annapolis the last couple of times. Annapolis has beaten him fairly, convincingly prior to that. I think he's got better, and I like the fact his efforts coming into this race are two-turn miles, because you know, there was a thought that he would be, you know, just a one-turn horse, a better sprinter. They were thinking about 6.5 furlongs here on the turf course at Santa Anita, and then Breeders' Cup announced it was going to be 5 furlongs. That wasn't just going to happen for him, so he ended up here. I think he's sitting on a very big race today. I think, to your point, he is getting a little better with age, and he just needs a clean trip. He'll come running late.
Casa Creed 5-1 in the wagering right now for the Hall of Famer Bill Mott, who has already gone home with 2 Breeders' Cups in this first day and a half of championship racing. We'll see if he adds another one to it today.
I think, like from a workout standpoint and looking at the horses in the morning for the last 10 days, it looked like trainer Bill Mott was going to have a multiple win Breeders' Cup, and there's still more to come. Even I know Warlike Goddess is way overmatched on form, but I think she'll run a huge race later on in the Breeders' Cup turf, and I think this horse will run well as well.
Why is that, do you think? Because I would agree, his horses stood out amongst the best looking horses in the world. Nobody coming here isn't a good looking individual and a horse that deserves to be here. So why was it that the Mott horses, above all, were recognizable even to the layman's eye?
There's been a change in tactics, and talk to Bill, he alluded to it. You know, when I came to the Breeders' Cup and worked for him as an assistant trainer, these horses had a race a month out, and then they were told to go and work 59, 47 and change 3 or 4 days before the race, something that Bill Mott would never do. But he goes, when we came here to the Breeders' Cup, you know, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. And that's a style he adapted. It was very successful, you know, for many, many years. And he said over the years, it's kind of gone the other way, where now he's bringing horses that haven't run since Saratoga. Look at Goodnight Olive. She hadn't run since the Ballerina. Casa Creed, by, you know, design has been told to sit on the sidelines until the Breeders' Cup. So I just think there's been a change in training tactics.
We heard similar from John Gosden, right? We already saw Inspiral be successful. He still could have another one today.
Yeah, Mostert after him later on in the Breeders' Cup turf. You've got to be selective about who you bring for these races. You've got to know the format.
Simon, what are we seeing here before we throw it upstairs with the blanket?
Oh, that's the blanket on the in the starting gate there. You'll see this quite often from many runners internationally, just to keep them a little more comfortable. There's 2 ledges in the starting gate there, and it can kind of tickle the horses, for want of a better word, and make them feel a little uncomfortable. That just alleviates that. It's kind of like a baby in a swaddle blanket. Yeah.
I like the word tickle.
It's time for the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile, presented by the PDJF. Here is Frank Maramati.
Thank you, Christina. Loading process continues with Lucky Score. Songline, the mare goes in for Japan. Here's Kalina. Win Carnelian. Just a couple more to go in now. More Than Looks. And here's Master of the Seas, walking in at odds of 7-2. They're in the gate. They're off in the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile, presented by PDJF. And Win Carnelian, very quick away, sprints clear of about 1.5 lengths. Maj is in second, Astronomer comes away in third, Casa Creed fourth. They are followed by Songline, who's 4 wide into the first turn. Sherrill Spite is down at the rail, inside Gina Romantica. Lucky Score is just behind that pair, De Jour about 12 lengths off the pace. Then comes Kalina, racing outside Master of Foxhounds, who's toward the back of the field, a length in front of Master of the Seas, and More Than Looks is about 20 lengths off the pace. Down the back stretch, it's a lively one. Win Carnelian leading the way, 3/4 of a length, tracked by Astronomer in second, and Ma traveling kindly in third, just 2.5 or 3 off the lead. A gap of 4. Casa Creed racing on the outside of Sherrill Spite with less than a half mile to go. Songline is racing in the next flight, moving into the far turn. Gina Romantica, De Jour is next, followed by Lucky Score, Kalina, Master of Foxhounds. Then it's Master of the Seas, second to last, starting to move up a touch. And at the back is still More Than Looks. They're coming to the quarter pole behind Win Carnelian, who's been there every step of the way. Songline is launching about a 5-wide bid. Astronomer in between horses. Casa Creed is starting to kick in. And Sherrill Spite, as Maj has stormed to the front with a furlong left to go. It's Maj in front, Casa Creed chasing with determination. And Master of the Seas is absolutely flying down the center of the course. Maj, Master of the Seas, Master of the Seas! And Maj in a dramatic photo finish in the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile presented by PDJF.
This is the closest photo we have seen this weekend for the Breeders' Cup. Take a look one more time. Godolphin, their two runners on the line together. Maj for Saeed bin Saror, the filly along the inside, and a flying finish from Charlie Appleby's Master of the Seas, Rishi.
Oh, this is so close. If Master of the Seas has got there, what a magnificent effort. Wow.
I mean, that is so close. It looked like live the advantage was to the outside. This is the low-level look. Obviously, the camera is a little bit of an angle here.
One more look. Shutter cam sometimes will help us sort out these photos as close as they are. I mean, they're in stride as well. Both jockeys pushing, both reaching on the line. I think we're going to have to wait for the placing judges on this one.
I mean, what a great race from both. Contrasting running styles from the same ownership group. You've got a horse that comes from way downtown, way off the pace, post 14. Marge, who I thought behaved perfectly. She settled nicely in behind the speed and just a perfect trip.
Win, lose or draw, no excuses for Morge. If Master of the Seas hasn't got there, then you'll say, well, with a better draw, what would he have done? Obviously, Godolphin would be over the moon with the result, one way or another. There is a little bit of sentiment that's saying you kind of hope that Morge has held on for Saeed bin Saror more than anything else, because, of course, Charlie Appleby's had a lot of success here at the Breeders' Cup in the last few years, not so Saeed. Morge, I thought, was just going to hold on, but with every stride, William Buick is closing.
Yeah, certainly, and drops their head right on the wire. I mean, do we see a repeat of High Chaparral? The Dead Heat and Johar?
You can hear the gasps from the crowd on hand here every time they slow this replay down and hit the wire. And they have just posted it. Master of the Seas gets his nose down in time for William Buick, Charlie Appleby.
Incredible. I must admit, I thought that the draw would do, the stall position, but this horse, I have to hand it to Charlie Appleby. We'll all have to hand it to Charlie Appleby. He was a very good 3-year-old. He finished second in our Classic, the 2,000 guineas behind Poetic Flair. He was only beaten at Nostril on that occasion. And then he came back. He ran some good races after that, but then he had a long spell off the track in 2022. He had one run at Newmarket, and then he had a long break. Things weren't quite right, and Charlie Appleby has brought him back this season. And the other thing about Charlie Appleby, Christina, and both you and Simon will know about this, his domestic success in the UK has been below par by his own high standards, but he's finishing off the season in great style. He won a Group 1 with Ancient Wisdom, a 2-year-old Group 1 race, and he's come back here. Obviously, North America he's done well, and this horse, brilliantly trained by Charlie Appleby, has kept the title at home for Charlie.
Simon, he had pace to run at by virtue of that post position, ended up really far back and having to go very wide today.
Well, that's what you get. I mean, I think for a horse like this, to be honest with you, I don't think post position really matters because he comes from so far back. You know, if you're in the one hole, they're going to come on top of you. You're in post 14, you just come out of the gate, make a left-hand turn, and you can see Bill Buick here turning for home. He's only got a couple of horses beat. He spins out as late as he can, so he doesn't lose much ground around the turn. Now it's a question, who has the best closing kick, the best turn of foot? And you can see this overhead shot shows it clearly. Morge down on the rail. She had the lead at the top of the stretch. Master of the Seas was always about 8-9 lengths behind, and the length of the stretch made up those 9 lengths.
One more look at Master of the Seas as he makes his way back to the winner's circle today. A homebred for Godolphin, the son of Dubawi out of the Danehill mare Firth of Lorne, connects in the Breeders' Cup this year. And this is after a fantastic season. He's been here for a couple of races. The winner of the Grade 1 Woodbine Mile, second by just a nose after a beautiful trip in the Turf Mile last out at Keeneland. Bear in mind, Up to the Mark was the winner that day. We'll see him a little bit later on this afternoon in the turf. Master of the Seas, now a Breeders' Cup winner. Simon, here are the prices.
Congratulations, Master of the Seas. Godolphin, yeah, Brett, the top 2 finishes. Feel sorry for Saeed bin Saror. That's a tough way to go down by literally 2 inches. And then Bill Mott, again, we're talking about his horses running well. Casa Creek came there with a big threat mid-stretch, just was beaten by better horses today. 14, 6, 3, 210. The official order of finish there for the top 5.
I know we're talking about Godolphin and some of the best, brood mares and stallions and breeding program in the world, but for this mare, Modern Ideals, to have thrown Modern Games, a 2-time Breeders' Cup winner, and now this filly so close. I mean, she ran a winning race. It's just a remarkable achievement.
She has been a wonderful mare for the team. Other horses she's trained have also won. Oh, sorry, she's produced have also won in the Godolphin colours, Modern News, etc. But yeah, absolutely wonderful. Simon talking about it's a heart wrench for Saeed bin Surat. The only thing you'd say about that, Saeed would be. He would be noble enough to accept it from Charlie, because they do get on really well. And I tell you, Charlie will be heartbroken for Saeed as well.
Right. I mean, team effort, right?
Yeah.
Congratulations, Team Godolphin, on a thrilling edition of the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile and a 1-2 finish. Master of the Seas, your winner, Maj, second. Casa Creed at 7 years old, third in this race. He continues to represent himself well. He is tough as nails.
Might see him back next year. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Lots of happy people in the winner's circle out here with Master of the Seas as he has his photo taken. William Buick with a bit of a salute out there, and Charlie Appleby. Congratulations to him as he continues his success here at the Breeders' Cup. 31 minutes until our next race on the program. We'll keep it with this winner's circle celebration for just a second here. Let's circle back and take a look one more time at the replay of the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile.
Maker's Mark wishes you luck today and invites you to try a Gold Rush made with Maker's Mark bourbon and a local California honey. At Maker's Mark, we make our bourbon carefully. Please enjoy it that way. As the official partner and timekeeper of the Breeders' Cup World Championships, Longines is proud to time the much-anticipated Longines Distaff race. The Swiss watchmaker is looking forward to highlighting the official watch of the event, the Mini Dolce Vita. With its discreet profile, classic styling, and aesthetic variations that are at once timely and timeless, it is a masterpiece that exquisitely expresses, in equal parts, Longines quiet luxury and contemporary elegance. It takes hard work, experience, and commitment to get here. These are the qualities that define champions, and the qualities that define John Deere. John Deere has been an enduring supporter of the equine industry and is proud to be the official equipment supplier of the Breeders' Cup World Championship. All Breeders' Cup horse breeders and owners are qualified to receive discounts on select equipment, including lawn and garden tractors, compact utility tractors, Gator utility vehicles, commercial mowing equipment, and much more. For details on the exclusive equine member discounts provided on John Deere equipment, talk to your local dealer or call 866-678-4289. Jackson Family Wines wishes each of you a great day at the races. Enjoy a glass of Kendall Jackson, La Crema, or any of the award-winning wines from Jackson Family Wines while you cheer on the winners. Please drink responsibly.
Cup Mile for Charlie Appleby, William Buick. Hugh Anderson, Managing Director for Godolphin, is alongside me. The presentation party led by Breeders' Cup Ambassador Avery Johnson, who's here with his wife Cassandra. Armando Rivera, representative of the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund, in whose honor this race is run, and supported by FanDuel, whose star anchor Michael Joyce is alongside to present the trophy.
Very loose use of the word star, but thank you very much.
I know.
But on behalf of FanDuel, thank you everyone for coming today. And on behalf of the PDJF, we want to thank the Breeders' Cup. We want to thank FanDuel for raising awareness for the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund. And my friend Armando here, one of our 60 recipients, his injury date 1978, showing you what a full life these riders can lead after injury, and don't challenge him to a race. He's got about 4 dozen marathons under his belt, and he challenged me to one in February. But to Godolphin, Charlie Appleby, William Buick, the more things change, the more they stay the same here in the mile. Congratulations on a brilliant Breeders' Cup Mile.
All right, I'll let you do the honors if you could, Avery. Thank you very much. Hugh Anderson, here you are again. As the guys have been saying, it's not been completely plain sailing this year, but to end it on a high like this, how important is it for you?
Yeah, absolutely. The last 6 weeks or so have been fabulous. Huge credit to Charlie and William, and commiserations to Saeed. For me personally, seeing those two fighting it out at the end is an amazing experience. They're both great horses, and huge credit to the team, and to, of course, Sheikh Mohammed back in Dubai.
Who are you cheering for, Hugh?
Well, I've got to admit that Charlie had given me every reason to be very pessimistic because of the draw, and I wasn't really paying attention to Master of the Seas, and I thought Morge was going to do it. But I'm delighted, of course, for that result, and thank you to Santa Anita and the Breeders' Cup.
A wonderfully diplomatic answer. Congratulations. Well done, Will. Well done to Charlie. Master of the Seas is Master of Santa Anita. Ahmed.
Garbage time. That phrase never sounded quite right, because no part of football is meaningless. So cherish every 2 minutes of the NFL, not just the ones you're warned about. Cherish the spreads to cover, overs to hit, and chances to live bet from the first down to the final whistle. So don't just watch football this season, cherish it.
Bet $5, get $150 bonus if your team wins, plus a profit boost every single day. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire, with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
40 years ago, we were founded for thoroughbred racing. For 40 years, we've set the stage for the world to come and race. We've dedicated our lives to our sport, to witness the unforgettable, to reach the mountaintop, to win a championship that defines a legacy. Our love, our dedication, our passion, it runs deep.
The $2 million Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff provided the most scintillating stretch run last year when Malathat got her nose down first in a 3-horse photo. But the stretch duel of all stretch duels occurred in the 2016 Distaff at Santa Anita, when Beholder won the head bob over Songbird. This year marks the 40th running of the Distaff and a supremely dominant performance by Princess Rooney in 1984. And 2 years later, here at Santa Anita, Lady Secret, a daughter of the legendary Secretariat, wrapped up Horse of the Year honors when she won this race. This is the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff.
Steve Asmussen sends out Clairiere in here. Steve, Clairiere will draw a line through that last race, and her body of work is nearly as good as it was last year.
Oh,
2 grade ones this year, obviously. She's a tremendous filly. Just extremely thankful to Barbara and Stone Street. Let us have another shot at it. Beaten about 3/4 of a length 2 years ago, about a head last year. Hopefully this is her year.
Third time could be a charm. Are you happy with the preparations that you've seen from her here at Santa Anita?
You're always happy with Clariere. I mean, she's an extremely special filly, all class. We're just extremely fortunate to be involved with her.
And happy with the speed that's going to be lining up in front of you?
Right, Joel knows the filly. Just give your best effort, and that's what we're here for.
Appreciate the time. Best of luck.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Chad Brown with 2 in the distaff. Let's start with the 6-horse search results off the Locust Grove win at Churchill Downs about 2 months ago. How's she been?
She's been super. I'm hoping it sets up for her. She was wire to wire in that race, but there's plenty of speed in here. So hopefully she'll sit a nice stalking trip, and that'll take her to get to mile and 1/8.
Is the 8 randomized going to be part of that speed, your other runner?
Seems like her best running's on the front. If she breaks clean and she can make the lead comfortable, I'd love to see her there. If somebody's just absolutely dead set on doing it, then we'll find out if she can rate close. So we'll see. Leave it up to Jose on that one.
Good luck, Chad.
Thanks for having me.
And welcome back to the Breeders' Cup Players set just off the paddock here, waiting for the field in the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff. I'm Todd Schrupp, very pleased to be joined by Christina Blacker and Kaiten Bradar. I want to start with Steve Asmussen and his comments about Clariere. I mean, you know, she hasn't missed a race, and just if there was a grade 1 race in the distaff division, she was there this year. She got the grade 1 Ogden Phipps, she got the Apple Blossom, but she doesn't always get the pace scenario she wants. Today she gets it. To me, amongst the favorites, she's the biggest one.
Well, she definitely gets a favorable situation as far as the amount of speed that's in here to set up for her late kick. The question becomes the time since her last race and what happened in her last race, Todd. And though she had a legitimate excuse in the personal ensign on a sloppy racetrack, it was an atypical performance for her. She could easily regroup and run an A race today, but the question is, with 5-year-old mares, any fillies and mares at a certain point, are they able to get back to their best form and continue on, or are they kind of getting ready to move on to their next career?
I actually like the layoff for her today, because if you look back at last year in this race, in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, now remember how thrilling that finish was. We had 3 noses on the wire, Malathot, Blue Stripe, Clariere. Clariere was 3rd by a head. She took the same pattern last year, running in the personal ensign, the Chuvie prior to that, the layoff, and into the Breeders' Cup. And if you follow her speed figures or her numbers, no matter what figures you're looking at, she ran one of her best races in that Breeders' Cup off this exact same layoff. I'm not really worried about the break for her here today. And I think in the personal ensign, in addition to the sloppy track, the Chuvie caught up with her. She chased Nest all the way around that racetrack at Saratoga on July 23rd. And I think we saw what it took out of her to run so hard in the Chuvie.
We arguably saw what it might have cost Nest going
Correct.
forward, because she was probably at her very best and then unable to come back to that level either. So I agree with you about the layoff, and I just think there are questions, but I think she could. If she runs her A game, she's sitting in a very, very good position. I don't think you can leave her out of any conversations, especially not when you look at the pick 5, which begins with this race and carries through the turf, the classic, the turf sprint, and the sprint. I'm going deep. I feel this is a contentious and quality group of fillies and mares that you have to try to cover all the bases. So I'm using the 4 Idiomatic, the 5 Adair Manor, the 6 Search Results, who is my top pick here, the 8 Randomized, I think the most likely pace setter personally with Adair Manor, and then the 9 Clariere to get that perfect setup. Then it doesn't get any easier. I thought the turf was wide open, so covering the usual suspects in there, most of the Europeans, and anything else up to the mark, Todd, you'll feel better, I am including in there too. The 9th is the classic.
Is he your day maker today?
I have to tell you, Rishi Prasad won't let up on me, because I keep making a case for America, and America keeps letting me down. But after that performance that we just saw in the mile, it helps out up to the mark. I agree with you.
White Abarrio is a single in here, and I would say a reluctant single. That is not to say that I believe he's invincible. He is my top pick, and he's likely to be a short price. So I'll go all in with the horse that I believe in. If you were going to get a little extra coverage, I think Zandon is very interesting in the Classic, and I'm using him in some other multi-race wagers. In the turf sprint and the sprint, getting some coverage is key. I'm using Caravel to hopefully carry the day for Brad Cox. The 5, Live in the Dream, a very fast horse, second start in the United States. And then the 10, Motorious, is, I think, a home court advantage type of horse who I like a lot in there. The sprint, not any easier. Dr. Shivel, a top choice for me, but the other California horse, the 7, Speedboat Beach, and then Elite Power, a defending champ, and the 9, Gunite. So you need some coverage, but you need one place to take a stand. I chose the Classic.
Pick 5 that begins here. Kaiten Bradar has put together that play of $150, and why not? The Pick 5 pool is at $1.5 million. Okay, we do have a special double. The distaff here in race number 7 to the Classic, which is race number 9. So Christina, give us a preview of how you would play that.
Yeah, Clariere is my top pick in here, the 9 horse, 3-1. So I did see this one is fairly formful, and then Idiomatic was the other horse that I put on this double. Into the Classic, White Abario is also my top selection there. I can also see Zandon being a winner. I think the 1.25 miles certainly suits him, and he's so consistent. He's so steady in his numbers. And then I also have the 12 horse in my Classic, Arabian Night, if he is able to clear out on the front end for Bob Baffert.
Couple of wagers tied into the Longines Breeders' Cup distaff. Again, all starting here. Let's get more insight with Joaquin Jaime.
Yeah, Todd, thank you very much. Here at Garrett O'Rourke from Juddmonte. They have the homebred with the 4 here in Idiomatic. And Garrett, if I went back to January early this year when she made her seasonal debut, did you think this was a Breeders' Cup distaff horse?
I'd have to say no. You know, you always dream about them. She was bred to be. She obviously took a long time to come to hand, but after she won in Turfway Park, I will say that Brad said she needs to go 2 turns and maybe something like the Delaware Handicap. But well, she won the Delaware Handicap, and to me that was the goal. Everything has been gravy after that.
I know the strategics of the race most likely left up to Brad and Florent, but there is a lot of speed in here. What's your level of concern that your horse is fast and there's a few other quick females in here as well?
Concerned because she got, she won 2 grade 1s, but she did it with 48 halves, loose on the lead. We don't have expectation that she'll get that today. I don't think there's a worry that she can't lay off horses because she's a relaxed filly. I just hope she gets out in the clear. I'd hate to see her stuck on the rail, so hopefully she can get that long stride going.
Thank you, Garrett. Good luck to you and the team.
Thank you.
Scott?
Here with Juan Hernandez, Adair Manor. She's drawn just to the outside of the main competition. It appears Idiomatic. What's your plan going into the first turn, Juan?
You know what? I'm gonna play the break. I'm gonna break running, and then she where she take me.
What do you expect to see from this filly with this step up in competition?
You know, she's doing really good every race. She's improving every race. So hopefully she improve again today.
Good luck, Juan.
Thank you. Thanks.
Scott, I don't know about you, but I absolutely got chills looking at this group of fillies in the Longines Breeders' Cup distaff, starting with the number 4, Idiomatic, our current favorite. Obviously, multiple wins in a row, galloped in the grade 1 Spencer last time out at Churchill. I wasn't sold on this filly initially when I was handicapping with all the other speed in here, but honestly, she looks better today than she did when she won the Spencer, and that to me is a sign of confidence. But there is some other value in here. The number 6, Search Results. This is a filly who I'll never not pick. I just love her physically, an outstanding physical specimen. She's built like a colt, very powerful in her front and her hind end, and always walks around with such confidence. She is owning the paddock right now. My top selection, however, will be the number 9, Clariere. I have never seen this mare look so good. She is round as an apple, so strong in her hind end, dappled from head to toe. I know she's been training excellently, and the main thing is she's flexible. She doesn't necessarily have to have the lead, but she has tactical speed, and she is owning the paddock as well.
Riders up.
Thank you, Andy Biancone, and we officially have a Riders Up call for the Longines Breeders' Cup distaff. There have been some thrilling additions over the 11 years that they have hosted the Breeders' Cup here at Santa Anita, and taking a look back at, more recent memory, Beholder and Songbird, in a race that they still dispute the photo on.
Yeah, that was one of the most thrilling races, I think, in Breeders' Cup history, not just Santa Anita Breeders' Cup history. And interestingly, if you look back over the distaffs that have been run here, we haven't had a wire-to-wire winner at Santa Anita since Royal Delta in 2012, which is so intriguing given how much speed and pace we have in the race this year and how many of these fillies and mares actually want that to be the way they dictate the pace.
You know, I think it's interesting because what the boys have lacked in their division is a true speed horse. There are some horses that have taken advantage of that situation. Saudi Crown comes to mind, but there's an abundance of early speed in this race, in my opinion. Adair Manor came into the paddock breathing fire. I mean, I don't think there's a secret about what the tactics will be or what she'll try to do. And then Randomized is a very fast horse as well. So with those two plus Idiomatic, it will be very interesting to see the decisions the riders make off the break, because especially in the case of Idiomatic, and we heard Chad Brown reference Jose Ortiz and Randomized, nobody wants to go into a race like this with a ridiculous type of pace scenario early.
Well, and by happenstance, Christina, the connections of Idiomatic found out they could rate. She stumbled badly in the Delaware handicap, had to come from off the pace and get the win. Now, different level of competition here, but she did show the ability to rate.
She did, and I you know, you heard that from Garrett O'Rourke in the interview. Now, unfortunately for her, she's drawn inside of those other two. Had she been on the outside, she would have been in a much better position to show that skill again today. Here's Hoosier Filly, 20-1 from the inside post. She's another one. Tom Amos has mentioned speed from her. They put the blinkers on, and she does have the rail.
They are going to try to go for the lead. I have no doubt about it. They feel that that is where she's going to be effective. She has a chance, it's to go to the front. Idiomatic, meanwhile, we mentioned for Juddmonte, has kind of come to hand in a surprisingly good fashion. She rides a 2-race Grade 1 win streak.
Adair Manor up next for Bob Baffert. She is 6 for 9 here at Santa Anita. She's also on a 5-race win streak right now.
I love how she settled in, too. Now looking very, very calm as we see search results next in line. I like this mare a lot. She's by Flatter. She loves the distance. She is proven at the distance, and I'll be interested to see where she sits early.
The 7 Wet Paint, she is 7-1. She was 4th in the Kentucky Oaks. She's a Grade 1 winner, and she's had a busy season. She has been freshened since the Alabama. This is the first time we've seen her fresh since her career debut.
By contrast, Randomized has run just 6 times lifetime, 5 starts this year, 4 of them victories. The most recent, the Belle Dame, where she was a heavy favorite and won convincingly.
Clairiere heading by the daughter of Curlin for Steve Asmussen. 3rd in this race last year by just ahead. That disappointing race in the Personal Ensign last out. She was 2nd 2 starts back in the Shoe V.
Desert Dawn is 35-1, but not without a chance. She's been chasing Adair Manor in her most recent starts, but she's come close at the 1 1/8 distance, and I'll be running late, I believe.
Lida Vida, the Chilean bred for Nacho Correas. She's gutsy. She's been chasing some speedsters herself as well. She was 2nd to Idiomatic in the Spinster last out.
And that is your post parade, the field of 9 that will contest the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff. Let's focus in on Chad Brown, who has the 6 search results and also has the 8 randomized. We dug this up with the Daily Racing Form formulator. Trainer Chad Brown has gone 5 for his last 19 with a return on investment of $2.15, with last out winners returning in Grade 1 dirt races with 14 top 3 finishes. We're going to let you contemplate that for a little bit while we go to Michelle Yu.
Guys, I am joined by the connections and the namesakes of H&E Ranch, Holly and Elena. What does it mean to be here right now at Desert Dawn?
This is spectacular. I feel like it's everyone's dream, and we're just so proud to be a part of it and to be here representing Arizona.
Yeah. And Elena, for her to be the only Arizona bred to run in the Breeders' Cup.
Even come true. It gives me goosebumps. Still, it's really exciting.
You guys breed a lot of horses. Did you think this was going to be a Breeders' Cup horse when you fold her out?
Initially, no, but Phil made a believer out of us real quick, so it was wonderful. It's been really fun.
She's been training so well. Has Phil told you guys anything?
A little bit.
I think he's very excited about how the race is looking. So
and she's matured a lot too. She looks different to us too. We hadn't seen her for a while. And
I need to see some baby pictures after this.
Oh, we have quite a few. Fair enough. And we should.
Guys, look for Desert Dawn to be coming late. She's been working lights out. Best worker for the Breeders' Cup week, in my opinion.
Tom Amoss with the one Hoosier filly. She's been on the lead, but can she hang with the type of speed that's in this race?
That's a very good question. That's in Louis' hands. There's speed all to the outside of us. We're on the rail. You know, if the rail's the shortest trip home, and for Hoosier, it's kind of one of those things where she has to give her best effort today to be competitive with these. But we've seen this division kind of be in and out with a lot of different, you know, leaders throughout the year. So hopefully it's our turn.
What are the blinkers meant to do for this filly today?
Just focus. I think it'll focus her a little bit more. We think she kind of loses her way sometimes when she makes the lead.
Good luck, Tom.
Thank you very much, Scott.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you have to go back to your original thoughts and then they play out later in the year. But the original thought coming into the season was this was going to be the best 3-year-old filly in the country. Then we had the rise of Pretty Mischievous, and Hoosier filly kind of got left behind. We've always thought a lot of her talent, but is now the time where she's going to put together a 22-1?
It's so rare for a horse to show talent at the highest level early in their career and then be able to sustain that. So I think she's sitting on an improved effort. It's just a matter of whether that will be enough to put her on even terms with the best older horses in the world on the dirt. And I don't know. I can tell you that she's doing better now than she's done at any other point in this season. But again, I'm not sure that that will be enough to put her on even terms.
I think sometimes, too, that the expectations exceed what's fair to the horse as well. And with a little expectation management, if I told you I was going to give you a filly, she's 4 for 9 and she's a grade 2 winner, wouldn't you be happy about that?
It's true. There was one time coming into the season where they were talking about trying to be on the path to the Kentucky Derby, and then they would not get a win in her 3-year-old season until the Monomoy girl at Ellis Park. But whether or not you think she can win, with what Tom Amoss is telling you, she's going to play a factor in the outcome of this race. She's another one we add to the pace brigade.
It's her, it's Idiomatic, it's Adair Manor, it's randomized. They're all going to be up there and involved early.
So, you know, that means La Davida upsets the field at 24-1. What does Dubs Anderson think?
Did you say upset? Are we looking for a price here in race number 7? I'm back at the FanDuel Sportsbook and taking a look at the biggest market mover. Idiomatic was 6-1 the morning line. Now starting to firm up, sits at 2-1 at plus 200. A lot of momentum coming into this spot, but I think we are going to get a lot of pressure. Clairiere, ultra consistent type, put a line through that last start, sits as is in the market at 5-2. But for me, the price play, it's going to be with the 8 randomised. The 3-year-old comes in with a hot hand, and I think the best could still be to come here. So at 8-1, also a great race to jump in and play vertically. I'll be using the 8 up on top. Give me the 4 underneath, and it should put you right around 22-1. Let's bring one home at the FanDuel Sportsbook for race number 7.
Look at that, Dubs with an 8-1 shot. It is the 8 randomized. Speaking of horses who improved quite a bit from where their expectations were at the beginning of the 3-year-old season, you win the Alabama by 4 lengths. You normally aren't 8-1 when you take a shot in the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff.
Here's what I believe about the pace and about Idiomatic in particular, who is the 2-1 favorite. If she wins this race, and I think that she's capable, I don't believe it's going to be on the lead. I don't believe that she can match strides with the others, especially when you have a situation with a horse to your inside whose instructions are to go to the front. Hoosier filly may or may not win the race, but I think that she is going to be pressed to make the lead. I don't know that Idiomatic wants to be involved in that type of a pace battle. With randomized to your outside and Adair Manor just to your outside, the key is going to be whether or not she can get that perfect stalking trip just behind those horses and be equally effective. But if she wins it, I believe she wins it from a little off the pace.
I agree, and I would add to that the second portion of that is that Florent Giroux needs to get her to the outside of what's going on with all of these other horses that want the lead, because she is over 17 hands. Adair Manor is a big filly herself, but Idiomatic is an Amazon out there, and she has big, huge, bounding strides. She goes fast because she covers so much ground with every jump, not because her strides are moving as quickly as some of the other horses in here. You cannot stop this freight train momentum that she gets going, and if she is on the inside, and if she is getting stuck between horses or having to idle, that will eliminate her chances of winning.
I'm still stunned by those comments. Our goal was the Delaware Handicap. Everything after that is gravy. You know what the gravy is? The Grade 1 Personal Ensign, the Grade 1 Spinster, and now the favorite in the Grade 1 Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff. Maybe maybe that's just the idea. It's a life lesson, lower expectations, and then you'll surprise everyone. Idiomatic would not surprise anyone today, but Caton, when do we start to hit the panic button about what we've seen from the Brad Cox barn so far with some big runners?
So I personally think that it's a mistake to ever base what happens in one individual Breeders' Cup race on what's happened in, I mean, too much. Yes, you take into account, but this is a different group of horses in each situation. So where a couple horses may have circumstances that didn't contribute to the best possible performance, just because they looked good going into it and they disappointed, has nothing to do with whether or not in this particular race a horse who looks good from the same barn is going to have that same lack of success. I think you have to keep an open mind and look at each race individually and each horse individually.
Pick 5 pool is headed towards $3 million. It's just one of many great wagers attached to this 7th race, the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff. The wagering menu here: win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering, super high 5 wagering, and then horizontally speaking, a regular daily double, a special daily double tying the Distaff to the Classic, and then a pick 3 and the pick 5, which will be this massive pool. And look at that, it's jumping up by $200,000 a churn. So this is a pool that absolutely is going to flirt with $4 million. Caton has put together a ticket that we showed you earlier, and as we talked about with the new schedule this year, the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic is the 3rd race in the sequence, and you have 2 brilliant races after that. The Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, which looks to produce a price, and then the Breeders' Cup Sprint on the main track. We have been talking to you on social media and asking who you like, and so this is the poll we put out on X, and the response, most of you think Clairiere is going to win the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff. She's the 2nd choice right now. The 9 Clairiere is 5-2. Who on this set agrees with the majority in our X poll?
I'll raise my hand. Clairiere is my top selection in here. As I mentioned before, I like the layoff. I like her style as it contrasts with the pacer that we're going to get today. I've seen her train here in Southern California. I think she looks better than ever, and the Curlins get better with age.
Caton?
I'm loving the price that I'm getting on both Chad Brown horses because he has an unbelievable strategic advantage with 2 different styled fillies. Search Results, who can sit the stalking trip, Randomized, who has the early speed, and both of them looking super as they go into the gate. The
best of the Distaff division coming together here in the Grade 1 Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff. Moving into line as the favorite will be the 4 Idiomatic at 9-5. Clairiere just moved in at 5-2. Let's go to Frank Maramati for the call.
All right, Todd, here's search results going in with Desert Dawn. We just have one more left to load. The Chilean Le Davida. In the gate. And they're off in the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff, and Randomized comes out flying to take the lead. Hoosier Filly has plenty of early speed, and Florent Giroux wrangles back Idiomatic to sit 3rd in the early going. Adair Manor is racing in 4th, and they are followed by Search Results, who tucks in to save a little bit of ground into the first turn and about 4 lengths off the speed. It's another couple of lengths to the next flight, headed by Desert Dawn, who races inside Le Davida. Stretch running Wet Paint is 2nd to last, just in front of the other stretch runner, Clairiere. They move on to the backstretch and Randomized, the quickest of the quick, leads 3 parts of a length to Idiomatic, who tracks nicely in 2nd. Then it's Hoosier Filly racing together with Adair Manor, who's 4th and about 3 lengths off the pace. It's another 2 back to Search Results, who's just in front of Le Davida, Desert Dawn inside of her, then Clairiere and Wet Paint together at the back, some 10 lengths off front-running Randomized, who's hounded by Idiomatic. Florent Giroux has a ton of horse on Idiomatic and asks her to go after this front-running Randomized with 3 furlongs to go. It's another 2 back to Hoosier Filly in 3rd. Adair Manor inches up outside of her, takes the 3rd spot. It's then another 3 back to Search Results, who is followed by Desert Dawn, Le Davida, Clairiere still with a dozen to make up. As the field turns for home, Randomized is tough on the front end. And Idiomatic is right to her. They're head and head. Adair Manor in third. And here comes search results. And Clairiere has surfaced with a ground-saving trip. And there's a perfect split for her to try to get through late. In traffic is Desert Dawn. It's a wild finish. Idiomatic trying to find the line. Clairiere looking for room on the inside, randomized. Here's the line. Idiomatic tops off a tremendous campaign. She earned it in the who's who of fillies and mares, closing it out with an 8-for-9 record in 2023.
The Latonia Stakes winner at Turfway Park is now a Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff winner. 3 Grade 1 wins in a row, and overall, once again, the Distaff provides one of our most exciting finishes of this 2 days of championship racing. Idiomatic taking on all comers, and how about the big late run by Clairiere, who was just desperately looking for room by jockey Joel Rosario.
Idiomatic was nearly in a bad position so many times because everybody was riding their own race, but also riding against her going into the first turn. She engaged our early pace setter. You saw Adair Manor come up to her outside and try to really get her into a switch and into a bad position. But Florent Giroux kept her in the clear, kept her just off the hip of the 8-horse randomized. Right about here is when he starts to make his move. And these top 2 finishers, they had to ask for something pretty early on, right at the top of the stretch here. They're already riding their horses.
He was riding her for a long period of time. And at this point, you thought perhaps randomized had the advantage. After a pretty fast pace early, several horses are starting to make moves, but none of the horses behind had the trip and the opportunity to just surge on, whereas because she was already there, Idiomatic still has something left. But it was a big gamble in the early stages of the race to take her a little bit wide. You can see on the far outside a nice late kick from La Vida, who was gobbling up the ground at the end, but having to come from so far back, whereas Idiomatic having the best of it in that first tier of horses.
Idiomatic earning a title here. She's certainly going to get the Eclipse Award in this category. Let's show you the photo. As mentioned, while it looked like Clairiere was going to get in between there, here comes on the outside La Vida, another horse who's been right there with everybody, and they posted on the board, she'll be third. 4, 8, 11, 9, 10, 9 to 5, over 7 to 1, over 16 to 1, over 3 to 1. So much courage shown here by so many horses in this race, but it is Idiomatic who is bravest of all. And congratulations from 3 chimneys to the breeders of Idiomatic, the legendary Juddmonte Farms. This homebred for them, a bay filly by Curlin out of the First Defense mare Lockdown, was bred in Kentucky, going back to the stretch run here. Clairiere desperate for room there, gets tight on her. And then as Caton mentioned, Idiomatic kind of got the perfect trip here. Everyone else was kind of struggling to overcome the racing luck they had here. And if you're going to beat Idiomatic, you got to be a little bit lucky too.
You know, I'm going to say though, this was at 1 1/8 miles, but she almost strikes you, given the ground that she gave up in the early stages of the race, as the type of horse who could really flourish with even more ground.
Well, and back to the idea of just her size and her stride. I mean, she covers so much ground as she's out there and involved in the early pace. And Garrett O'Rourke was right. She was right up on the early pace, but she wasn't aggressive. She was kind to sit right off the hip of the 8-horse in those early stages. I mean, look at the pep in her step on the jog back. She still looks full of herself right now.
The pace was stout, especially for the opening quarter. And the fact that she was part of that in the early stages was kind of amazing in her ability to finish here. A lot changed, though, off the break, Todd. A few horses who I anticipated to be on the lead weren't. I mean, I'm surprised that we didn't see more for Adair Manor. She never had anything to say about the first part of the race.
And so Clairiere was last early on. Our ISO camo was trying to pick up who was Clairiere and who was Wet Paint. They all obviously settled on Wet Paint. Otherwise, we'd have a great replay of Clairiere. Meanwhile, back here, there's another part to this. Who would have ever thought, and it's never happened before, that the eventual Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff would have started the season at Turfway Park over the synthetic. And while you might think, okay, well, maybe this is a one-off, it's not. What's happening is a shift in the power centers of racing. The racing at Turfway Park in that time of year has gotten really good because Brad Cox supports it. Juddmonte has a horse there. So for Idiomatic to come off that perfect start to the season at Turfway Park and then end up here, this is kind of stunning in some ways. But as Garrett O'Rourke said, she's always had the pedigree. It was about allowing her the time to become the horse they thought she always could. She's done that physically, mentally, and now on the racetrack.
She needed the time to develop. She needed the time to grow into that big frame, and sort of that little bit awkward, big gangly teenager that has all of the attributes, but not quite the coordination together yet. I think she's still getting better. I think she's still improving. We're just at the end of her 4-year-old season. It'd be wonderful if we get to see her again, and if we get to see her come back next year.
Given the program that Juddmonte Farms has and her being a homebred, I don't know if we will have that opportunity because they will be very happy to add her to their roster of now champion type performers. Depending on what happens later today in the Breeders' Cup Classic, you could arguably make a case for her throwing her hat into the ring for Horse of the Year honors when all is said and done, because very few horses will have won the Breeders' Cup and gone through 3 Grade 1 victories on 3 different tracks with 3 very different circumstances.
Idiomatic, she's raced at Turfway Park, Belmont, Churchill Downs, Delaware, Saratoga, Keeneland, and now comes to the West Coast and is crowned the winner of the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff. What a race, what a performance. Let's watch it again.
As the official partner and timekeeper of the Breeders' Cup World Championships, Longines is proud to time the famous Longines Turf Race. The Swiss watchmaker is looking forward to highlighting the official watch of the event, the Mini Dolce Vita. With its discreet profile, classic styling, and aesthetic variations that are once timely and timeless, it is a masterpiece that exquisitely expresses, in equal parts, Longines quiet luxury and contemporary elegance. Good luck to all those running in the Big Ass Fans Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Big Ass Fans has been serving the equine industry for more than 2 decades to keep both horse and humans safer, healthier, and more productive. Visit bigassfans.com to learn more about how custom comfort solutions can transform your space today. On behalf of Prevagen, we'd like to thank you for choosing to make memories with us today. Used by millions, Prevagen is an over-the-counter brain health supplement that focuses on improving certain aspects of cognitive function. Improve your memory with Prevagen. FanDuel is proud to be the official wagering partner of the Breeders' Cup and sponsor of the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile, presented by the PDJF. Watch racing year-round on FanDuel TV and wager on all the races with FanDuel Racing. Make every moment more with FanDuel.
Ahmed, thank you so much. The Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff never disappoints. And for the trophy presentation to the winning connections of Idiomatic, that would be Juddmonte Farms. This is a homebred. We have Brittany Garcia, the U.S. brand president of Longines, not only for the hardware, but the beautiful Longines timepieces. Brittany?
What an amazing race. Congratulations. We're so excited to be here to present this award to you. Congratulations.
A big congratulations. The powerful Idiomatic runs home underneath Florent Giroux. Garrett O'Rourke with me now. I was just saying to you, and it surprised me, for all of the talented fillies and mares that Juddmonte has had, a first in the distaff. Just describe what that means to you and to the team.
Well, obviously this is a tremendous tribute to the patience that Prince Khalid and his family have had to keep on trying to win these races. We've obviously won a lot of these big races before. We've brought brilliant fillies like Sightsee, Close Hatches to this race, and this is the same family as Close Hatches, so maybe her aunt had a little chat to her and motivated her.
You had mentioned the patience. She didn't start until halfway through her 3-year-old year, but it was this year where she really stepped onto the stage and made herself heard. How rewarding is that, showing the patience and, of course, knowing that she always had the talent to do this?
It's very rewarding, obviously, I think, for me, for the family. It's tremendously rewarding, obviously, for all of the people with Brad that work so hard with her and the people back on the farm. And I have to give fillies like this, to get an awful lot of tribute to the people on the farm that give her all of the patience. We waited, we got rewarded.
That you did, and what we want to know is, will we be rewarded by seeing her next year? Your trainer, Brad Cox, has already campaigned for it. Will she stay in training? That's
a decision for the family. I think I will be making a vote in favour, but entirely their decision.
Well, all of us are voting in favor of that. Congratulations. What a victory to take the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff, Idiomatic, and a 10th Breeders' Cup win for trainer Brad Cox.
At Calumet Farm, we're proud to offer proven stallions to fit every breeder's needs. With over 72 million in progeny winnings on dirt and turf, our diverse roster is producing the champions of today and tomorrow. Calumet Farm, a legacy reborn.
Dream Storm to win the Rico Woodbine Mile.
She's going to do it. Simple Verse has won the Ledger. Snake Neck Spear and Sheen Murphy get through and have won. It's getting really tight. The star of the season, drawing line in the purple cap. Kamiko the far side of him. Kamiko's won the eliminate line. Mongostine has just won it with Mosse.
Ocean Road after going to Vegas. Ocean Road.
It is going to be Parabel to win the turf sprint.
I'm Mark, and I live in Vero Beach, Florida. My wife and I have 3 children. Ruth Ann and I like to hike. We eat healthy, we exercise. I noticed I wasn't as sharp as I used to be. My wife introduced me to Prevagen. So I said, yeah, I'll try it out. I noticed that I felt sharper. I felt like I was able to respond to things quicker. And I thought, yeah, it works for me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription.
Welcome back to the Players Show. It's time for a Day Chaser cocktail, the official canned cocktail of the Breeders' Cup. Pleased to be joined by Jamie Foxx. And I was just looking over there, Jamie, I think I counted 8 different options. So what are the selections for people?
8 different flavors. We have tequila lime, tequila pineapple, tequila grapefruit, tequila spicy mango, which is some people's favorites. Some people, it's a little dicey. Then we have vodka lime, we have vodka cranberry, vodka Buddha berry, which is a mixed berry and lime. And then we have cranberry.
What has been most popular today that you've seen?
I think, I'll ask these girls, but I think vodka Buddha berry is probably the most popular. I'm not just saying that because it's my favorite. I think it is, right? Yeah.
Well, I have, let's see, we have a vodka soda cranberry. I'm going to try this one if that's okay. All right, so you're going to pour me a vodka soda cranberry because I am a vodka guy. I like that one. Oh, that is crisp. It's clean. It's nice and light. How many calories are in this thing?
100 calories.
That's even better for me.
You could drink them all day. 4.7%, 1 gram of sugar.
All right, come enjoy it out here at Santa Anita. For more information, go to daychaser.com.
The $4 million Longines Breeders' Cup Turf produced the biggest upset on the inaugural Breeders' Cup card in 1984, as Lashkari pulled off a shocking win. Here at Santa Anita 2 years later, 3-year-old Manila upset European Horse of the Year Dancing Brave. And it was here in 2016 that Highland Reel went wire to wire to give trainer Aidan O'Brien a record 6th victory in this race. This is the $4 million Longines Breeders' Cup Turf.
Up to the mark comes into the Breeders' Cup Turf off of 3 Grade 1 successes, looking to keep it rolling at 1.5 miles. But after the performance of Master of the Seas in the mile, how much does that boost your confidence with this horse in against this group?
Well, look, we were going to run against really top-class horses in either race that we decided. We just felt like that it was a little less luck of the draw in this race and maybe a little more truly run race. Ran very well in the Manhattan at 1.25 miles. This is kind of a short 1.5 miles, I think.
Where do you expect to see him settle at this longer distance?
I don't see a whole lot of pace on paper. You know, of course, that doesn't always mean that's the way the race is going to develop. But I would imagine he'd be playing pretty comfortably in the first tier or so.
Watching these international invaders come in here at the highest level, what have you seen? What's the feeling? You've done this before. You did so with English Channel, tackling an international group. What do you make of the competition coming in?
They're extremely tough. You know, some top class horses here. And, you know, our horse is doing great. He's had a heck of a season, and so, you know, we'd love to see him get him one more.
Good luck, Todd.
Thank you.
Well, it's been a remarkable journey for Aidan O'Brien and Auguste Rodin. This year has been a bit of a roller coaster, but it's been one that is you're coming into this off of a high. What has this journey been like into the Breeders' Cup, and what do you think of the setup of the race for him today?
Yeah, no, we've been very happy. Everything's went well since Leopardstown. We always thought a beautiful ground here and flat track and all those things would suit him. He's a horse with a lot of class. So this is a race we always thought would really suit him, and we were looking forward to it for a long time, and obviously delighted with his run the last day.
Yeah, I did think that Ryan gave him a ride that I thought would be perfect here. You know, set off and be right up at the front of the pace and just use that gear change that he seems to have at the latter stage.
Yeah, exactly. He had a lovely posse in Leopardstown. It was fast ground, left-handed track, on the inside track. So it looked like a race that would leave him lovely for today, we were hoping. So, and everything has went well since.
Yeah, and obviously it's been a wonderful end of yesterday with a 1-2 in that Breeders' Cup juvenile turf, but would it just add icing on the cake just to have Auguste Rodin finish what I assume might be his career with a high note with the win today?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, obviously it would be unbelievable if he did. Obviously you can never take these races for granted, and you always hope. A lot of things have to work and go right, and but we're looking forward to it.
And a son of deep impact, he'll be very important at stud one day too.
Yeah, obviously he's a very special horse because he's the absolutely top genes from both parts of two different continents coming together. Obviously Galileo Mare and by Deep Impact, so he's a very special horse to the breed, really.
Well, Aidan, all the best, and thank you for everything this year on this journey with Auguste Rodin.
Pleasure, Jess. Thanks very much.
And Auguste Rodin is the favorite at the moment, 5-2 for the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf, with $4 million on the line. Coming up next, welcome back to the Players Show set. Christina Blacker, Rishi Prasad, Simon Bray joining you. Let's jump in to the point that Aidan O'Brien makes right there, Rish, with Auguste Rodin, a son of Deep Impact and strikingly similar to his grandsire.
He looks so much like Sunday Silence. He is a gorgeous individual, always has been highly regarded, was a very good 2-year-old, but he's had a couple of significant obstacles to overcome this year. A poor performance in the Guineas. Aidan O'Brien was pretty happy to put a line through it straight away. He knows his horses better than we do, and he came back and he won the Derby, he won the Irish Derby, and then blew out again in the King George, and again he bounced back and won the Irish Champion Stakes, clearly out of the very top draw. Can you trust him?
That's what we don't know, which Auguste Rodin shows up today. And I think it's so interesting because Ryan Moore, such a strong member of the team, when he knows he's not getting his best, he just wraps up and eases up on him. He's not going to ask him to finish 5th or 6th or, split the field. If he's done, he's done.
That's probably one of the positives, the fact that Ryan Moore knows these horses, looks after them and helped him in those 2 runs, and hopefully no lasting effects.
Let's go to Andy for more on one of the other highly regarded international competitors.
Christina, thank you so much. Just wanted to bring everyone a little update on the John Godson trainee, the number 9 Mosadef. He has been acting up quite a bit during this saddling process. He looked excellent walking into the paddock, excellent walking into the saddling area, has kept his composure. He's not nervous in any way, but just giving his connections a lot of issues in the saddling process. He has been resisting the overgirth quite a bit, rearing up. He has not fell over or anything crazy, and he looks fine, but just want to let you guys know he has been a handful, to say the least, to get that overgirth on.
Andy, with Mostadaf, that's actually a good thing, right, Rich?
100%. Mostadaf, Tony Proctor, who's on the far side in the suit, who looks after a lot of the horses that John Gosden takes to the races, knows the horse very well, and this is his usual behavior. In fact, I've seen him behave much worse than that. At Royal Ascot in particular, he was behaving like a stallion in a wild field. But he's not too bad. There's that slight edge, which is a good sign, because you know that's the normal Mostadaf. And in fairness, all week long in training, he's been a little bit edgy. The very first morning that he and Spiral came out, John Gosden himself led Mostadaf out onto the track to get a bit of exercise in.
Simon, can we go back to that point about John Gosden and you know, targeting races like this with a horse like Mostadaf? And I know he considered the Champion Stakes on the ground came into that, but he was considering a race at this time of year and has really spaced out this campaign, which to me, I think helps lend itself to the idea that he's been top class for 3 seasons, but maybe at his best right now.
He's only had 4 starts this season. I think when I was back in England 20 years ago, you know, you come out running end of March at Doncaster, April, the Craven meeting, the horses would just go, 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 and the Breeders' Cup wasn't always an afterthought. Now that's turned it on its head. We start from the back end of the year and work backwards and map out that way. That's why there's been so much success here for the European horses. They target this race rather than thinking about, well, you know, if we run in October, whether it's at Ascot or the Arc weekend, and we're good enough to get here, then take a chance. That's not the case anymore.
Rishi has never won at the 1.5 miles. We focused on that with Inspiral a little bit in that distance, but is it a concern for him in this race at all?
Well, he managed to win over 1.5 miles on all weather, never on turf, so he has that to prove. But they did consider, after he won the September Stakes last year on the all weather, John Gosden thought, I'll send him to the Arc. I think overall, the real reason for the disappointing run in the Arc last year was the ground more than anything else. And that's been the key to Mostadaf's performance this season. It's the ground, the ground, the ground. In Saudi, very quick ground. He was hugely impressive. Royal Ascot, hugely impressive on fast ground. You know that yourself, Christina. And then, of course, when he went to York, he was up against Paddington and Nashwa, 2 very, very good horses, but it was 1.25 miles on fast ground. Perfect for him, and he was too good under a beautiful tactical ride. Genuinely, I don't think that 1.5 miles is an issue, and I actually think his turn of foot might be even more potent over 1.5 miles. I think there's a lot of positives for the 1.5 miles here at Santa Anita in particular.
Especially down that hill, exactly. He is up on the board at 3-1 right now. Mostadaf, let's hear more about another competitor in here.
All right, I was just having a conversation with Billy Koch of Little Red Feather Racing, who has Gold Phoenix in the upcoming turf, and what were you telling me?
I was telling you that I think if Gold Phoenix wins, because I saw all your rankings, and if Gold Phoenix wins, I believe it will be the 2nd biggest upset in Breeders' Cup history to our Kong. So that's what we're trying to do here.
So I understand that you're basing that off of our rankings, but where do your rankings put him? Tell me how he's coming into this race and make your case.
Look, he's coming into this race in great shape. He's one of those quirky horses that when he feels like running, he'll run, and if he doesn't feel like running, he won't. He's his own biggest enemy, but when he's ready, he can fire. And you know what? At 40-1, listen, I love Mostadaf. I love Augusta Rodin. All these horses are amazing. They're on the top. There's 5 horses in this race that are ranked in the top 20 in the world. So if we're able to even run 3rd, it will be a massive success.
It is not unprecedented. We've seen long shots before, and it is, as you say, one of the deepest races we've seen in the world. Incredible. So you're a part of it.
Yeah, no, just to be here with all the partners, all the LRF partners is amazing. And just to do an interview with you, because we've never done this before, which I feel terrible about.
This is very unusual because
we've known each other for a long time.
I don't know that there's anyone in the industry yet that I've known as long that I haven't done an interview with. So hopefully,
were you there in 2004 when Singletary won?
I was, but I didn't get to talk to you. So hopefully this brings you luck.
That was a good day.
This could be a good day too.
Thank you, Kate.
Well, Kia Jarabtin, we've been on an amazing journey with King of Steel, from the Derby to Royal Ascot to what we saw at the King last time at Ascot on Champions Day, and now we're here. Do you ever imagine in a million years you'd be in the Breeders' Cup Turf with this horse?
You know, since the Derby, we really know he's very, very talented, and he's getting older, he's getting more mature, he's still growing. Hard to believe, but he is. And he's getting stronger. So, you know, I think the year has done him well. He looks great. He's, you know, Roger's done a great job with him, so he's in great condition. And yeah, we're looking forward to it.
And how much of an aspect has Frankie been? The confidence that you get from a man like that, especially on a track like this now. He lifted him to win last time. He can do that again.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a completely different track. You know, it's a very tight track. Frankie knows it well. He's ridden here many times, so the confidence is there. You know, he knows how to deal with the situation. This is a very, very, I mean, this is probably one of the toughest Group 1s you'll ever see. Yeah. Maybe, you know, maybe in the last 10 years. You know, this is a tough competition. But, you know, we're happy to be here. You know, we don't really have much to lose. We're here. You know, he's coming back into training next year if all goes well. So, you know, we're just happy to be here.
Yeah, very sporting decision to bring it. I know all your family, you especially, Max, you love it. And I know that you appreciate and enjoy it, but let's hope that we're going to have a great journey next year together as well.
Oh, yeah, we got about 80 people here, so it's a good fun.
Well, all the best, and thank you for all the support that we've had and hearing from you throughout the course of the year.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Just thank you, King of Steel, the 11. There he is, a big, powerful son of Wooten Bassett. He is 8-1 right now. And I think, Rishi, sometimes horses thrive on the added competition. Sometimes horses know when they travel and they know that it means it's time to perform. As hardy as he is, he might be one of those that can take this type of schedule.
Physically, no other horse in the race is built to take the sort of schedule that he's endured and possibly thrive off. You're right, Christina. He has had a couple of tough races this season. Particularly the King George and Ascot when he was behind Hookham and Westover. Auguste Rodin was well beaten on that occasion. And then last time out in the Champions Stakes, he had to work so hard from the back of the field. The pace of the race in that particular contest and on that particular day, you wanted to be handy. He was at the back of the field in deep ground, and Frankie Dettori had to ask him to go deep into his reserves. And that's always been the issue for me with King of Steel coming out to take his part in this race. There was even talk about him potentially going for the Classic. But this is the sensible option. What I can say is, observing him all week, speaking to Roger Varian, speaking to all the connections involved with him, it appears that he's actually thriving rather than he's bounced off that run negatively.
8-1, a beautiful price on a horse with this kind of resume. Let's go back to Jess.
Just 1 minute. Thank you very much, Jess. Jim Crowley joins me, and we've just seen Mustaf getting saddled. He's getting a little bit worked up, but I know that this is his kind of character. He's quite an energetic horse. He's also extremely fresh, so you know that that's just possibly a good sign.
Well, no, listen, he was very fresh before the Prince of Wales at Ascot, and that's just his nature. He's been very good all week. He seems to have got better as the week's gone on, and he's been training nicely. So, yeah, I hope he'll have a good run.
The trip is obviously a question mark, but we've obviously seen him stretch out and do well over on fast ground before. How do you ride him to make sure that he extends well?
Well, it all depends on he's a fast breaker, and I think once you get a position, and like I said, you're downhill for the first couple of furlongs, so, you know, I'm not too worried about the trip. You know, it's a sharp track, and I think you need to be reasonably close turning in, so we'll sit where he's happy.
And for you, I know this is your first ride for a few years back in the Breeders' Cup. How much of a thrill and a buzz, and got all your family here and enjoying it as well?
Yeah, it's great. It's great to come here with a horse with a live chance as well.
Well, all the best, Jim. Thank you.
Jim Crowley, 7-2 on Mustaf. Rish, he loves those pre-race interviews.
Not with me. Jim Crowley tends to avoid the pre-race interviews. I interviewed him a couple of times this year, and both times the horses subsequently got beaten, including a couple of odds-on favourites.
Oh, well, lucky it was Jess and not
so
you.
So he said to me about 2 or 3 months ago, I'm done doing pre-race interviews with you. You can talk to me as much as you want after the race, but never again.
7-2 right now, most of Simon, let's talk a little bit more about the prices that we're getting on some of these horses, and I want to bring the conversation back to King of Steel and Auguste Rodin. Is there anywhere you could run King of Steel in Europe right now, the 11, and get an 8-1 plus 800 price on him with his resume?
Absolutely not. I mean, he's a tremendous price at 8-1, and I think there's some major odds disparity. He's been beat by Auguste Rodin a couple of times, yes, but half a length and a length. He's not getting dusted by him. You know, they're half a length apart, but they're far apart in odds, 2-1 as opposed to 8-1.
And the last run in Ireland, there were excuses for King of Steel. He could have been a bit closer. Were he closer, turning for home, he would probably have got even closer than he did.
This one is going to be difficult to find a pick of the paddock, I would imagine. Andy Biancone, if you had to separate them, who looks best?
Christina, it's an outstanding group to say the very least, but I do believe the number 8 Up to the Mark deserves all the respect in the world. I did not pick him the last time when he beat Master of the Seas in the Turf Mile at Keeneland. I feel like this horse looks better today than he did the last time I saw him. He's holding his weight very well, shiny, on his toes, and has been training excellently in the mornings. It's crazy how much this horse has matured mentally. I know he hasn't always been the easiest horse to work with, but he's just really grown and matured mentally. Very good things for this horse, and I do believe he can get the distance. I'm also using Mustadef, the John Godson trainee. I was really happy to hear Rishi say that this is very normal behavior for this horse to be rearing up and acting badly. So honestly, he hasn't given me any impression that he's nervous or fazed by the crowd in any way. It's just his attitude. He's an aggressive horse, and he looks the part today. He would probably be the paddock pick overall. He is absolutely fantastic, and for a price, I'm going to use the number 11, King of Steel, the 3-year-old trying olders, but physically does not look like a 3-year-old at all. This horse towers over the field, massive size, but just walking so proud and so confident. It's really exciting to see a young horse who's so sure of himself, because he really, if I would have seen him in the flesh physically, I would have never guessed that this horse is 3 years old by his size or by his behavior. He's been a professional all the way, Dubs.
12 minutes till start time, 12 minutes to get those wagers in at the FanDuel Sportsbook. Just go to FanDuel Racing, and what a race we have shaping up here. The top 2 betting choices starting to firm up here. Auguste Rodin, the dual derby winner, sits at 5-2. Will be my top selection. I think we'll appreciate the quick round. Up to the Mark, shortens up to 3-1, plus 300 on the board. The biggest market mover going in the opposite direction was one of Andy's top selections in King of Steel. Was 6-1 on the morning line, but just getting a little chilly on the board here. Sneaks back out the other direction. Now sits at 8-1 on the board at plus 800. We do have a pick 3 and a pick 4 starting in this race. Race number 8 coming up, day 2 of the Breeders' Cup World Championships. This is as good as it gets. Give me the number 5, Auguste Rodin, to run big.
Dubs, thank you, Andy, for your insights as well. Simon, let's go back to the 8, Up to the Mark. We've all been commenting this week as to the quality of this edition of the Breeders' Cup Turf and being one of the best that we have ever seen. Is Up to the Mark America's best challenger, and is he good enough to beat the best that Europe has brought over today?
I'm not sure he's up, as a quality of a horse as some of the European runners in here. I really don't. He's clearly America's best chance. I have no problem with the mile and a half here. He's won at a mile and a quarter. He's kind of, like Innsbruck, they were deciding between the 2 races. I think it was a better chance for him to win a race here. And, let's be honest, look who he beat last time out. Master of the Seas, just won the Breeders' Cup Mile. I mean, the form's pretty good.
Yeah, Scott touched on that in the interview. Okay, the post-parade beginning here, Rish, with Shahryar.
Yeah, top-class horse at his best, winner of the Dubai Shima Classic back in the day. But unfortunately, he lost his form somewhat. However, he's had a breathing operation to help him recover his best form.
He's absolute gorgeous horse there on the track. Ernesto, the 2, another Group 1 winner, was 3rd in the Arc de Triomphe just recently. That was back at the beginning of October. He's sitting up there at 11-1.
And a horse that I think has looked really well all week long. Here's one of the outsiders, Gold Phoenix. We heard from his connections. They'll be happy with 3rd place in this race. I'll be surprised if he's good enough to get amongst the top Europeans, if I'm entirely honest.
Scratch Bolshoi Ballet. Rishi, I'll defer to you with the European runners in here.
Well, here's Auguste Rodin, a beautiful individual, always well thought of, and despite a couple of bumps in the season, he still managed to win 3 Group 1s, including the Irish Champion Stakes last time out over 10 furlongs, and he's won 2 derbies.
Scratch the 6, more on the 7.
This is Broome. I expect him, although he's a very good horse, placed in this race before in the past and winner of the Dubai Gold Cup, I expect him to be on the front setting the pace for Augusta Rodin.
Yeah, putting the blinkers on today. Up to the Mark is the 8 we talked about. He's really turned the corner since jumping on the turf course, making that transition. Live shot here at 3-1.
And here is Mostadaf, not the easiest horse pre-race, a little bit on his toes, but this is what you get with Mostadaf, and it doesn't prevent him showing his best. He's been brilliant all season long. I'm not concerned about a mile and a half.
And the 10 is Adamo, Flavorian Pratt, Chad Brown teaming up here. Third place finish in the Canadian International. Probably needs to improve quite a bit here. And you're getting 40-1 on a Chad Brown runner in a Grade 1 turf race.
The biggest horse in the field, probably the biggest horse of this year's Breeders' Cup, King of Steel. He's been behind Augusta Rodin 3 times in his career. Possibly he'll get closer to him today than he's ever done before.
Balladeer will be pushing the pace. Local horse. He won the kind of the local prep for this race, the John Henry. It's a massive jump up in class. He's the longest shot in the field at 45-1. Speaking of 8-1 shots, the 13 Warlike Goddess, I think it continues the great run of Bill Maher. I'm not saying she's going to win this race, but she will absolutely be showing up late. They elected to come here instead of the Fillion Mare turf because of the distance. 1.25 miles she's run at, not as effective. She wants every inch of 1.5 miles.
That's your field for this year's edition of the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf with $4 million on the line. Simon Moore here on the 8-horse Up to the Mark.
Yes, Up to the Mark is our DRF formulator fact. Trainer Todd Pletcher has gone 5 for his last 20 in 1.5 mile turf races, which, I mean, look, you expect Pletcher to be around that type of percentage every kind of condition, but you don't think of him in 1.5 mile turf races very often. So he's one trainer, Rishi, at the top level that you can't pigeonhole. He's not a 2-year-old trainer. He's not a 3-year-old trainer. He goes right across the board. Doesn't matter.
I know that we tend to look with hindsight at certain results, but we have the opportunity to look at today's racing with hindsight and foresight. You know that he beat Master of the Seas, and you know that, of course, Master of the Seas was won the Breeders' Cup Mile Turf. Was this the right race for him, considering the strength of the Europeans? That was my issue with Up to the Mark. I've played a box exacta here in this race. Obviously, Mostadaf is featuring strongly in that, and King of Steel. Now, originally coming out to Santa Anita, I was against King of Steel primarily because of how hard a race he had last time out at Ascot, but it looks to me as if he has strengthened up significantly, and originally I made a tiny little error. I put the 2-horse in. I should have corrected Ernesto, who I think is going to run a fabulous race. I like the way he's trained. I like his form. He goes on fast ground. Like the other horses that I like, King of Steel and Mostadaf. The ground here, key. Even Aidan O'Brien has mentioned that with regards to Augusta Rodin.
Can we stick with Ernesto? Let's talk about him a little bit more, because I thought looking at the arc in that replay, and I know it's a very different race, and the ground was different. They're going a different direction. He was third only by a length and 3/4 to the undefeated Ace Impact, and he was last when they turned for him. I'm not discounting the top 2 finishers, but that turn of foot is one of the best that I saw visually of any of the replays of horses entering this race.
I'm also going to say is probably a career best, even though he was beaten by Ace Impact. Ace Impact is one of the best arc winners that we've seen in recent times. Ernesto ran pretty well behind a horse called Luxembourg in the Irish Champion Stakes. That was a pretty good performance. Didn't quite come up to scratch in the arc last year, but as you're rightly pointing out, Christina, his turn of foot from the back here against high-class horses. The second, Westover, was ahead of Mostadaf behind Equinox in the Dubai Shima Classic earlier in the year in Dubai, and it ties in to suggest that Ernesto cannot be far away if he's at his best, and I like the way he's trained this week.
That's the big if, right? Can he do it again? If that was a career best, and I think we agree on that, can he ship here and do that again in such a short span of time?
The evidence seeing him, the way he's trained this week, the way he's looked when he's gone out and come back to the quarantine barn, he has been the depiction of a happy horse. But there have been occasions through his career where he's followed up a good run with a slightly below par run, and that would be the issue as much as the traveling.
Pick 4 pool is climbing $1.2 million. If you'd like to play the pick 4 here, you had a quick look at Simon's ticket. We did put out a little poll on X, and you guys out there at home have all chimed in. We love to hear your opinions. Let us know. So far, Augusta Rodin is the people's choice, and he is definitely the bettor's choice out there on the tote board right now at 2-1. The son of Deep Impact out of the Galileo mare rhododendron. Simon, have a bit of more discussion about what Aidan O'Brien brought up in the interview with Jess about the international attractiveness of this pedigree. And is that part of the reason why this has been on their calendar for him for so long? He said that time and time again this year. The Breeders' Cup, we're looking at the Breeders' Cup. They don't often commit horses to the Breeders' Cup so early in the season as they did with Auguste Rodin.
Right, I mean, it's a very good point, especially with an Epsom Derby winner. You would think, conventional thinking would say you point to the Arc, right, at the end of the year for many years. So, yeah, obviously, again, it goes back to picking the right horses for the event. Now, if this was held maybe somewhere where the ground, where there's a chance of soft ground, it might be a different matter. I mean, he knew where the Breeders' Cup was going to be. The conditions suited this horse perfect, so that became the target. And I like the idea of that, and the international pedigree too.
There's only been one Derby winner at Epsom who's been successful at the Breeders' Cup. You mentioned him earlier, Simon, High Chaparral, who raced in the same colours. And High Chaparral, his prep before coming out to the 2 Breeders' Cups that he was successful in was to run in the Arc. This guy skipped the Arc, went to the Irish Champion Stakes, missed the Arc completely, and has come here.
And that's a month's difference. Beginning of September as opposed to beginning of October, right?
I think you're right about the ground. That's the key factor. The likelihood is normally for the Arc and for the Champion Stakes at Ascot, you're going to get soft ground.
And historically, horses that have run in the Arc haven't done that well in the Breeders' Cup Turf period. So that's the one thing about California. You know what the ground's going to be like a year ahead of time.
That's why we pay that sunshine tax, right, Dubs?
It absolutely is, and now's the time to jump in and play the Breeders' Cup with FanDuel Racing to get that WinBet insurance on all the races here this afternoon out at the Great Race Place. Get your first WinBet back up to $10 as a racing credit if you finish second or third. Go to FanDuel Racing for all the details. If you win, you win. Second or third could have money back in your direction. Scan that QR code and it'll take you right across. Thanks, Christina.
Back to the horses on track. We're looking at Mostadaf 3-1 in the wagering. Right now, he's my selection in here. I have a lot of respect for the 3-year-olds. I've loved covering the races with Auguste Rodin. We've done that from the studio early in the morning. I'm a huge fan of King of Steel and just the sporting gesture to bring him here, win, lose, or draw, to bring him on the quick turnaround. This is what the Breeders' Cup is all about, getting all the best horses together in one spot. I'm so thrilled to have him here. But the body of work from Mostadaf, and as an older horse, and the spacing between races is just really difficult to ignore.
I think had Mostadaf run at Ascot and as it originally been planned, there's a possibility he wouldn't have been here. But the fact that he's actually coming here off the back of that run at York actually suits him really well. He can run well fresh. He's going to get his ground. I'm expecting there to be a really good pace, so I'm hoping that given that that's going to be the key to horses finding a nice slot, getting into a good rhythm. I mean, I think Broome is going to go forward, and maybe he's not going to sell himself and be an out-and-out pace setter, but he'll help ensure a decent pace. And the stiffest mile and a half in Britain and Ireland is the Derby at Epsom. The mile and a half at Epsom standard time it's longer than York, Newmarket, the Curragh, which sometimes people don't quite realise. It is a very stiff mile and a half. You need stamina to win the day. When Auguste Rodin won the Irish Champion Stakes, he was given an aggressive ride, and he was out in front and nothing could peg him back in time. So I'm expecting them, the Coolmore team, the Ballydor team, to use the stamina of Auguste Rodin, and I'm hoping that if that's the case, that might give other horses a chance to deliver.
By the way, we're going to flash those graphics back up again. We're all on the 9. we're rooting for Gold Phoenix, but we're all on the 9 in here as far as the top selection, Mostadaf out there. You know what else I liked about just watching the Juddmonte International, and I know it wasn't a big field, but that this horse had the speed that Frankie could use just to take it to them out there. He took the race to his challengers, and that's how it was won, and that bodes well for him competing here because he has enough of that tactical speed to put himself into the race.
Exactly. He's versatile in the way he can race. He can either go forward and sit handy, or he can rate off the pace and then come with what he certainly possesses a really telling turn of foot. So either way, Jim Crowley has got options on him, and that's what you need when you come to these big races. You need a plan A, plan B, maybe C and D occasionally.
Simon, tell us where we are now, because I think for folks that might not be here, you know, the mile and a half start very unique here at Santa Anita as they've made their way midway up the hill.
It's not at the top of the hill where the 6.5 furlong start would be. It's right at pretty much at the end of that right-hand turn. There's a little gap there, and that's where they go. There you can see it. So the downhill turf course, the first part of it is behind the starting gate. So they'll make about a quarter of a mile downhill before they hook up onto the main turf course, the main turf course oval.
One of the best fields that we have seen lined up in the $4 million Longines Breeders' Cup Turf here at Santa Anita in the 40th edition of the Breeders' Cup, and this is what the Breeders' Cup is all about. To Frank Miramati for the call.
Okay, Christina, here's Auguste Rodin. Mustadaf coming up. The smooth looting process. Balladeer. Broom. Broom coming up. Warlike Goddess. Guided to the outside stall. The colors of George Krikorian goes in. We're in the gate. And they're off in the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf. And Mustadaf comes out very smartly. Adamo is flashing sharp speed, and Adamo is now up to take the early lead. But Balladeer has other ideas, and Balladeer, with the pedal to the metal, will sprint clear in the opening furlongs. Leads it now by 3 lengths. Adamo is racing in second, and they're followed by King of Steel moving into third. Mustadaf wrangled back into fourth. Up to the Mark is racing in between horses, and on the outside comes Broom, who was not quick out of the gate, but Broom is moving right into contention as the field comes into the stretch for the first time. And so it will be Balladeer to set the pace, leading by about 1.5 lengths over Adamo in second. King of Steel inside Broom. Broom now takes third, moving into second as they come with about a lap to go. Up to the Mark racing in mid-pack. He's about 1.5 lengths in front of Shahryar, who's on the rail. Mustadaf just outside of him. Auguste Rodin settled nicely, about 10 lengths off the speed. It's another 2 back to Ernesto, racing on the outside of Gold Phoenix, and the mare Warlike Goddess is at the back of the field. Balladeer takes him around the clubhouse turn with a 2-length edge on Broom in second. Adamo is back to third. King of Steel races in fourth with Up to the Mark next. Shahryar on a tight hold, racing on the inside of Mustadaf. That pair is followed by Auguste Rodin, stride for stride with Ernesto. Still at the back are Gold Phoenix and Warlike Goddess. There's a half-mile left to go in the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf, and Balladeer, the long shot leader, has it by 1 length over Broom in second. Not much change to the top flight. Up to the Mark, inches up on the outside of Adamo. They're a joint third. King of Steel, purple colors, racing 1 from the rail. Shahryar is on the fence, and outside of them, Mustadaf is underway. Blue Silks has to cover real estate, but Mustadaf is making a nice move, and Auguste Rodin is looking to find a spot while saving ground, trying to hug the rail, and gets through along the inside. And here comes Auguste Rodin with a furlong left to go. Up to the Mark, these two are coming to battle it out, and from the back of the field, Ernesto is starting to pick it up late. Auguste Rodin with a perfect ride from Ryan Moore will win the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf. Up to the Mark was a solid second. Shahryar finished up in third. Gold Phoenix was rallying into fourth in front of King of Steel.
What a ride we just saw from Ryan Moore on Auguste Rodin, sneaking through along the inside. He adds the Breeders' Cup Turf to his already stellar resume.
A brilliant ride from Ryan Moore. He let everyone else get on with it. He waited, following Shahryar through, and once the gap opened up on the rail, credit to Auguste Rodin. He put the race to bed really quickly. I was talking about stamina. He's also got plenty of speed.
He does. I mean, he was cruising there. He was under no duress to go through that gap. You've got to have the horse underneath you. Sometimes the hole is moving faster than the horse. And to coin a phrase that touched up, he's putting an elephant through a keyhole right there up on the inside, just scraping the paint. But you've got to have the horse to do it, and he did. This was a professional effort. Another win for Coolmore.
Big effort from up to the mark. You saw Irad Ortiz Jr. start to move up pretty early with him going down the backstretch, almost gaining by inches so that he didn't have to flat sprint for home with the Europeans.
That was a terrific run. A very good point, Christina. He made his move. He took a prominent position, so when he turned for home, he was in a great position to strike. But Ryan Moore, he's so good. He is so good. And he was in a perfect position himself. But as Simon says, you've got to have the horse. And Auguste Rodin, who, don't forget, he began the season this year at Newmarket and he flopped so badly that some people wrote him off for the rest of the year. But he's then gone on and won 4 Group 1s this season. The Derby at Epsom, the Irish Derby, the Irish Champion Stakes, and now he's come and won the Breeders' Cup Turf, following in the footsteps of High Chaparral, who of course dead heated for the Breeders' Cup here with Johar 20 years ago.
And now, you know, this international pedigree, Simon, he gets to add the American Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Turf to that resume. I mean, whenever that day does come, he is one of the most attractive horses on an international stage to breed to.
I mean, by a Japanese champion in Deep Impact, out of a Grade 1 winning mare, Rhododendron. I mean, it's just bred in the purple, top to bottom.
Rhododendron started favourite for the Oaks that Enable won back in the day. Of course, Enable turned out all right, but Rhododendron was high class. This pedigree will appeal to so many people around the world. I imagine Japanese breeders would love the opportunity to have a piece of Auguste Rodin as well.
This is a remarkable 7th victory in the Breeders' Cup Turf for trainer Aidan O'Brien. Congratulations to him. I mean, we've seen a lot of amazing performances, but that to me was the ride of the weekend so far, right? From Ryan Moore. Have we seen anybody else sneak through along the inside like that? I mean, picture perfect, flawless trip for this horse.
Yeah, I mean, and the horse helped him. I mean, it was unbelievable. Like I said, I mean, you can also go the other way. If the hole doesn't open up, I mean, you don't look like a hero, but you've got to take that chance. You can't give up ground. Once you're down on the inside, you're committed to where you go. And, I mean, this is a high-quality horse. He won the Futurity at Doncaster at the back end of his 2-year-old year. I mean, the Derby, you know, now this race, and then the Irish Derby. It's unbelievable. And the 2 poor performances, the Guineas and the, the King George, they were just too bad to be true. So you just write those off, and his resume is outstanding.
I think you're only willing to take that chance on a horse like this, right? Because you know you have the athlete underneath you to go through a position like that. You mentioned the Japanese interest maybe in this horse. How about Shahryar and his 3rd place effort at a big 25-1? They have to be proud with that result.
A terrific run. The breathing up has clearly worked. He was a very good horse a couple seasons and last season. You know, he was winner of the Dubai Shima Classic. He was up against Equinox this time around back in March, and he came up short. But they worked out that he had an issue. They gave him the breathing up, and they'll be pleased as punch that he's produced such a fine run to finish
Gold
3rd.
Phoenix was 4th.
Not a bad choice.
They mentioned 3rd, but he was right there.
That's
Gold
huge.
Phoenix.
That's a huge
like
run.
a win.
That's a huge run.
It has to be.
If he split the field, I thought it was a win.
Auguste Rodin, your winner of the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf. He is now 7 for 10 lifetime, the son of Deep Impact for Coolmore. Aidan O'Brien takes a 7th Breeders' Cup Turf, and Ryan Moore in the saddle. $7 back if you had him on top. Up to the mark. Certainly a big race today for Todd Pletcher. Mike Rapoli, they have already been successful at this Breeders' Cup with Fierceness yesterday. They'd have to be pleased with that. Irad Ortiz Jr. in the saddle, and Shahryar for Japan checking in 3rd at 25-1. As we've told you throughout the week, a little bit of a different schedule this year as far as the Breeders' Cup goes. The Classic is not the last race on the program. We still have the Turf Sprint, the Sprint, and an allowance event to round out the afternoon. But the Breeders' Cup Classic is next. 36 minutes until post time with $6 million on the line. And White Abarrio is the current choice at 2-1.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Auguste Rodin to the winner's circle. A 3-year-old darkly around home by deep impact out of Rhododendron. Home by Michael Tabor, Derek Smith, Mrs. John McNear et al. Trained by Aidan O'Brien and ridden perfectly to victory by Ryan Moore. Auguste Rodin was bred in Ireland by Coolmore. Congratulations. The running time 2:24.30 seconds. Once again, in the winner's circle to make the presentation for the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf. Standing in the front of the Breeders' Cup, please to welcome Brittany Garcia, United States bred president for Longines. Up next, the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic, scratch number 1, Arcangelo, plus time in 32 minutes.
Winning connections of Auguste Rodin. Still congratulating a beaming Ryan Moore. I'm joined by Brittany Garcia, US brand president for Longines, who've been such generous sponsors of this event for so long. Brittany, I'm sure you were as impressed as we were at the ride given to Auguste Rodin by Ryan Moore.
Yes, what a fun and amazing race. So excited for them. On behalf of Longines, congratulations.
Michael Tabor, MV Magna, that was a little bit special, wasn't it?
As special as it gets. It really was an incredible ride and great race, and I have to watch it again and again to see how it happened, because I thought I was dreaming.
You're not dreaming, it is reality. MV Magna, Aidan O'Brien was saying how well balanced this horse is, how well he's gone on the dirt this week as well as the turf. Is there any possibility you might let us enjoy him for another year?
Do you know, we've been thinking about it for a while. There's a lot of things we could do with this horse. We could stand him here in America, we could stand him in Europe, and there's definitely a strong possibility that we will keep him in train next year.
And come back for the Breeders' Cup Classic, maybe?
Yeah, sure. How fun would that be?
It would be about as fun as watching that ride by Ryan Moore, who is still smiling. Smiles of disbelief around the winner's enclosure, but nothing unbelievable about the victory. He's no thinker, but it was sealed with a kiss. Auguste Rodin, the winner of the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf.
And timekeeper of the Breeders' Cup World Championships, Longines is proud to time the iconic Longines Classic race. The Swiss watchmaker is looking forward to highlighting the official watch of the event, the Mini Dolce Vita. With its discreet profile, classic styling, and aesthetic variations that are once timely and timeless, it is a masterpiece that exquisitely expresses, in equal parts, Longines, quiet luxury, and contemporary elegance. FanDuel is proud to be the official wagering partner of the Breeders' Cup and sponsor of the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile, presented by the PDJF. Watch racing year-round on FanDuel TV and wager on all the races with FanDuel Racing. Make every moment more with FanDuel. It takes hard work, experience, and commitment to get here. These are the qualities that define champions and the qualities that define John Deere. John Deere has been an enduring supporter of the equine industry and is proud to be the official equipment supplier of the Breeders' Cup World Championship. All Breeders' Cup horse breeders and owners are qualified to receive discounts on select equipment, including lawn and garden tractors, compact utility tractors, Gator utility vehicles, commercial mowing equipment, and much more. For details on the exclusive equine member discounts provided on John Deere equipment, talk to your local dealer or call 866-678-4289. NetJets, the worldwide leader in private aviation and the official private jet provider of the Breeders' Cup, offers seamless, reliable private travel options to the world's most discerning travelers, generation after generation. NetJets is proud to be a Berkshire Hathaway company known for its unwavering commitment to safety, service, and unmatched global access. Simply select your departure time and fly in luxury with loved ones or colleagues. No matter your travel needs, you will find your ideal solution at netjets.com.
What's better than one fill? Two fills.
That was a keen turn of speed.
2 stakes wins at 2.
And it's 2 fills.
2 5.5 Ragazins.
And the son of hard spun.
2 105 buyers, including the Kentucky Derby.
And a passion run by 2 fills.
In the last 15 derbies, no horse has been faster.
This is a serious 3-year-old.
And at 12.5, you'd better book fast. 2 fills. This year's fastest 3-year-old around 2 turns.
Garbage time. That phrase never sounded quite right because no part of football is meaningless. So cherish every 2 minutes of the NFL, not just the ones you're warned about. Cherish the spreads to cover, overs to hit, and chances to live bet from the first down to the final whistle. So don't just watch football this season, cherish it.
Bet $5, get $150 bonus if your team wins, plus a profit boost every single day. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook.
There are more than 3,500 reasons buyers came to Keeneland November last year. Because as you look to the future, this is where you'll find whatever you're looking for. And then some. And then some more. The place you have to be to find the one you have to have. Join us as the world comes to Keeneland, November 8th through the 16th. Browse the catalog at november.keeneland.com.
The $1 million Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint produced the biggest upset on last year's Breeders' Cup card. 42-1 long shot Caravel took the fight to the boys from the start and never looked back.
For many fans, the most memorable running of the $6 million Longines Breeders' Cup Classic came in 2009 at Santa Anita, as Zenyatta unleashed a stretch run that was truly unbelievable. And Santa Anita was the setting for the biggest upset in this race, with Arcong in 1993. Last year, Flightline set a record for margin of victory in the Classic with a dominating 8 1/4 length Tour de Force. And we celebrate the 40th running of the race that put the Breeders' Cup firmly on the world sports map. It was long shot wild again under Pat Day, holding on for dear life in a 3-horse photo finish.
I believe it was wild again.
This is the 1 1/4 $6 million Longines Breeders' Cup Classic.
Welcome to the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic, as I am joined by Rick Dutrow, trainer of White Abarrio, the number 3 horse, who is the current favorite. Rick, how would you describe the first time that this horse set foot into your barn to now being here at the Classic, the Breeders' Cup Classic, and the current favorite?
Well, he's gotten better. He's had his races spaced good, and he's just kind of developed more. You know, even though he was developed when we got him, he just a couple little things that just helped him along the right way.
How are you feeling coming in here, babe?
Oh, I feel good, man. Very good. There's so many things going on inside me right now. I don't even know which one to explain to you.
What's the first thing that comes to your mind?
My horse, just can't wait to watch him load up in there and break good and run a big race. That's all I'm into right now.
Welcome back to the big stage.
Thanks, babe.
Let's go to Ashley.
Joined here by Todd Fletcher. He's going to send out 2 horses in the Breeders' Cup Classic, the 10 Dreamlike, the 11 Bright Future, starting with the 3-year-old Dreamlike. Looking at that performance last out, how excited are you to see him go 1 1/4?
Well, I think he's been wanting 1 1/4. I think we kind of learned the way he wants to be ridden, which is not rushed early, and so hopefully he can settle into a good rhythm, and there's a solid pace up front that would help him.
Bright Future was very good 2 starts back, but what gave you the confidence last time out to really bump him up in class?
Just the strength of that allowance performance, and we felt like 1 1/4 would suit him, so we were able to get the Jockey Club Gold Cup, and he seems like a horse that's improving.
Best of luck here.
Thank you.
2 very different personas, but 2 trainers that have found a great deal of success in this game and at the highest levels, and both trainers that have won here in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
They have indeed, and White Abarrio is the current favorite right now at 2 to 1 for Rick Dutrow. I really believe in the improving 4-year-old theory. I think this horse was starting to hint at that in the earlier stages of this year. You saw a nice race in the Pegasus from him. He was 3rd in the Met Mile and then just kept on building from there. The 1 1/4, still a bit of a question mark, but I think if you looked at that last race and how powerfully he finished in the Whitney, shouldn't be a problem for him here.
And he's coming in off a career best performance in the Whitney, and they really tried that race just as an experiment because it was a small field that day. It was a field of 6. They could have opted for a race that was a shorter distance on the same card at Saratoga. They opted to try the Whitney, and boy, did they figure something out about this horse that he certainly can go longer distances, Mike, and as Christina was mentioning, he's certainly improving at the right time.
Are we making too much out of that Whitney performance since it was such a short field, or does the time of the race and the way he did it counteract that?
The latter. It's the time of the race. It's the way he did it. It's the fact that he looked like he was building up to a race like that, and he went so fast he could almost regress off that performance and still potentially win today.
So one of the stories on the breakfast shows this past week was Ushba Desoro, a horse that is phenomenally talented, but has had his issues at the gate. We've been seeing this time and time again. They've had to bring him into the gate, school him. He just doesn't seem like a good actor in the starting gate.
Yeah, I followed up with Kate Hunter, who represents Team Japan, after this happened that morning at Santa Anita, and she said that what was happening is not every starting gate is built the exact same all across the globe. This particular starting gate here at Santa Anita, the back hind gates were hitting him in the back of the legs, and it was just starting to make him very agitated. They backed him out of the starting gate, and then once they loaded him back in, Christina, he said, well, I know what's going to happen next. I don't want these gates closed on me, and that's why he was having so much trouble this particular morning. Kate told me that they added green pads. Initially, I thought it was a blanket over the hindquarters. It's not a blanket. There's big green pads in the starting gate that has really helped him. He went to the starting gate another morning after this. They cleared him to go ahead and run in the Breeders' Cup Classic. He did not visit the starting gate again or have another schooling session after that. So the connections were happy that they got the things worked out for the Breeders' Cup Classic and his gate antics here, Christina. And it all is thanks to a big green pad that's going to be accompanying him in the starting gate.
It has to be a concern, though, if he is a horse that, you know, you're wagering on today, you're including on your tickets. You're not really going to know until the last second, right? As they head into the starting gate, what you're going to get from him. On the basis of his resume, he's on a 6-race win streak. He is a completely different horse since they switched him from the turf to the dirt. He's 5 for 5 on a fast main track, which is exactly what he's going to get here today. And his last 2 races, I mean, the prep race was just that. It was a prep race and it was perfect. It was so easy for him. He skipped home. But the Dubai World Cup, to me, when he was cleared by 2 3/4 of a length, he toyed with that group. That was effortlessly easy for him on that occasion. This is the prep race, his most recent start. And Joaquin, this is just to kind of get a little tightener under his belt. You were there in Dubai. I mean, a repeat of that race that we saw back in March absolutely can put him in the winner's circle today.
And that was a planned vacation of 6 months after he won the Dubai World Cup, because his connections have stated that he's just really not a hot weather type horse. So they gave him the summer off out there in Japan. They brought him back in the prep race that we just showed you. And of the last 2 races, Mike, that I can take from Ushba Tesoro is a versatility in his running style. The pace was actually very fast in the Dubai World Cup. The prep race that we just showed you right there, the pace was much more methodical, and he was versatile. He was covered up close to the pace, down on the inside, tipped out at the top of the stretch, and I think it was an ideal prep race coming into the Classic here today.
I'm calling him the hangover horse in that he was yesterday's buzz. There was so much buzz about him going into the weeks leading up to the Breeders' Cup. I think a lot of people in mid-September were identifying him as the supreme talent that was going to come in and take America by storm. And I feel like through the breakfast shows, because of the gate antics, people have gotten a little chilly on Ushba Tesoro now. But I think there's no question, over the last several years, the Japanese horses have come to every international racing festival, be it Dubai, Saudi Arabia, or Breeders' Cup, and made a ton of noise, and not just at the high end, but the depth of the horses they've brought in. So at Ushba Tesoro today, right now he's at 4 to 1. I thought a week ago there was a chance he was going to be one of the favorites.
They won their first 2 Breeders' Cups just a few years ago in the Distaff and the filly and mare turf. They brought the largest contingent of competitors to the Breeders' Cup this year that we have ever seen, 9 horses from Japan. And this is the centerpiece of the entire weekend. This is the Breeders' Cup Classic. This is as big as it gets. This would bring a lot of pride and a lot of honor, not only to these specific connections, but to the entire Japanese racing community and those that are participating and those that are fans, to go home winners of the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Can we keep it in Japan? We're talking about Ushba Tesoro, but I feel like we had a very similar situation with Ushba Tesoro coming into the Classic as we did with Derma Sotogake going into the Derby. It was a brilliant performance in Dubai that woke the Americans up to the fact that this horse might have talent. Derma Sotogake finished 6th in the Kentucky Derby, but how good was that performance?
I thought it was a good performance. He did not get away from the gate very cleanly. He did everything right that week. His works were very good. His training was very good. Joaquin, you and I were both there leading up to the Kentucky Derby. And look, the Derby is a very difficult race from a trip perspective. There's a lot of horses that have a lot of ability that don't get to run their race in the Derby. You end up 6th across the wire in that field of 18, and I don't think it's anything to be disgraced by. And I actually like the fact that he's freshened and fresh for today.
And this is a really long layoff that he has coming in here to the Breeders' Cup Classic. We have not seen him since the Kentucky Derby in the first Saturday in May, so he's coming in here off a 6-month layoff. And Christina, you mentioned his bad break. It was really, really bad. He hit the left side of the gate. He ended up further back. He went wire to wire in the UAE Derby, but that was Chris L'Enflammeur being very aggressive because he jumped well. Nobody else wanted the lead, and he made him pay, and he went wire to wire. He's generally a horse that sits just off the pace, can sit mid-pack. I'm also thinking with the fact that just how fast the early fractions were in the Kentucky Derby, was it maybe a blessing in disguise that he did get off a little slow, or would he have been even closer to that hot pace? So maybe because he finished 6th coming from off the pace, maybe it worked out he actually missed the break.
He suits American racing. We know that much. We don't know that yet about Ushba Tesoro.
Chad Brown is standing by right now with Scott Hazelton.
The number 2 runner, Zandon, now draws the rail. And, Chad, any concern with the rail draw given where they start and the long run into the first turn?
Not really. I prefer to save ground with this horse. You know, mile and a quarter has always been a little bit of a question for him. He seems very effective at a mile and 1/8. So the way I look at it, take the shortest way home, save some ground, and he's coming to the race great. If he's going to get to mile and a quarter, it's going to be with a ground-saving trip.
What kind of trip are you looking for from where he should be early perspective?
Just adjust to the pace. If there's a hot pace, I'm hoping for and predicting at least it'll be at a minimum a solid pace on paper. Just find his rhythm wherever he places himself. Hopefully he gets out the gates good and gets some sort of decent position. It'll probably be in the back half of the field, which I'm happy with. But I just hope that pace percolates and they string out a little bit and create some room for Frankie to move him outside on the stretch.
What leads to the type of consistency that he brings just about every single time to the races?
Teamwork. You know, everyone around this horse and my team has just done an amazing job with him, keeping him healthy, listening to the horse when he's ready to run, when he's ready to work. And we put him in there, and he may not have won as many times as we want, but he's really never disappointed us. He's run every single time, and when he's been beaten, it's normally been by a really top horse. So I'm really excited about this race for him. I just hope he gets a clean trip.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Scott, we are on the precipice of the much anticipated Grade 1 Longines Breeders' Cup Classic in terms of who looked good. The number 3 White Abarrio, our current favorite, is a favorite who should be respected. Obviously running a huge race in the Grade 1 Whitney. I think he's going to stretch out just fine. And honestly, looking at him physically, he was one of the best behaved horses of everybody in this group. So confident, completely unfazed by everything. He does not look like a horse who has just run a 110 Beyer speed figure. Very confident, and he should handle the stretch out and distance just fine. I'm also going to include one of the Japanese horses, the number 8 Ushba Tesoro. Obviously super impressive race record, and he has the physicalities to back up his past performances. He is an outstanding physical specimen. Huge, beautiful horse. Is going to love this distance, strong shoulder, and just very behaved in the paddock as well, dropping his head, radiating confidence in every way. I'm also going to throw in a long shot. This horse was my paddock pick of them all, I think. The number 13, Proxy. I have never seen Proxy look better. He is just the definition of a consistent horse, constantly hits the board, always runs his heart out, and has run against some of the best horses in this country. He is beautiful today. Strong shoulder, well conditioned, and he looks extremely confident walking over to the track.
I will say this, Proxy, who's 18-1 and plus 1,800, fits on numbers. He fits on Beyers, and he really fits on Thorograph sheets as well. He's tried the distance 3 times. He's finished second twice, including that nose loss to Bright Future in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Yeah, he was off the pace that day, kind of snuck through along the inside. He actually followed the winner and almost got there to Bright Future. He also, 2 starts back in the Monmouth Cup, was up and on the lead. They weren't fast fractions, but Proxy is a horse that can make his own trip. He's really proven his versatility. I did think it was interesting what Chad Brown mentioned about Zandon, and I think it's so true. He's never disappointed them. His style is going to lead to a lot of seconds and thirds. When you drop back like Zandon does, you are going to hit the board more often than you're going to win, but he is honest and consistent as they come.
We took a poll on X to see who you liked at home, and Ushba Tesoro is running away with it at 40%, 31% for White Abarrio. We haven't even mentioned Arabian Night right now, and that might be a massive mistake. And Bright Future coming in with 8.5% of the vote.
International support for Ushba Tesoro. We begin our post parade with Zandon at 7-1. Frankie Dettori in the saddle for Chad Brown. He's 3 for 13 lifetime, one of the biggest scores of the Grade 2 Woodward and the Grade 1 Bluegrass.
Here is the gray White Abarrio, our current favorite. Rick Dutrow, 3 Breeders' Cup wins, including the Breeders' Cup Classic with St. Liam at Belmont Park. He's 2-1.
4 Horse is a big 45-1 that has missed the cut. He was a winner last out of the Grade 3 Tokyo City Cup, going the 1.5 miles over this track.
Derma Sotogake 6th in the Kentucky Derby on the first Saturday in May. That is the last time that we have seen him in the afternoon at the races. He comes in here off a 6-month layoff.
The 6-horse Saudi Crown is another 3-year-old in this group. He is very fast, and they have said they do want to make the early lead with this horse.
Clapton is going to be the 3rd Breeders' Cup starter for trainer Chad Summers. He ran 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Sprint a few years ago with Mind Your Biscuits. He has the 7-horse in here who comes off the victory in the Grade 2 Lucas Classic, 40-1 on Clapton.
Ushba Tesoro up next for Japan, the son of champion Ofevra. He's 10 for 30 lifetime, 5 for 5 on a fast main track. Also on a 6-race win streak. This is his first start in North America.
If you're playing exactas, tries, and superfectas, this is a horse at a bomb of a number at 40-1. You don't want to leave off underneath. He is such a hard rider with the 9 here. Senior Buscador for trainer Todd Fincher.
Dreamlike exits the Pennsylvania Derby. He was second behind Saudi Crown. As you heard from Todd Pletcher, he does cry out for that distance of the 1.25 miles. He gets it today.
Another one in here for the Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, the 11 and Bright Future. He's really taken his game to the next level in his last 2. He comes off a victory in the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Bob Baffert's Arabian Night up next in the Silks of Zidane Stables. He is 3 for 4 lifetime. He beat Older in the FanDuel Racing Pacific Classic last out.
And I spoke to trainer Michael Stidham back at the barn a couple days ago. You can see the equipment on Proxy that he's wearing. Those are cheek pieces. Those have been much more effective for Proxy than the blinkers that he wore earlier on in his career.
Scott.
We are here with Brad Cox on the track, readying for the Breeders' Cup Classic as he sends out Saudi Crown. And so much of the discussion, Brad, coming into this race after it was drawn, how's this race going to play out between your horse Saudi Crown and Arabian Night to the outside? How do you see this developing the length of the stretch and into the first turn?
We're going to go forward, obviously. We'll see. I envision maybe a trip somewhat like an idiomatic. Obviously the speed's on the outside, just like it was with randomized. So, we're going to make them be aggressive if they choose to do that, and see how it plays out.
How much grit did he show you in his Pennsylvania Derby win?
A good bit. He turned for home. He kind of flicked his ears, started kind of looking at the grandstand a little bit, dug in late, second start around 2 turns of his career. I think he's obviously a very talented horse that's lightly raced. I know he's improved since a PA Derby. I mean, physically he's grown, and I love what we've seen from him over the morning.
What's been the difference from the summer in Saratoga and at Belmont to what we saw from him at Parks?
Well, just development. I mean, he's just gotten a little bit older. He's, these horses are supposed to get better as they get older and more experience, and he's done that. And once again, he's going to need to take another step forward today, and I think he's very capable.
Good luck, Brad.
Thank you.
And there's a look at him on the racetrack here. Yeah, I mean, this horse has got a ton of talent. Is it his day, though, for Saudi Crown? He's only made 5 career starts. Is he going to be good enough this afternoon to take on the likes of these?
I think the thing about Saudi Crown is the speed is his weapon. But if you're going to use him enough to outsprint Arabian Night, that's going to take its toll at the 1.25 miles when they turn for home. We saw that from him in the Dwyer at the 1-turn mile at Belmont. He went very fast early, dug in after those fast fractions, and was beaten by a Baffert horse in Fort Bragg. Earlier today in the Dirt Mile, everybody wanted to be up and on the lead.
Right.
Who makes the lead? National Treasure. Bob Baffert's horses are just that much faster than I think anybody anticipates.
And the Bob Baffert horse, Arabian Night, is to his outside. It's not like he has him down to his inside. You would have to think that Flavien Prat on Arabian Night, he's going to have his eye definitely on Florent Giroux early on here with the 6 here in Saudi Crown. And Mike, he's lightly raced in his campaign. He's just 2 noses away from being undefeated coming into this race.
Dubsy, how do we play this event on the FanDuel Racing app?
That's exactly how we play it. In the FanDuel Sportsbook, under FanDuel Racing, just 6 minutes here until the big one. Taking a look at our biggest market mover. It is White Barrio up top now, firms up to 2-1. So the public really starting to lean in on this 4-year-old, thinking if we get that performance we saw last out, enough to do it in this spot. Arabian Night, the lightly raced 3-year-old, popular at the window here at the digital window, currently sits at 7-2. But the outside draw, that is the knock for me. I believe the top contender going into the gates will be the number 8, Ushba Tesoro, at 7-2 at plus 350. A lot of character, as we've seen all week long going through the morning works. I like that in the racehorse. Give me the number 8, Ushba Tesoro, in the Classic coming up. Play along at the FanDuel Sportsbook.
And Joaquin, Ushba Tesoro is going to factor large in one of your wagers here.
Yeah, I'm going to play a trifecta here, and I think he is the horse to beat, and I'm going to put him on top as the only horse that can win to hit this ticket. So I'll go with the 8 in Ushba Tesoro. I like the versatility to him. I thought he had a perfect prep race off that 6-month layoff. The only thing that has not gone perfect for him was his gate schooling session. But going from his first session to his second session, I thought he improved enough in that from what I saw in the mornings. I'll throw quite a few horses underneath Mike in the 2nd and 3rd spots, but I think they need to beat Ushba Tesoro today.
Here's a look at Arabian Nights, and this is a horse Only 4 starts for Bob Baffert, but in his 4th career start, he ran a classic effort in the FanDuel Racing Pacific Classic.
He did, and we'll take a look at that race right now. And I think if he wants the lead, he'll get it. But oftentimes, as fast as Bob Baffert's runners are, they're not rank, they're not run-off types, and he is drawn outside of the other speed. I think he'll end up sitting the trip that we saw from Idiomatic, maybe just off of whoever does make the early lead. Flavien Prat will want to keep him in the clear if he can. Don't think the distance is clearly a problem. You just saw him win at the 1.25 miles, but he does have a lack of experience. And we've seen this from these connections throughout the Triple Crown in the last couple of years. They have these expensive, incredibly talented runners, but they're put into very challenging positions with only a few races under their belts. Sometimes it works out. Sometimes that lack of experience catches up with them.
Here's what Bob Baffert had to say earlier this week on Arabian Night. And I know this is going to be a tough race, but if he brings his A game, I really don't care who is running against us. And look, he's coming off a victory in the FanDuel Racing Pacific Classic. The way the race shapes up, I think he's really well drawn in here because it's such a long run going into the first turn. The other quickest horse in here is going to be drawn to his inside. He's been training lights out in preparation for this, but as you mentioned, Christina, he is really light on experience. And one thing that has never happened in Breeders' Cup history is we've never seen a horse win the Breeders' Cup Classic in career start number 5. That's what he's trying to do here today. White Barrio, our current 2-to-1 favorite. Let's take a look at our DRF formulator fact here. And trainer Rick Dutro's barn has 4 wins from 12 starters. 10 of them have been in the money, finishing first, second, or third, and a $2.70 ROI between October 7th and October 27th. White Barrio, our current 2-to-1 favorite on the board as he's looking for back-to-back wins. And Mike, this was the plan because Rick Dutro said pretty much immediately after he drew off and won by 6 in the Whitney, I'm not going to run him again. I want a fresh horse coming into the Breeders' Cup Classic. He was really one of the few horses, at least early on, that really got here to Southern California early and got acclimated to this surface.
Well, and that factoid we just showed you ran the fastest speed figures of his career in both Thorograph and Beyer speed figures. I don't know if that's what led to the decision for him to have that layoff between the Whitney and the Breeders' Cup, but what it does is it mitigates the threat of him bouncing and reacting to that effort. It gives him ample time to recover. Rick Dutro is an amazing horseman, and he's very good at knowing what these horses need to give their optimal effort. So if there was any fear that that was a one-off race, the way he ran that quickly in the Whitney, that is mitigated by the relief he's had since then.
The whole game is really trending that way, though, isn't it?
Right.
Layoffs between horses. You're seeing some of the biggest barns do this consistently. We saw it with John Gosden and the horses that he brought in here from overseas. Very few horses are running every single month and then building up to a race like this. We saw a lot of horses run at Saratoga, at Del Mar, and use that spacing to freshen up and prepare for the Breeders' Cup.
And I think a lot of people like to take criticism with that particular take on our sport. I can make you an argument that that happens across all major sports now. Mike, we don't see players throw complete games like Major League Baseball pitchers used to do back in the days in the 60s and 70s. We talk about all this load management now in the NBA and trying to keep their stars on the court just as long. So it's not just horse racing where athletes have had their games, or in this instance, races spaced out. I think that's happened all across Major League sports.
They've reached the starting gate for the biggest of them all. It is not hyperbole to say the Breeders' Cup Classic, presented by Longines, is the most important race in the world. $6 million on the line as they go into the starting gate. We go to the voice of Santa Anita, Frank Miramati, for the call.
Thank you, Michael. What an exciting moment it is as White Barrio takes up his position. Yellow blinkers of Ushpa Tesoro. Senor Buscador going up. Here's Missed the Cut. Dreamlike with the Rapoli Silks. Last few runners left to load. Bright Future going in. Derma Sotagake. Saudi Crown. Arabian Night. Sotagake circling behind the gate. Arabian Night. Instant starters get a hold of Arabian Night. He obliges and takes up his spot. Saudi Crown has loaded. We're waiting for Proxy in the Godolphin Blue, who goes in. In the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic, and Dermis Sotogake very fast, and Arabian Night is sent hard. And Arabian Night takes control at once and gets over to the inside with White Abarrio about 1.5 lengths off him in second. Saudi Crown is showing plenty of early speed, and he's headstrong right up alongside of Arabian Night. Dermis Sotogake outside White Abarrio. They share third, followed by Zandon, who races in the 5th spot. Proxy is closer than usual today. He's about 8 lengths off the speed. Missed the Cut is next. They're followed by Bright Future in the green silks, racing in between horses. Clapton in a little bit tight. Dreamlike is outside of that group. Ushpa Tesoro is down at the rail. And at the back of the field is Senor Buscador. Flavian Pratt setting the pace aboard Arabian Night, with Saudi Crown a length back second. White Abarrio 2.5 or 3 off the pace in third. Dermis Sotogake is in fourth, about 5 lengths off the pace. Then comes Zandon, a break of 4 to miss the cut. Ushpa Tesoro is starting to advance. He's racing on the inside of Proxy as they come to the half-mile pole. Senor Buscador is out of last. He just went by Dreamlike, Clapton inside of them, and Bright Future is now at the back of the field. Around the far turn, and it's Arabian Night who's been there every step of the way. A 3-wide bid coming from White Abarrio, who's traveling sweetly, and White Abarrio comes right to Arabian Night. Saudi Crown is in between them. From the back of the field, Ushpa Tesoro is finding his best stride as the field turns for home. White Abarrio and Arabian Night. White Abarrio has taken the lead with a furlong left to go. In the center of the track, Dermis Sotogake is closing some, along with Ushpa Tesoro, a 16th out. And it's Irad Ortiz Jr. and White Abarrio with a 2-length lead. Dermis Sotogake gathering late momentum. White Abarrio has won the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic over Dermis Sotogake. Proxy was on the scene for a minor piece, as was Bright Future with Arabian Night.
White Abarrio does it. His 3rd win of the year, scoring in the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic as he flies home under Irad Ortiz.
Another Breeders' Cup Classic for Irad Ortiz, another for Rick Dutrow, although quite spaced out. Take a look as they turn for home. So Flavian Pratt was intent on making the early lead, and he did so very quickly as they came away from the starting gate. But right here, Joaquin, White Abarrio made his move, and it was clear Irad had a lot more horse left to finish with.
Yeah, he was down on the inside earlier on as they turned up the backstretch, and just as they advanced up the backstretch going into the far turn, that's when he decided to go ahead and ease him out. He was 3 wide, but as you mentioned, Christina, you could just judge the body language of both the horse and the rider. You knew that he was traveling so fluidly, so smooth. You knew Irad Ortiz had a ton of horse. Arabian Night, he starts to tire down on the inside. White Abarrio goes on with it. And how about Dermis Sotogake running a bang-up race here in defeat, coming in here off that long layoff to finish second.
That was a brilliant performance. White Abarrio just too good, as Rick Dutrow back in the game and back in the winner's circle at the Breeders' Cup.
7th win now in 15 starts for this son of Race Day out of the Into Mischief mare, Catching Diamonds. Rick Dutrow took over the training just after, well, it was sort of midway through the summer. He brought him into the Grade 1 Met Mile. He was 3rd behind Cody's Wish, who we saw come back to be successful today, and then stretched him back out to the full 2 turns at the 1 1/8. I think there was a long time where we didn't quite know what Abarrio was best at, Joaquin, right? In the early stages of his career, was he a 2-turn horse? Was he going to be better if you could just let him go around 1 turn? Clearly, the classic distances, the 2 turns, no problem for him, as White Abarrio is your winner. And congratulations and cheers to the breeder of this Breeders' Cup Classic winner, Spendthrift Farm bred White Abarrio.
I think we can comfortably say this is the best son of Race Day we've ever seen. Got an ISO replay of White Abarrio, Irad Ortiz, Rick Dutrow, the C2 Racing Stable LLC, and La Milagrosa. Here's a look at this colt, and you can just see, look at where the hands of Irad are. I mean, they're far back on the neck. He's on a loose rein. He's just letting him pull him into the race.
And he switched him out at this point, too. You know, he wasn't going to take any chances. He knew he had something left to finish with. He knew that he had to make his move at that point because you don't want to let Flavien Prat and Arabian Night start to sneak away as they hit the top of the stretch. He had to work that much faster to keep up with these horses and to pass them as you're turning, and he's on the outside.
And as Saudi Crown starts to back out of it at this particular point, you can see the arms and hands of Flavien Prat riding the 12 here in Arabian Night. He's asking his horse for everything he has. Just look how easily he cruised up to these horses too, going into the far turn, puts the other two horses away at the top of the stretch. And at this particular moment, Christina, it's just really Irad Ortiz just keeping his mind on business, helping him just finish off his race here, get him to the finish line, and White Abarrio off the 3-month layoff, and a fist pump from Irad Ortiz as he makes it back-to-back wins.
We've had some phenomenal 3-year-olds this year. I think this is a very strong class. We've seen some 3-year-olds internationally be successful today. But this is an example of what you get when you let these horses come back at 4,
right,
and when you let them really become their best, let them fully grow, let them get into their best potential. And I know, we're talking about the breeding game and there's a lot of money on the line, but when you see the difference, if this horse ran in this race last year at 3, he doesn't win.
Right.
Look at what Arabian Night did. This was a heroic performance for him at 3.
I was going to bring that up.
Imagine what we'd get from him if we get him back here next year.
Well, I was going to say, Arabian Night ran one of the better 4th-place finishes you're ever going to see in the Breeders' Cup Classic. They were flying. Those early fractions.
Start of his career.
Yeah, those early fractions were way too fast to hold on for a mile and a quarter.
The tactics early on actually surprised me because we knew the two fastest horses in the race were Saudi Crown and Arabian Night. Flavien wanted the lead. He was intent on that lead in the first 100 yards, but he didn't stay in the 4, 5, or 6 class underneath the wire for the first time. He went all the way down to the rail. That allowed Florent Giroux to go ahead and get to a more of a stalking roll going into the first turn, but he carved out really fast fractions, a 22-2 opening quarter, 45 3/2 mile, 110-1. Those were swift fractions for the first 3 quarters.
Let's relive the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic. Once again, let's listen to that call from Frank Miramati.
They're in the gate, and they're off in the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic. And Dermis Sotogake very fast, and Arabian Night is sent hard. And Arabian Night takes control at once and gets over to the inside with White Abarrio about 1.5 lengths off him in second. Saudi Crown is showing plenty of early speed, and he's headstrong right up alongside of Arabian Night. Dermis Sotogake outside White Abarrio. They share third, followed by Zandon, who races in the 5th spot. Proxy is closer than usual today. He's about 8 lengths off the speed. Missed the Cut is next. They're followed by Bright Future in the green silks, racing in between horses. Clapton in a little bit tight. Dreamlike is outside of that group. Ushpa Tesoro is down at the rail. And at the back of the field is Senor Buscador. Flavien Prat setting the pace aboard Arabian Night with Saudi Crown a length back second. White Abarrio 2.5 or 3 off the pace in third. Dermis Sotogake is in fourth, about 5 lengths off the pace. Then comes Zandon, a break of 4 to miss the cut. Ushpa Tesoro is starting to advance. He's racing on the inside of Proxy as they come to the half-mile pole. Senor Buscador is out of last. He just went by Dreamlike, Clapton inside of them, and Bright Future is now at the back of the field. Around the far turn, and it's Arabian Night who's been there every step of the way. A 3-wide bid coming from White Abarrio, who's traveling sweetly, and White Abarrio comes right to Arabian Night. Saudi Crown is in between them. From the back of the field, Ushpa Tesoro is finding his best stride as the field turns for home. White Abarrio and Arabian Night. White Abarrio has taken the lead with a furlong left to go. In the center of the track, Dermis Sotogake is closing some, along with Ushpa Tesoro, a 16th out. And it's Irad Ortiz Jr. and White Abarrio with a 2-length lead. Dermis Sotogake gathering late momentum. White Abarrio has won the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic over Dermis Sotogake. Proxy was on the scene for a minor piece, as was Bright Future with Arabian Night. White Abarrio. He's a 4-year-old great hope by race day out of Catching Diamond, owned by C2 Racing Stable and La Milagrosa Stable. The winning trainer, Rick Dutro, and the jockey, Irad Ortiz Jr. White Abarrio was bred in Kentucky by Spendthrift Farm. That's 2 Breeders' Cup wins today. 4 for Iran Ortiz Jr. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, in the winner's circle to make the trophy presentation to the connection with White Barrio, winner of the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic. We have Ricky Garcia, U.S. Brand President for Longines, Barbara Thanke, Breeders' Cup Board Chairman, and Drew Fleming, Breeders' Cup President and Chief Executive Officer. Race 10 is the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Stretch 2, 13, 15, and 16. Water end at approximately 14, close time 31 minutes.
An incredibly powerful performance by White Barrio to take the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic, and it's a full winner's circle here to celebrate what that horse just did. For the trophy presentation down in the winner's circle with me, we have the CEO and President of the Breeders' Cup, Drew Fleming, Barbara Thanke, the Breeders' Cup Board Chairman, and also Brittany Garcia, the U.S. Brand President from Longines. First things first, Barbara, what a performance by this runner today.
That was a great performance. This is the most spectacular place to have a championship, and congratulations everyone for winning this championship race.
Nothing better than the backdrop of those San Gabriel Mountains. Brittany, for the official presentation, not only of the Breeders' Cup Trophy, but of the beautiful Longines timepieces.
Congratulations. What a beautiful race. So fun and exciting. We're so happy to participate and be a part. On behalf of Longines, congratulations.
And the winning owners, Clint and Mark Cornett, brothers who have loved this game since they were in high school, and Antonio Pagnano. Clint, I'm going to start with you. Tell me the emotions as you're watching White Barrio, the big gray, almost white horse, storm down the stretch underneath that red.
It was stressful, to be honest with you. I mean, you know, you never know until they hit the line. So I'm really speechless right now. I mean, it's been a long, since September 12th we came out, and this is the end result.
And Mark, I saw you going pretty nuts up there, which is exactly what you should be doing if you win the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Irad's taught me how to ride a horse, so.
So you were riding him home too?
I was. Now look, this was a team effort. Rick, Irad, Emily, everybody did such a great job. Grooms, everybody contributed to this whole thing. We had to overcome a lot of obstacles with this horse, a lot of management, thanks to things that were out of our control. But sometimes things just happen for a reason, and I think that reason's Rick Dutrow right here.
Just expand upon that a little bit. You did have to make a decision, and you chose to have Rick Dutrow take over the training duties here. He is back after 10 years and takes you to the Classic. Just speak on that for me.
Yeah, I mean, when we ran at Churchill, we were going to run at Churchill, and they scratched us, so we had to make some management decisions because we didn't know what New York was doing. And, you know, one of the best horsemen of the world is right here, Rick Dutrow.
And you are in the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic winner circle. How about that? Yeah. How about that? Congratulations to each and every one of you. A powerful performance by White Barrio in the Classic.
Looking to give your handicapping game a sharper focus? RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. Customized PPs, summary and individual research, handicapping angles and back testing, true odds predictive analysis, and pace projection. With innovative analytics powered by data from Equibase, it will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level. RaceLens, bringing clarity to handicapping. Learn more at equibase.com/racelens.
Garbage time. That phrase never sounded quite right because no part of football is meaningless. So cherish every 2 minutes of the NFL, not just the ones you're warned about. Cherish the spreads to cover, overs to hit, and chances to live bet from the first down to the final whistle. So don't just watch football this season, cherish it.
Bet $5, get $150 bonus if your team wins, plus a profit boost every single day. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. This son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. Now his first runners are hitting the track. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Qatar Racing are proud to be the official title partner of the $2 million Breeders' Cup Sprint for the 3rd year running, reinforcing their commitment to promote the best racing in the world to new and growing audiences. Maker's Mark wishes you luck today and invites you to try a Gold Rush made with Maker's Mark bourbon and a local California honey. At Maker's Mark, we make our bourbon carefully. Please enjoy it that way. As the official partner and timekeeper of the Breeders' Cup World Championships, Swiss watch brand Longines is proud to present the Longines Prize for Elegance. In keeping with the brand's motto, elegance is an attitude, the fashion contest awards the most elegant lady and gent. The official watch of the event is the Mini Dolce Vita. With its discreet profile, classic styling, and aesthetic variations that are at once timely and timeless, it is a masterpiece that exquisitely expresses in equal parts Longines quiet luxury and contemporary elegance. FanDuel is proud to be the official wagering partner of the Breeders' Cup and sponsor of the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile, presented by the PDJF. Watch racing year-round on FanDuel TV and wager on all the races with FanDuel Racing. Make every moment more with FanDuel.
The $1 million Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint produced the biggest upset on last year's Breeders' Cup card. 42-1 long shot Caravel took the fight to the boys from the start and never looked back. The first ever turf sprint on the Breeders' Cup card was contested at Santa Anita in 2008, and it produced a 36-1 shocker in Desert Code. In 2012, Misdirection carried jockey Mike Smith to the first of back-to-back wins in this race for trainer Mike Pipey. 6 years later, Stormy Liberal and trainer Peter Miller matched that feat. This is the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint.
And we're just 24 minutes away from the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, and this year it'll be going that 5-furlong distance. Yes, we have the great memories of Misdirection down the hillside turf course, but this year we're keeping it short, sweet, and to the point.
Thankfully.
For you.
Thankfully, because it gives Living the Dream a great shot.
I agree. I don't mind it being at the flat 5. I know that one of the most beautiful things about Santa Anita is our unique down the hill turf, but I also feel like it lends itself to milers running, and this way we're getting a true sprint. Who's the flat out fastest?
And a foot race between us two, and going with him. At any rate, Jess Stafford joining us for some insight. Jess, what you got?
Horse 5, Living the Dream. He's got the gate speed. He'll be quick round the bends. He's our fastest horse in Europe, and he can do it for the Adam West team.
My pick here is going to be the number 10, Notorious, one of 3 for Phil D'Amato. I think looking at the 5/8 distance is going to be tricky for some. He is a true closer, but I think the pace setup is going to be perfect for him.
I'm going with Caravel here, 5-1, Brad Cox Barn. One of the early leaders should push for that lead and hopefully ends up back in the winner's circle this time.
Did you guys take notes? You right? I got that. Well,
that was so fast.
It was very quick. It's a turf sprint. I mean, we got to get with the theme of the race now. We're going to be going quickly. Let's take a look at the field with the current odds as we're 22 minutes out. Horses are in the saddling paddock getting ready for this affair, and it is Notorious, the local flavor, who's getting the early attention, Rishi.
Yes, Notorious, I can understand why. Looking at some of the best form in the race from the stateside horses. Funny enough, looking at the pedigrees, I thought this is one that I was quite attracted to, considering the fact that it's by a Mahara out of a Pastoral Pursuits mare. And the most recent run, obviously very good in that grade 3 at Del Mar. There's a lot to like about Notorious. Sorry.
No, but especially the way he wins this from off the pace.
Well, I'm wondering, that's what I was just going to ask you guys. I mean, do you think that Living the Dream would be able to get away from him, dropping back in trip on this track?
Would he? Yes. Will he? We shall see. That's the real question, right? Because the thing with a 5-furlong turf sprint, by very definition, there's going to be a lot of speed in it. I actually feel like for a Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, Michelle, there isn't as much speed as I expected.
Well, that's what I was going to say. When you said there's going to be a lot of speed in here, I think the one speed is Living the Dream. We have fast horses in California. He shaded 21 at Keeneland. I think that their turf course is a little deeper than our turf course is here. I mean, he could easily go 20 and 1 here. You know what I mean? He's going to go fast.
Well, you speak of Living the Dream, and you talk about Keeneland. Let's go back to York. And this is the Nunthorpe Stakes, Rishi. What exactly underwent here in this 4-year-old gelding's career?
Well, if you look over to the left, the horse with the noseband, that's Big Evs, who won the juvenile turf sprint yesterday. Living the Dream, all the while through this race, even to this point, I'm thinking, well, he's going to come back to them, because nothing in Living the Dream's form to this point had ever shown that he could do this to Highfield Princess, who was favourite for the sprint, or one of the favourites for the sprint last year, Brad Sell, who was due to run. He's the horse in the red colours with the white face to the outside. But Living the Dream never came back to them, and in the end, he's a cosy enough winner over that 5-furlong distance. And interestingly enough, when I spoke to Adam West, his trainer, this week, and I asked him about what's been the key to Living the Dream's progression from that race to now, he was suggesting it's nothing to do with the horse, who he thinks has always been really fast. He thinks it's the tracks that he's run on. So York really suited him because it's a flat, fast 5 furlongs. Obviously, Keeneland, he was pretty good going around the bend, then just tied up over the distance. But he felt that this trip here at Santa Anita, and in fairness, even before he won the Nunthorpe, the Breeders' Cup was in their thoughts. They were thinking about the track Santa Anita being the suitable sort of conditions for Living the Dream, regardless of what happened in the Nunthorpe.
Yeah, well, the Breeders' Cup was an afterthought for Idiomatic, and we saw how that turned out. So it doesn't really matter what the great plans are. Let's start talking about how you can get down in the action. We still have plenty of horse racing to wager on today. And for new customers, you can bet the Breeders' Cup with a no-sweat win bet up to $200 on FanDuel Racing. That's right. Up to $200 back if you don't win your first single horse win bet. Just place your first win bet on a single horse in any racetrack. Maybe Santa Anita this afternoon, seems like a good one. And get up to $200 back as a racing bonus if you don't win. Go to FanDuel Racing for details. And for those of you with an account already, we're offering you this win insurance. That's right. With FanDuel Racing, get WinBet insurance on all races at Santa Anita today, Saturday, November 4th, which is coincidentally the Breeders' Cup. Get your first WinBet back up to $10 as a racing credit if you finish second or third. Go to FanDuel Racing for details as we go to FanDuel TV studios with Dubsy as he's going to detail how to win this race with a wager.
Yeah, it's a fantastic race to be jumping into, Mike. A lot of different ways to close out the card here on the multi-race wagering side of things, the Daily Double and the Pick 3. Top selections here. Biggest market mover is Motorious. Was 5-1 on the morning line. Starts to firm up in the market. Currently sits at 5-2, plus 250, and a really good chance coming back here. Speaking of coming back, I'm going to go with Caravel to run it back. Won this race last year in the midst of a nice little 5-race win streak. The last 2 lines, maybe that scares the punters off. But you put a line through those last starts. The ground, quick course out there this afternoon. Caravel should eat it up at 9-2, plus 450. That is where the price lays for me coming up here in the turf sprint. 18 minutes to get those tickets in at the FanDuel Sportsbook, FanDuel Racing. So let's get back out there to Jess Stafford.
Adam West, Saddles Live in the Dream coming up, and I must imagine this is pretty much a career-defining moment for you and your team.
Well, I hope not. I hope I get a second chance. No, it's pretty big. It's pretty important. This is just amazing, the whole thing. I'm trying to play it down and just enjoy it, but it's hard to. This is huge.
Yeah. And the horse you've got, so important about the prep in. That's what you said. How pleased that with what you've done to get him to this point. How important was Keeneland?
Well, that was the plan. If we went to the Abbey, we could have run well. Form says we probably could have beaten Highfield Princess on a good draw, but it wouldn't have done him any favours because he hasn't had the experience with the bell, hasn't flown over here, things like that. So, we weren't sure what ground we were going to get as well. Whereas in Keenan we got lovely ground, and it's similar here. So he's had the experience, and hopefully that plays well.
Well, the work is all done. He looks fantastic. So all the best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you very much, Jess, as they are saddled up for the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. We'll have a post-parade for you shortly. I was just going to let you guys go at something. Let's talk about Arzak here.
I want to talk about the 9.
No, I was sorry for the pregnant pause. I've only been on there for 12 hours today. We're going to go back in time to a time when Arzak looked dominant, and that was the Woodford Stakes. Let's take a look at this one as we go to the Keeneland Racecourse back in the early part, opening weekend, Fall Stars weekend in October. Joel Rosario up this day. This was quite the turn of foot he showed late.
Yeah, I enjoyed the fact that obviously he enjoyed a sharp pace early on and was able to come through at the end of that race over 5.5 at Keeneland. Obviously, living the dream is tiring late on. I'm pretty certain, I mean, you guys will know more than me, but it'll be a different test today. He won't be able to have that length of room or that amount of room, and perhaps with living the dream out in front, won't be able to reel him in as easily.
One thing I'm going to say, though, is we have a horse named Beer Can Man who drew in off the Alsos, and he's a pretty good meter stick for horses that are turf sprinting. He's traveled all around the country doing this. He doesn't win a lot, but he runs right there, and he was beaten by Arzak. He was also beaten by Live in the Dream. So he's a pretty fair barometer of what level Arzak should be at.
Now, Beer Cam Man was in that Green Flash, finishing third. He was in that Woodford we showed you, finishing third. He is a little bit of a price here today at 24-1, like you said, off the AE. There's a look at the 7, no balls, however you want to say it. Right now, though, let's check in once again with Jess Stafford.
Ryan Moore, you've got Aesop Fables. We can see him going past us now. I think that third last time set him up really nicely for a race like this. Were you impressed with how well he stayed on that day?
Yeah, he's good run the last day, and it's a tough race, and drawn a little bit wide, but hopefully he run well.
And just want to say a big congratulations for that ride on Augusta Road, and what a thrill that must have given you.
No, it's great that the horse could come prove how good he is over here.
Well done, and good luck for this last one.
Thank you.
I'm here with Lewis. We're getting ready. Last couple races of the day. But how have you been doing so far? How's the weekend been at Breeders' Cup?
The weekend's been great, and that's the most important thing. How have I been doing? Not so good, but that's fine. That's fine. We're about to turn it around. We got a few more races.
Exactly. We got a couple races left, so still a couple opportunities to make some money. All right, looking into this next race, who are you thinking about? Who are you liking?
I'm putting all my money on Aesop's Fable, number 8, Aidan O'Brien horse, turf track. Good Irish horse. I think it's going to win.
I like that. Aidan O'Brien, 43% when he brings horses to North America.
Absolutely. And I've won money on him before, so I'm fingers crossed.
Right, fingers crossed for sure.
Good. I'm feeling good.
That's what we like to hear. Well, hopefully the last couple races treat you well. Thanks for talking to me, Lewis.
Thank you very much.
All right, Aesop's Fables. It's Lewis's top selection. Lewis, many a man out there hope you are correct. We're just about to hear the call of riders up. Still a packed house here. The Breeders' Cup Classic is run, but we have plenty of Breeders' Cup action yet to come. The Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint and the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
I like Aesop's Fables. I like the fact that his best ever run came last time out in the Abbey behind Highfield Princess. A little bit of a bunch finish. He could have potentially finished a little bit closer on that occasion. One or two horses had an awkward trip, but I love the way he's looked all week long going out with the O'Brien horses. You'd have seen him as well, Michelle.
Yeah, I definitely did. I'm just concerned that the ground might be too rattly for him. I feel like he likes a little bit more give.
Yeah, I would have been of the same opinion, but the ground in Paris, Longchamp, was actually pretty quick. That's just allayed my fears about perhaps needing a little bit of juice.
Okay.
They're coming out of the saddling paddock, and we'll have a post-parade for you shortly, but plenty of time to take a look at how we attack this thing. Give me a wager here, Rishi.
Well, I've put Aesop's Fable in an exacta box. Obviously, I'm going to include Living the Dream there because I think that he's not going to be far away. And I'm going to add Caravel, last year's winner. I think, obviously, the speed test here will suit her. She's a very good horse, and I can't see her out of the three.
Let's check in with Ashley Mayu.
Thanks, Michael Joyce. Joined by trainer Michael Trombetta, looking for success here with the 12, Arzak. He stepped up in his last two. What do you attribute that to?
I think he's just getting good at the right time. He's kind of just blossoming. You know, he's really just coming around when it counts.
Obviously, he's drawn towards the outside today and cutting back from 5.5 to 5. Does that bother you at all?
Yeah, I wish I had a little bit more time to work with it, but he's pretty fast, and hopefully he can find a spot to save some ground to turn and maybe get a good run at him.
Best of luck here.
Thank you.
We're a little surprised at 16-1 is the price on Arzak with the 2-race win streak and the victory in the Woodford.
Not really. I mean, I can understand why it's all ended up the way it has. I still personally think that what happened in the Woodford is going to be overturned this time, but you know, I said at the start of all the turf racing that I thought the Europeans would win all 4 of the turf races today. Todd had a little giggle with me. I'm going to stick with it because it's not going too badly so far.
I'm not giggling, as I think there's going to be more speed in here, though, than we were saying earlier, because I think Caravel is quite the quick one, and Nobles is another one who wants to be forwardly placed. So
if either one of those are as fast as
Living the Dream.
Living the Dream.
Well, they don't have to be fast enough for the whole distance, but will they be fast enough for a quarter mile or so to soften them up? Big Invasion leads them onto the track for Christophe Clement.
Yeah, Big Invasion is a horse that has enormous talent. I'm slightly concerned about the stall one, draw one with all the speed around and whether or not that will allow the horse to get clear sailing.
Interesting to note, he's bred by John O'Mara, who also owns Roses for Deborah in this race. Here's Caravel, your defending champion in here for trainer Brad Cox, already with some winners on the Breeders' Cup weekend. She's coming off a runner-up effort last out.
Yeah, and that was behind Tony Ann at Keeneland. Tony Ann, obviously, just a neck in front of Caravel on that occasion, puts her in the mix.
The 5 is the very speedy Livin' the Dream for Adam West, coming out of that 4th place finish in the Woodford, but set torrid fractions, and you get the turn back in distance.
Next up is Gear Jockey, who came out on top last time. A horse that I think has got enough speed to play a part, but whether it's got the class, I'm not entirely certain.
No Balls wants to have a little bit of impact on the front runners, but I'm not sure if he's quick enough to stay up there. He's coming off a win in the De Haas at Colonial last time out. He does have 4 victories and 7 outs at the flat 5.
Aesop's Fables has looked good in training all week. I think he produced a career best last time out. It is possible that this 3-year-old is still improving at this time of the season.
The aforementioned Roses for Deborah is coming off a defeat last time out, but it was a very yielding course where she did not appear happy at all. She's back on firm ground today. Expect a much improved effort.
We spoke about the ex-British runner, Motorius, who settled into Way of Life with Philip D'Amato.
Wait, you have to say his name right. It's Motorius.
Motorius. You got to say it twice, don't you?
Jasper Crone comes through next, and this horse very on the muscle right there in the post parade.
And then Arzak, who of course was ahead of the horse that I think might win, Living the Dream. Whether the race will pan out in the same sort of manner today, I'm not too sure.
Off the Alsos, Beer Can Man drawing in another trainee for Phil D'Amato, Little Red Feather Racing and Madacat Stables, looking for a victory here with their son of Can the Man. He's been settling for minor awards, although he was victorious on the Preakness undercard going this trip.
And that is your field for the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, as we are 9 minutes away from post. Arzak, I keep coming back to this horse, and so does the DRF formulator. Michael Trombetta's barn has remained hot after Arzak's upset in the Woodford, as they've compiled a 7-for-28 record, just betting Michael Trombetta blind since that event. You would have a positive return on investment, $2.27 for every $2 wagered, and that is between October 19th and October 29th. That's all we get is a positive ROI for betting a barn blind. Does not impress Michelle Yu.
Look, great. You're getting 15 to 1 right now. It's twice his morning line. If you like Arzak and you want to bet blind, this is going to be a huge price for you. I thought he looked a little warm in the post parade. I don't necessarily know if his post position is ideal.
Let's talk daily doubles here, as we've got just 3 races left on the day. 8 minutes out from this one. Michelle, how are you going to play it?
So looking at my daily double, I'm going to use the 2 obvious horses in here, 1 up front and 1 from behind. That's Living the Dream and Notorious. Going ahead to race number 11, I thought it wasn't as cut and dry in the Qatar Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint, so I went 3 deep. I'm going to use the 6 in this particular spot, the Chosen Vron. That's basically a heart play, but maybe it'll work out today for this Calbred who's seeking his 9th straight victory. I'm going to utilize Speedboat Beach, who was handed defeat last time, but it was off the layoff. I think he absolutely has room to improve. And then the favorite Elite Power. We saw Cody's Wish be able to double up for Bill Mott. I think Elite Power is well slated. He's going to have plenty of speed to run into in this race.
Yeah, I think the East Coast horses might be just better in the sprint division with Goodnight and Elite Power. But let's keep it on the turf sprint right now. Caravel, we saw win this race a year ago. This is a little beyond the past performance, as Brad Cox saying. Excited about getting her on some firm turf. She's completely different on it. I think she's fast. No, she hasn't gone sub 21 like we saw from Living the Dream last time out in the Woodford. But I think she's very quick, and I don't think they have any other game plan than to go.
I imagine that she's going to get out, get ahead of Big Invasion, who's on her inside. Connections of Living the Dream were delighted with being in 5 because they wanted ideally to have Caravel on the inside to aim at. But I thought that Living the Dream would still go past her in the early part of the race. Whether he'd get across and get to the rail ahead of Caravel, I'm not sure. She is so good when she's on her game, on her surface, on her track. That was the only concern for me, that if Living the Dream gets hooked up and can't get past Caravel, and what does Sean Caran do? This is the biggest ride of his career.
The two of you, I hope you weren't copying off of one another, but you're very resolute in your pace scenario here that you're drawing up. You both think that Living the Dream is going to get the lead, and comfortably so.
Yes, absolutely. Usually if we see 20 and change, it's down the hill. I mean, I can't think of another horse that puts up those kind of fractions, and really until the final, 10 strides, he was around at Keeneland.
And he does that back home?
Yep, that's his style. He ran all the while. You look at the way he goes. He's quite quick away. He's got good speed in the first furlong of the race, and he tends to develop. And then in the past, depending on the type of track, especially somewhere like Newmarket, he ran in the Palace House Stakes earlier in the season, and he ran with a great deal of credit. But the last furlong at Newmarket, you're climbing uphill. If you're showing plenty of pace, you're going to be gasping for air in that last 50 yards.
Well, does that play to what you were saying earlier, that the Nunthorpe, you were thinking perhaps he's not going to see out the 5?
No, I hadn't been wise enough, I'll be entirely honest. You both know I'm not the brightest. And so when I was looking at his form previous, I said, well, he's not good enough to win this race because he's never produced the sort of form that Highfield Princess has done, that Bradsell has done, and 1 or 2 others lined up in the Nunthorpe. But then when you look back at what Connections have been saying about actually the type of races that he's been running in and the type of courses that he's suited to, that York was the first time that he was able to play his game, which was pace from the front, and they couldn't drag him back.
Did you talk to Adam West after he came to gate school the other day?
Yes.
Because he was not happy that they had to come in gate school. And I asked him, are you going to go out the front or back him up? And he was pretty short and said, we're obviously going out the front. This horse has never backed up in his life. But I don't know if that was an ideal situation for him 3 mornings out from the Breeders' Cup.
No, hopefully not. I mean, the difference between him training out here, and I'm really pleased that he came to Keeneland, because the training back home in Epsom, it's a very, very quiet part of town. It's not even like Newmarket or Lambourne, where there are lots of horses around and there's lots of activity and lots of questions asked about the temperament of a horse. In Epsom, it's very quiet. There aren't as many horses just simply in training in that area. And so the whole setup, scenario, requirements of a horse in the morning It's very different. So I was delighted that he had a go at Keeneland and he had an opportunity to spend time here, and now he's settled in here.
I'm so glad to hear you say that, because the first morning he came here, he was a mess. He was very hot. He was nervous about everything. Subsequent mornings, he has gotten so much better. And look at him now. He's here on a huge crowd day, and he's back there without the pony with his head bowed over. He is being a perfect gentleman. I think it was so smart to bring him in here, go to Keeneland, and then come over here with time to acclimate.
Well, we're back to the horse whose name must be sung, Motorius, at 5-2, plus 250 odds as your current favorite for Phil D'Amato. And this horse, I don't know that he needs a pace to run into. You look at his victory in the San Simeon when they were running down the hillside turf course. He was forwardly placed and very fast, but they do run downhill literally on that course. And last time out, I don't know that they wanted to be that far back. I don't know if they had a choice, but he's versatile in that he's won these races at 5. He's won them at 6.5 down the hillside. And I just feel like he's the now horse, and that's what the wagering public are clinging to.
He is the now horse, because if I'd said, or someone had said to me 2 years ago when this horse was trained in the UK, that he would be favourite for the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, I'd have thought you were dreaming, imagining, talking about a parallel universe. He was a pretty useful horse in UK, but he was just a decent handicapper, or what we call a handicapper. He was not a pattern horse, not a horse capable of running in Group 1, 2, or 3. But he certainly turned things around in America for Philip D'Amato, and he looks like he's getting better, if anything.
Well, now let me tell you this. As soon as he came over here for D'Amato, we were talking about, well, maybe he's going to be a Breeders' Cup horse. You come into this barn and you're a Euro import. We instantly think the highest possible things. This horse could have run last in every race, and he could have come here and we would have been like, oh, this horse is going to win everything. Also, to your nod about where he was level-wise, when he came over here, he was beaten against allowance foes. He finally ended up besting them, and then they took him very slowly. This is his first try against Grade 1 company. They went restricted stake in the Clocker's Corner, and then Grade 3, and then Grade 2, and they ended up in the Green Flash because it was a win and you're in. But it's not like they threw him right into the deep end.
So here's a look at Livin' the Dream. He's got the pony rider and a handler with him holding the reins. Or, excuse me, holding a lead rope. So is this typical for him?
Normally he's pretty relaxed. I mean, I'm trying to remember. I'm pretty certain at York he didn't have an extra handler. He was down at the start on his own. I didn't see him pre-race before Keeneland, obviously, because I wasn't around. But certainly in Europe, he's been pretty cool and calm, and he hasn't needed anyone to help him get into the stalls.
So he's this fast. He ran around the turn at Keeneland, obviously, last time out. We were talking earlier in the week about how the straightaway turf races a little different than what they have to do here in the States.
Yes, it is a little different.
And that turn wasn't his undoing? It was just he went too fast last time out at Keeneland?
I think it was, yeah, I mean, he seemed to handle the turn beautifully, I thought, at Keeneland. And I don't think, I mean, he's had a lot of experience in the UK around a number of different tracks, the majority of them on straight tracks, but he has been around a bend in competition. We were talking about Big Evs yesterday, who'd never been around a bend in competition. This horse has. And I don't think there's anything about the configuration of the course, the ground, the whole setup that we should be worried about. It's simply a case of, is he good enough? Is he fast enough? I think the answer is yes.
We will find out in just a matter of moments. 7-2 on Livin' the Dream, and the favorite is Motorius. As they go into line for the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, we go to Frank Miramati.
Thank you, Michael. 5 furlongs on the turf, and here is Caravelle trying to beat the boys once again. She takes up her spot under Tyler Gaffleon. Here's Tony Ann. And those two familiar rivals break side by side. They were 1-2 last time out at Keeneland in the Franklin. Jasper Crone coming up. Here's Gear Jockey in the Calumet Farm colors. Noble's coming up. Arzak. Another of the Phil D'Amato runners. Beer Can Man, Santa Anita's leading rider, Juan Hernandez, going up. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Beer Can Man, Roses for Deborah, both out very quickly. And on the inside, here comes Livin' the Dream. Livin' the Dream is very quick, as is Jasper Crone. So these two sizzle down the backstretch with Roses for Deborah, a length and a half behind them. Beer Can Man is in the clear. Motorius in traffic. Caravelle is down at the rail. Arzak Green Silks passing horses on the outside of No Balls. It's another length and a half back to Aesop's Foibles outside. On the inside is Big Invasion. Gear Jockey He's second to last. Antonian is at the back, and it's Living the Dream blazing the way to the top of the stretch, pursued intently by Caravel, who's got a clear shot. Nobles comes through along the inside. Roses for Deborah in between. Arzak's running a big race, and Aesop's Nobles on the far outside is closing stoutly late. Here's Nobles coming through to take the lead close to home. Far outside, Aesop's Foibles. Here's the line, and Big Invasion. Nobles held off. An absolutely flying Big Invasion. Aesop's Fables finished up in third. Behind them, there was a battle that included Motorius along with Beer Can Man.
No Balls with the victory in a sensationally fast clock in here. 55 seconds flat for the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint.
I didn't think that he would be on the lead, and he found a whole new home today coming from off of it. The pace laid up pretty similar to what we thought it was going to be. That was a very cool finish. I have to go back and watch it 2 or 3 more times.
We're going to, so rest assured you'll get what you desire. Let's take a look at this at the coming out of the turn here, and it was the pace scenario that you two drew up. Rishi, Living the Dream did what we expected.
He did what we expected. He went really quick, and he had a significant advantage turning for home. Caravel couldn't lay up with him. Jasper Crone did, but then burnt off. All the while, Nobles was holding down to the inside rail. When they turned in, I thought Living the Dream probably just had enough of an advantage to see it out. But when Sean Curran asks him for everything, he just starts to empty out and leans off the rail. And that was the key moment for Nobles, and he's taken every advantage.
Larry Ravelli and Gerardo Corrales scoring here in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint in impressive fashion. And look at that charge coming late from Big Invasion or Joel Rosario. He almost gets there.
That was a terrific run from Big Invasion. Another horse to run the rail and get a late clearing. And Aesop's Fables on the outside. Ryan Moore's had to do something different to those two who've stuck to the rail. He's had to come round horses, and he is finished with a rare rattle as well.
12-1 over 12-1 in the exacta here. If you cash in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, you're going to have one of our bigger exactas on the day. As you can see, the shutter cam angle here to give you just exactly that margin there. It was tight, but in the end about a neck for the win.
Big Invasion is such an honest horse as well. I've seen him obviously on his travels when he came to Ascot. Things didn't quite work out on that occasion, but it's great to see him producing his best in this sort of scenario. Living the Dream, well done, finishing 5th. That's a terrific result for a horse. Fourth. Sorry, where he started off the season. You know, to end up at the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint being favourite and run a creditable race like that, terrific. I think he just ran out a bit of puff late on. And I'm really pleased with the run from Aesop's Fables. I think he could be a really talented sprinter next year going into his 4-year-old season. What
a close. I mean, that was another turn of foot that we're seeing here. A lot of the European horses are delivering these really explosive late runs, and that was one of them.
That's No Balls there, your winner of the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Ravelli Racing with the victory. Larry Ravelli, a fixture in the Chicago circuit for years and years, one of the top trainers in the Midwest. But on a national stage, they haven't seen as much of him as I'm sure he would like. He made a name for himself on the Derby Trail this year with the blazingly fast 2 fills. And now here he is, a Breeders' Cup champion with No Balls.
Can I just say, too, I love the fact that the last couple of races we've seen have been very affordable horses. You look at White Barrio, he was a $40,000 in training horse with a $5,000 sire. Look at No Balls, he was a $3,500 phasing tipped into purchase. And his sire stands for only $20,000.
Cheers to the breeder, Dr. John A. Chandler. Don't worry, John. I think the next one out of Pearly Blue will fetch more than $3,500.
Just thinking about that run of Big Invasion again, and actually, he's really unlucky. Not only has he had to make up ground against the rail, but there's a moment where he's had to check in the straight just as he's about to unwind, and he has to take a pause, switch past the horse that's tiring in front of him. Really unlucky, actually, if you'd backed.
We should watch it again so we can see.
I'd love to see it again.
So the defending champ Caravel is one that we want to take a keen look at, because obviously not repeating here in the Breeders' Cup, but one who was certainly one to watch. And you were going to hope that this one was going to be maybe a little more prominently placed. But let's go now and take a look at Caravel. You can see right there.
There's Caravel. You have an ISO replay on her coming along the inside. She's going to try to forge for the lead after laying a little bit further off the pace than we typically see her. But we've also seen her off the pace in her last couple, and it hasn't come to fruition for her. Maybe she's just a need the lead to have her best race type of filly. Right here, she's going to get absolutely swallowed up. There's your eventual winner on the rail. There's your second place finisher passing her, and she's just going to go backwards from here. It looks to me like Gaffleone realizes she's beat. Look, he's just going to hand ride her in. He's not asking her to do much more than that. He already has her in check by the time they cross the wire.
It wasn't her day today, and she's off form than what we saw last year. But there he is, Larry Ravelli, the man in the shades. A lot of us here. There's the famous Ravelli racing commercial they made on HRTV years ago, which might be one of the greatest commercials of all time. I recommend all of you that have access to any sort of internets to look up the Ravelli racing commercial on YouTube. But let's take a look once again that unlucky trip, you said, of Big Invasion.
Just keeping an eye. Big Invasion and Aesop's Fables are alongside each other at the moment. One goes the inside rail, the other goes wide. Joel Rosario down on the inside, and he's got to wait. Obviously, he's got to be patient here, but he's on the inside following. The horse just ahead of him is the eventual winner. Ryan Moore is having to swing right round the outside. And there's a point where I'm thinking, well, he's actually following No Balls Through, and that he's going to have a clean run following that horse. But it just gets tight here. Just a stride, but that's enough in a 5-furlong sprint to actually cost you half a length.
Well, and when you only lose by a neck like that, with that much momentum too.
Absolutely, you've had to regain the momentum, pick it up again. I think he is the unlucky horse in the race.
A different trip he might win today as we take a look at the Winner's Circle celebration. But it's all smiles and happiness and racing luck going into the corner of No Balls. Patricia's Hope LLC is gelding trained by Larry Ravelli and Gerardo Corrales. Couldn't be happier for him to get the victory. So as they celebrate in the winner's circle, we're going to take a look forward for the final Breeders' Cup race this afternoon. That is the Cutter Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint. We'll have the post-race reaction and interviews in just a moment here for the Turf Sprint. But looking forward, final Breeders' Cup race of the day, one of the classic Breeders' Cup races. $2 million on the line, a 6-furlong affair, and some of the fastest horses in training. Opening up as the early favorite right now is Speedboat Beach.
I'm a little surprised about that. I really thought that Elite Power would open up as your favorite, but, you know, Baffert's looking for a win right now. We know Speedboat Beach is going to improve off of his off-the-bench effort, and he's a logistical horse here.
He certainly is. Elite Power right now, 5-2, second choice in the early wagering.
I love Elite Power. He's traveled the world. He's proven that he is a brilliant racehorse wherever he goes. He looks uncomplicated in everything he's done. I imagine as long as it's a strongly run race, which when is the Breeders' Cup Sprint never a strongly run race, and he can just have a target to aim at, I'm hoping that he picks them up. I think he deserves a win like this because I just love everything he does about him. He's one of those horses that I'd like to be friends with.
it's Elite Power. He's been friendly to the bettors because he wins more often than he doesn't.
I'll tell you what, he's not super friendly when you come see him. He tried to bite my face like 3 days this week, and it's because you have to have carrots, organic carrots, and they have to be big organic carrots.
No one should try and bite your face, Michelle.
I know.
That's ridiculous.
He was not happy. You can't come asking him questions and not bear gifts.
I don't know if I blame the horse in this situation. At any rate, we are awaiting the Winner's Circle presentation for the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. We'll get you down there in just a matter of moments. But these are the odds as they stand at 25 minutes to post. I think Elite Power and Goodnight might be the two best in here. And when they cross the wire, I think they're going to be those two in front.
What was the story of the race at Saratoga when Goodnight beat Elite Power last time?
Well, it's further.
It's a 7-furlong event.
Simple as that?
I think so.
That's 7 furlongs is as tricky a distance as there is.
You're back to 3/4. This is Elite Power's.
Larry Ravelli's just fielding a phone call here, I think, from the owner. From the winning owner? Yes. Because Vincent, Patricia, Folia are not here today to make the presentation to them via telephone. I'm not sure we've ever done this before. Breeders' Cup Ambassador Bo Derrick. Bo, lovely to see you again. And Breeders' Cup board member Tom Ryan with his wife Katie. Are they on the phone?
He was just on the phone. He said party people in the house.
Call him up. Call him up. We'll get him on. Listen, we can't not hear from him. You've won a Breeders' Cup race, Vince, and Patricia, and they can't make it here. Just tell me where they are, Larry.
Naples, Florida. Patricia's Hope, Pat, his mom, Vince, his dad, Vinny. It's my people.
All right, so we can't get him on?
Can't get him on. We just had him.
Oh, too bad.
He did
Too
have
bad.
a quote, though.
All right, what did he say?
Party people in the house.
Party people in the house. I think that's an instruction to you. Many congratulations all, and we'll see you right back here, Del Mar next year.
We're going to do it again.
Awesome. Well done, Larry.
Thank you.
And well done to Vince and Patricia.
Thank
I
you.
tried. Bo, thanks so much.
You got it. Thank you, Bo.
All right, Ahmed.
So we're going to take another look here at the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint from just moments ago. Once again, we've gone over it a couple times. Let's take it from the beginning here, Michelle.
Yeah, super strong break actually from the 9 Roses for Deborah, as well as the 14 Beer Can Man, who took that early advantage. It actually took the 5 Living the Dream a couple of strides to get into gear, but once he got into gear, he was out there clear and pretty much uncontested. Jasper Crone tried to put some pressure on him, but Living the Dream is going to spurt away right here, and you can see every other horse under a drive to try and reel him in. And he wasn't going as quick as he had at Keeneland, but he was absolutely rattling around this turn. Some horses need to slow down in a turn, not Living the Dream. He relished that. But the early fast pace took its toll here, and as he turned away with an advantage, here comes some horses up the rail, including your winner right there in the black blinkers and the blue silks under a drive, but saved all that ground and able to close into that. And then Aesop's Fables on the outside coming. What a race.
It really was. I mean, we've seen some classic finishes in this year's
Right?
Breeders' Cup. It's been
This has been the year of
tremendous.
photos.
Yeah, both mile races, the filly and mare sprint, the distaff, it's been tremendous. We'll be back with our final Breeders' Cup race of the afternoon, the Cutter Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint.
Garbage time. That phrase never sounded quite right because no part of football is meaningless. So cherish every 2 minutes of the NFL, not just the ones you're warned about. Cherish the spreads to cover, overs to hit, and chances to live bet from the first down to the final whistle. So don't just watch football this season, cherish it.
Bet $5, get $150 bonus if your team wins, plus a profit boost every single day. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook.
This is a Kentucky Thoroughbred. This is a Kentucky-built Powerfoil industrial fan. Like a Thoroughbred, it too delivers unrivaled performance. And while they both run with purpose and pride, this one also runs to keep your workforce feeling cool and comfortable. Powerfoil, our best-selling big fan hands down. BigFans.com. Comfort without compromise.
Dream Storm to win the Rico Woodbine Mile. She's going to do it. Simple Verse has won the Ledger.
Snakeneck Spear and Sheen Murphy get through and have won.
It's getting really tight. The star of the season, Drawing Line.
The purple cap, Kamiko the far side of him. Kamiko's won. The other midline, Mongostine has just won it with Mosse.
Ocean Road after going to Vegas. Ocean Road.
It is going to be Paravel to win the turf sprint.
The $1 million Qatar Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint has produced some stirring stretch battles, like the 1993 renewal, won by 7-year-old Cardmania at Santa Anita. This 40th running of a test of raw speed will be hard-pressed to top what Midnight Loot did here in 2008. He blazed 6 furlongs in 107.08 to win the sprint in consecutive years, and that record time still stands. His trainer, Bob Baffert, has won the sprint a record 5 times, the first coming in 1992 with 30 slews. This is the Qatar Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint.
Hard to believe we've already gotten to this point with the final Breeders' Cup race on tap, the Cutter Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint. Before we conclude the day, though, we have seen some classic performances both on Future Stars Friday and especially today.
We have indeed, of course, highlighted by White Barrio.
in the Breeders' Cup Classic. I think the ride from Ryan Moore on Auguste Rodin is going to be one of the moments for me, certainly,
Cody's
of this
wish.
Breeders' Cup. Yes.
Cody's wish, you guys. I can't get over that finish.
And the added drama with the inquiry.
I know, right?
It's been an excellent day, but we still have one of the most exciting races yet to come, the Qatar Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint. And you can still get in the action when you sign up for a new account with FanDuel Racing. New customers can bet the Breeders' Cup with a no-sweat win bet up to $200 on FanDuel Racing. That's up to $200 back if you don't win your first single-horse win bet. Just place your first win bet on a single horse in any race at any track, like Santa Anita on Breeders' Cup Saturday, and get up to $200 back as a racing bonus if you don't win. Go to FanDuel Racing for details. And if you're an existing customer, well, you can play the Breeders' Cup with FanDuel Racing and get win bet insurance on all races at Santa Anita. That's right. Get your first win bet back up to $10 as a racing credit if you finish second or third. Go to FanDuel Racing for details with the QR code on screen right now. This offer extends through Breeders' Cup Saturday. That is today. Let's take a look at horses in the saddling paddock here for the Qatar Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint. 2-1 right now on your current favorite in Elite Power. I think that's more in line of what we were expecting here in the wagering.
I think so. One more opportunity for a returning champion here in the Breeders' Cup. We did have Cody's Wish come back. We did have Goodnight Olive come back. And Elite Power has his chance to add to that list in here. Bill Mott has his chance to pick up a third Breeders' Cup this weekend.
I think that going into the Breeders' Cup, we saw Bill Mott was loaded. I think his horses have run as expected and as anticipated. Looking at Elite Power, he was defeated last time by that horse on your screen, Gunite, but that was going 7 furlongs. This is the three-quarter race, all Elite Power.
There's a day of champions and Hall of Famers. More on that in a moment. It's not just the Racing Hall of Fame. As we take a look at our reporters on the ground, Dubsy in studio, Joaquin on site. We have Kyle around the wagers, but it's Ashley Mayu who drew the lucky straw as she is joined by a member of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
I sure am, Michael. Joyce, you want to talk about big performances and big people here as well, and horses. We have Richie Sambora on site for the Breeders' Cup. Richie, I know you're...
Ashley, darling, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Very well.
I know you're a fan of racing, but what brings you out to the Breeders' Cup today?
Well, I think Bob Baffert is a good friend of mine, and obviously I'm no stranger to the Breeders' Cup. I've been here for like 10 years now, and yeah, I've been following Triple Crown for a long time, and you know, I started going to races with my dad when I was a kid. It was one of those things, and it's just a great sport.
How's your wagering been today? Have you been wagering all day long?
I won a couple, lost a couple, you know, but I'm doing pretty good.
So what are we playing here on Speedboat Beach?
Oh, I think Speedboat's going to win. It's about time. Race number 11, that's my lucky number, and I got my lucky derby.
All right, you brought the fashion. Hopefully some more winners. See Richie. Have a great day at the races.
Let's hope so.
He's actually played the national anthem. He did a Sing with Bing when we had the Breeders' Cup at Del Mar, and he's been a great ambassador for the Breeders' Cup, as has Joaquin Jaime.
And Mike, when you look at the Breeders' Cup Sprint this year, there is one horse that nearly won this race a couple years ago, and that is the 2 in here in Dr. Shivel. He was just nosed out at Del Mar a few years ago. And you look at his campaign this year, he's had 4 runs, but he's been very good going 6 furlongs. A victory earlier on. He comes off another head victory in the Santa Anita Sprint Championship. He just missed by a neck behind the Chosen Vron, in them being Crosby. Kyle, I'm going with the 2 here in Dr. Shivel. This is his racetrack, and this is his distance that he wants, going 3/4 of a mile. Who's your top pick, Kyle?
Well, Dr. Shivel's a good one, Joaquin, but I'm going with number 9, Gunite. Tyler Gaffleone, Steve Asmussen teaming up here. They were 2 for 4 this summer. Those 2 losses, well, they happen to come off of a sloppy track, actually. This track, not too sloppy today. So, liking Gunite here, a little bit of a cutback in distance for him, like the outside pole, too. What about you, Dubs?
Yeah, thank you, Kyle. Let's bring one home here for race number 11 for me. I'm going to go with the class of the field. Elite Power sitting at 2-1 as the top betting choice at the FanDuel Sportsbook. A little surprising. Speedboat Beach, second selection for the public at 5-2. It was Dr. Shivel who bested Speedboat Beach last out. So it's 6-1 at +600 in FanDuel Racing. That's where the value lies for me. Dr. Shivel, the 2, as the value play. Elite Power going to be very tough to beat in this spot. Back to you, Mike.
Here's the thing. There's no one more provincial about California racing than I am. I love California horses. I think we have the best racing. I think we have the best horses. I think we have the best sprinters especially. I just think these East Coast horses are faster. I think Elite Power and Goodnight, you look at the numbers they're running on Thoroughgraph, you look at the buyer speed figures they put up, I just think they're better. It pains me to say that, but if I'm a wagering man here, I just think you got to go with one of the two. Goodnight's a better price at 7-2, and he did get the best of Elite Power, but as we mentioned before, Michelle, that was at a different distance.
Certainly a different distance, and the 7 furlongs is such a challenging distance, and it's such a specialist distance. I definitely wouldn't say he's an absolute shoo-in just because he beat Elite Power going 7 panels.
2-1 on Elite Power is a very generous price.
Right.
When you're looking at the speed figures in here and how he stacks up against the other competition. I think if you have a concern with Elite Power, it's that the way he does his best running, I think, is when he drops back off the pace and he makes that one run right down the middle of the racetrack. Part of what may have bothered him in the forego was that he was along the inside. I think he prefers to be on the outside rather than running along the inside. But if you noticed earlier today in the turf, when Irad Ortiz was on up to the mark, he slowly inched his way up down the backstretch. He didn't ask his horse for a move that would take something out of him in the stretch, but he took inch by inch down up the backstretch and put himself in striking position as they turn for home. I think he's going to do the exact same thing with Elite Power. He's not going to ask him, but he's not going to take anything away from him from about the half-mile pole onward so that he doesn't have so much ground to make up once they hit the quarter pole.
The best story in the sprint division in California this year has unquestionably been the Chosen Braun, a Calbred. He has been beating up on Calbreds throughout his career, but then he ventures into Grade 1 company in the Bing Crosby, and he does this.
He was awesome in this particular race, and to be fair, he had ventured outside of Calbreds previously as a 3-year-old and had done very, very well. You can see him there in the white bridle, the chestnut horse with the striking face. This is such a cool race. He was so gutty. He did get a better trip overall than the 2 horses outside of him, Anarchist and Dr. Scheibel, but overall, he ran his race, and he deserved that score.
Joaquin?
Here with Tim Cohen, co-owner of the 2 in here, and Dr. Scheibel, who's having his final career race before he goes off to Stud Dooley at TaylorMade. Coming in here with 14 career races so far, how has Mark Glatt told you that he is training into this race?
Probably as best as he ever has. He's matured well. He's training great. He's in good shape. I think he'll give us our best performance.
For a Breeders' Cup Sprint, there's really not an abundance of speed in here. Ideally, where would you be happiest to see him placed early on in, say, the first quarter mile?
I think Speedboat Beach should probably go, whether we're inside of him, keeping him off the rail, or we just get outside of him. One of the two, I think, is probably where he'll end up.
Appreciate the time. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Joaquin.
I love Dr. Scheibel in his first Breeders' Cup appearance. In fact, I thought he won that day. He didn't. Aloha West got the best of him, and I want to say that we had Shutter Cam set up in the wrong spot because I could have swore he won the Shutter Cam replay as well. But he's trying to get back to the winner's circle here at Santa Anita. He's won here 4 times, and he's coming off a very nice effort on a wet fast track.
Yeah, he looked really good in the Santa Anita Sprint Championship off of the break. He's a horse who's run very well fresh previously, though, and we actually saw him do a lot of good work in Dubai when he went over for the Golden Shaheen back in 22. He's also a really fun story. When he has time off, he lives outside Tim Cohen's front door.
Really?
The 3 horses to scratch. Hoist the Gold is the 4. We'll circle back and get you a look at the 1 horse just as soon as we complete seeing the rest of these runners. Huge number for the Dallas Stewart trainee when winning the Phoenix last out at Keeneland. The question is, can he duplicate that coming back today?
Free Technique has been a 1-turn miler for the vast majority of his career. He's going to cut back to a distance where he has yet to get his photo taken. Rafael Bejarano, who is well known in Southern California, takes the reins.
The Chosen Braun up next. The Calbred is on an 8-race win streak. Took the Bing Crosby that we just showed you. This the toughest test of his career today.
Speedboat Beach, Bob Baffert looking for another Breeders' Cup Sprint victory. He carries the same silks as Midnight Loot did back when he took this race at Monmouth Park. Second off the bench for the son of Bayern.
Up next will be your defending champion, Elite Power. He was so impressive in winning this race last year at Keeneland. He would follow that up with a win in the Riyadh Dirt Sprint on the Saudi program back in February. He's come back this year with back-to-back wins and that second-place effort behind Goodnight in the 7 furlong forego.
Goodnight is Elite Power's arch nemesis. They have traded blows, and Goodnight is on pattern for a victory, but is he as good at 6 furlongs as he is when he goes further?
And we circle back to the one Nakatomi. Luis Saez in the saddle here for Qatar Racing, and their partners. Wesley Ward trains the son of Firing Line. He was second in the Phoenix, last out in a hard-fought second at that.
Let's take a look back in time to a year ago when it was Elite Power who won the Breeders' Cup Sprint. And that was at Keeneland Racecourse, and he did so quite impressively. Now, it was CZ's Rocket and Jackie's Warrior. He had the old man finishing second, and Jackie's Warrior, with all that talent, having to settle for third. But it was an off-the-pace effort that day that capped a 5-race win streak at the time.
Yeah, he was in great form going into this race, but again, right down the middle, this is where he wants to be. I think he wants that exact path. He wants clear sailing, and he wants a little speed to run at. He'll get it from Speedboat Beach, maybe from Gunite, and I think Irad again will kind of inch up down the backstretch and turn him loose as they turn for home.
I've got a price horse for you to include in your exotics. All right, the 4, Hoist the Gold. He's coming off a win in the Phoenix where he pressed the pace, but this horse picks up checks in all of the big races. I know he didn't really run his race in the Bing Crosby or the Pat O'Brien out here, but he has run his race out here before. He was third in the Malibu over this trip, and he's the horse that delivers third place finishes at huge odds. That just makes a difference on your day if you're playing the exotics.
Let's get Formulator on Speedboat Beach, and this is really playing with the Formulator because it's not readily available. You got to tinker with it. How about this stat? Trainer Bob Baffert, 8 for his last 18. That's a positive ROI of $2.68, with dirt horses making their second start after layoffs ranging between 6 months and a year.
Very specific.
Yes, very specific. And once again, 8 for 18, almost 50% with that. So it is a little bit higher than what Bob is used to doing. But it seems like every move that you can make a stat out of, unless it's a turf race, Bob Baffert is going to have a ridiculously high percentage.
Well, this horse was a turf horse to begin with, really. Do we worry about the bounce factor for him? I mean, he was a huge debut number, and he was able to back that up with a victory, but he comes off of the layoff with a 103 buyer that we haven't seen him post since his career debut, and what do we expect from him here?
That's a good question.
Bafferts don't bounce.
That's a good point. Joaquin and I were talking about this horse just a little while ago. He has the same pattern as Secret Circle. Came back off a long layoff, didn't necessarily win, built off of that, won the sprint in that next start.
Ashley.
Upsets on the big days are not a rarity for you, Dallas Stewart. Sending out the number 4, Hoist the Gold here. What was the reason that kind of changed things for him last time out with that win?
I mean, I think it was Johnny V. You know, he engaged him early, got him out of the gates good, and I think that's important. We don't have to be on the lead, but you got to get him started, and he did a hell of a job with him last time. Got us here today.
With that said, do you expect him very close to the lead early on?
Well, you know, Johnny's going to do his thing. He's going to get him away and see the way it goes, but he's going to get him started. That's the plan.
Good luck here.
Thank you.
I love Dallas Stewart. He's as game as they come. If his horse is doing well, he goes, and he has pulled major upsets. I'll tell you what, though, Hoist the Gold at 21 to 1 right now, plus 2,100 odds. This horse is coming off of a victory in the Phoenix at Keeneland over Nakatomi. I actually like Nakatomi a little bit. I've got him as my third choice in here after Elite Power and Goodnight. I thought that horse ran a very good race, and on Thorograph, he ran one of the fastest numbers in the field last time out, and that was off of a bit of a layoff. If Wesley Ward can get Nakatomi to build off that, he could be dangerous at a big number.
I think he will build off of that because looking at his races and the numbers he was earning through the summer, he was slowly and progressively getting faster. Then he had some time, he came in fresh. I love a sprinter that is fresh, and they often will run one of their best performances in that circumstance, and he did, his fastest number that you're seeing. On the other side of that coin, Hoist the Gold ran a far and away new top in the Phoenix. He's at risk of bouncing coming back here this afternoon, unless it's Dallas Stewart's theory, just putting him into the race, riding him the way that he was hoping he would be ridden, aggressively and as part of the early pace. That could set a new floor, a new table in terms of what he is capable of in these races.
So let's really get into this pace scenario, Michelle. How do you see this race unfolding?
Such a good question, Mike. I think that we're going to be seeing Speedboat Beach set your early fractions, right? I think that the Chosen Brawn, I don't want to see him too far back with this particular group. I think that Elite Power is going to be out further. Certainly going to have, like Christina said, Hoist the Gold pressing the pace. Really, I feel like we have a lot of horses that want to be close and not on the lead is what it comes down to, which means they'll go 21 flat.
What do you think?
I think Michelle's right. I think Speedboat Beach makes the lead today. I don't think we have many horses in here that are as fast as he is. I don't think Goodnight will be too far off of it. Hoist the Gold will be involved. Dr. Scheibel will probably be in that second flight of horses along with the Chosen Vron. The California horses, and we've seen this a few times today, they are just faster. Whether or not they hold on is part of the question, but you look and assess the pace scenario, and Arabian Night made the lead in the Classic. National Treasure made the lead in the Dirt Mile. I think there's no mistakes about it. With a clean break, Speedboat Beach makes the lead, and he will build off that last race and try to take him gate to wire.
You're running out of time to get in the action. Sign up for an account with FanDuel Racing, and you can bet the Breeders' Cup with a no-sweat win bet up to $200. That's right, up to $200 back if you don't win your first single-horse win bet. Just place your first win bet on a single horse at any racetrack, like this one maybe, and get up to $200 back as a racing bonus if you don't win. Go to FanDuel Racing for details. 4 minutes out here as we're getting a good look on the racetrack of 3 Technique. Say a horse by Mr. Speaker. He's coming off of a 3rd place finish in the ACAC, winner of the Nehrude at Belmont. 2 back. He's 25-1.
He actually ran in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile last year at Keeneland, and I thought that was going to be a lot more up his alley. Looking at his race record, I think that he likes the mile, but they decided to really shorten him up here, and he's been winless at this particular distance. Part of it might be because he wasn't in the same form as he's been showing lately. Part of it might be because it was on synthetic, and I feel like he's just not a good synthetic horse.
I think there's a lot of times when you want to see, a horse turning back in distance, and if we had one of those editions of the Breeders' Cup Sprint where there was so much early pace and early speed, this could be the perfect storm for him, but that's not the scenario today. I don't think that's really the year. We have Speedboat Beach, and I think he separates and distinguishes himself in terms of the speed in here today. There's plenty of speed for a sprint race, but Speedboat Beach is your clear leader in the clear speed of the speed.
2 minutes out from this final Breeders' Cup race of the afternoon, and as we get closer and closer to post, Elite Power 3-2, still holding strong as your favorite. There is another race on after this event. We will close out the day with the 12th at Santa Anita, an allowance event going down the Hillside Turf Course that reads like a stakes race. And we will continue the action right here for you. But one more championship race to go as we got a good look at Speedboat Beach, the presumptive pace setter in this event.
Am I just crazy that Dr. Shivel at 6-1 is such a good bet?
He's value.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I love Elite Power in here, but this horse is generally an odds-on favorite or close to it, and he's 6-1. He did get hot.
A little warm out there on the racetrack. This is his final start. They'll leave it all out there today. The final career effort before he heads off to TaylorMade, as we heard. I picked the Chosen Vron in here. I know he has to continue to step up in class. I know he needs to get faster to compete with these horses, but I don't think you can quantify heart, and I think he's just proven it time and time again. He'll give you everything he has, this horse, if you give him the opportunity. Who's to say he doesn't have a little bit more in him? Every time you try to ask him to do something new, he does it. If you want him to sprint on the dirt, he can do that. You want to route on the turf, he can do that. You want to sprint on the turf, he can do that. Everything they set his mind to, he accomplishes.
His connections have been so kind over his entire career to be really welcoming to everybody, and they've been riding this wave of the Chosen Vron. Bob Fradkin and his partners who own the mare Tismali, and they have always seen what this horse could be, but have gone so patiently with him. It wasn't like, let's just throw him to the wolves. He had to earn all this, and he's just shown what a great thing a Calbred can be. The way the weekend is going, he's the heart story, right?
Story,
so.
Well, I mean, they were patient. They made $1 million with them against Calbred Company. I mean, that's
well, no, because he won the La Brea, or the Las Brera. He won the Affirmed, and now he won the Bing Crosby. So he's won open graded stakes races. That's going to add to your purse money.
They go into the starting gate for our final Breeders' Cup race of the day. For the call of the Cutter Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint, go to Frank Miramati.
Thank you, Mike. It's been a blast, and they're moving into line. Hoist the Gold coming up. Here's Elite Power in the Juddmonte colors. 3 Technique going in. And Gunite completes the line. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Qatar Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint. And Speedboat Beach, like a rocket, opens up a length and a half immediately. Gunite is up close in the early going, and here's Nakatomi firing through to challenge Speedboat Beach for early supremacy. And then it's Hoist the Gold racing in between horses. Dr. Shivel is at the rail, just about 2.5 lengths off the pace. The Chosen Vron, the California bred, has 3 to make up. He is just in front of Elite Power, who is kept wide, but very close to the pace, just about 4 lengths off them with 3 furlongs to run as the field moves around the far turn. 3 Technique is at the back of the field. Speedboat Beach is the leader. Gunite pressing, and Elite Power making his presence felt with a 3-wide bid as the field turns for home. Dr. Shivel is next, and then the Chosen Bronze. Speedboat Beach comes to the 8th pole in front of Gunite, who's trying his best. Nakatomi and Elite Power is cut loose now, and Elite Power runs right by, and he's going to defend his championship. What a magnificent sprinter Elite Power is, as he rolls home in the Qatar Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint. Gunite, Nakatomi, Speedboat Beach were left in his wake, and what a day for Curlin, the dirt mile, the distaff, and now the sprint with Elite Power.
What a performance here at 8-5. As billed, a repeat performance in the Qatar Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint from Elite Power.
Make it now 3 on the weekend for the Hall of Famer Bill Mott as he brings back Elite Power to defend his title. And Michelle, he had to run contrary to his own style today. He was chasing to keep up with these horses, and he was wide throughout this race. A dominant victory for Elite Power when you consider the way the race was won and where he was.
To me, this was a masterful ride by Irad. Like you said, he was out of his element a little bit, being pushed along. Speedboat Beach was going pretty effortlessly up front, and he was asking Elite Power the whole race, just stay close, buddy, stay in touch. But he had so much left over in the tank. Gunite going to be on the wrong lead here. I certainly think that cost him a little bit, but obviously he was no match for an eased up winner here. Very happy to see Elite Power double up in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
ISO replay of your eventual winner and repeat Breeders' Cup Sprint champion, Elite Power, as he makes his move through the field.
And I thought it was key that he made the move right here, because you know as they're turning for home, and you don't know how much Speedboat Beach has left. As soon as you let him scoot clear as they hit the quarter pole, you're immediately that much further behind the 8 ball. He had to go at that point as Gunite was starting to take it to the pace setter, so that he had those 2 within his sights.
Look at him. As soon as he switches leads here, he is all pro. He's just going to pour on an entire another gear here. This horse also does a lot of good running on the turn. For a horse as big as he is certainly agile.
All East Coast in that trifecta as well. Elite Power, Gunite,
and my Nakatomi. And a high five to all of us for not saying the word plaza after Nakatomi, which is really hard to do. If
what is Nakatomi Plaza?
Have you never seen Die Hard with Bruce Willis?
No,
the greatest
Mike,
Christmas movie ever made. It all took place at Nakatomi Plaza. I can't believe I'm having this conversation. There's a look at Elite Power, your Qatar Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint champion. Cheers to the Alpha Delta Stables LLC. And that is 3 Breeders' Cup victories for not only the sire Curlin, that is 3 for Bill Mott, that is 3 for Irad Ortiz. Threes are wild here.
Threes are wild. We also saw a big day for the sire Justify yesterday, siring a pair of our juvenile winners as well. Some of the top stallions in the country performing on this Breeders' Cup weekend. And Irad Ortiz Jr. proving his versatility today. You know, in addition to those 3 wins, he had a couple very narrow defeats too, and put his horses in the position to win. Horses like Up to the Mark. He was right there for a few others. A stellar weekend for our perennial leading rider in the country, multiple Eclipse Award winning rider, as he's being interviewed on the way back once more here today at the Breeders' Cup.
It's one of those times where the Breeders' Cup has actually exceeded expectation. We came in to this weekend expecting to see greatness, as we always do. But the tightness of the competition, the repeat champions, the stories that all played out the way they did, it has just been one race after another that we will think about for years to come. Just the memories that have been made here this weekend have been tremendous.
One more look from overhead with the drone. There's a look at Elite Power with that big white blaze towards the outside in the Juddmonte Silks. He's going to go ahead and circle up around these top 2 pace setters as he heads on for home to pick up this victory. And I think the repeat winners, Michelle, brings fans back, doesn't it? People that, especially stories like Cody's Wish, this horse coming back and winning again. Good night, all of us. Steady and consistent as she is. Horses that continue to perform at the highest levels, it's easy for the fans to latch on to and to follow and to want to come back and watch them compete again.
Well, I think we were talking about Bill Mott earlier and his prowess with horses and how he wants to remain a top 10 trainer. I think one of the reasons he's able to do that year in and year out is because he keeps his stable stars around. You talk about Elite Power, he's 5 years old. You talk about Cody's Wish, he's older. Casa Creed, I mean, he's 7 years old. He's still knocking around, winning grade ones.
That third place effort
Leon
today.
Seidler was beside himself earlier on today. So that's one of the things that keeps us coming back, and that's why Bill Mott's so good, though, is because he's able to keep these horses going at these older ages. It's not just you're 3, you've won your race, and we send you after the breeding shed. Unfortunately, we are going to be losing a lot of these stars to the breeding shed, but these particular horses, Elite Power and Cody's Wish, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed. They are durable, they are fast, they just look like race horses. They look very substantial, and they were able to carry out a very high level of competition over multiple years.
Through their 5-year-old campaign. Those are the years that you want to see.
Yes,
4, 5, 6.
Mm-hmm.
That's when a racehorse really hits their prime.
Absolutely.
And you want to talk about a prime racehorse here. Look at Elite Power. And let's go back to Speedboat Beach. We saw this earlier today. We saw National Treasure, right? Like, what is he going to do? Arabian Night. What are they going to do if they were to race into their 4-year-old? These are 3-year-olds. Speedboat Beach, he ran a brilliant race. I'd love to see him come back at age 4. Think about the difference between a horse like Gunrunner. He also ran in the grade 1s as a 3-year-old. He was a champion as an older horse. He was a Breeders' Cup Classic winner as an older horse.
Mm-hmm. And look at horses like Curlin, same thing. I mean, he was good at 3. He got better at 4 and better at 5.
And his progeny are the same. They just keep getting better year after year as they get older, too.
Mm-hmm. It's an absolute testament to some of these horses, and this is the bloodline we want to continue with.
And Bill Mott with Elite Power. This is his 13th career start, his 9th career victory, his 2nd win in the Cutter Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint. You can see Bill there as they pose for the picture. This one for the Juddmonte stable out of a Vindication mare, Broadway's Alibi, a $900,000 yearling purchase in the Keeneland September sale of 2019. With that victory here, the earnings go well above $3 million.
Big day for Juddmonte as well. They were also victorious with Idiomatic today.
It's actually close to $4 million. They're just shy of $4 million here. It's going to be 3.9.
Maybe they'll race him again.
Hey, you got a goal for him in their race. Let's take another look at the replay. And Speedboat Beach did what we thought. He was going to be fast early and he was going to get the lead, and he did that.
Beat the gate, ran him off their feet early. I thought Nakatomi actually ran very well here to push up along the inside and put some pressure on Speedboat Beach.
Yeah, Nakatomi, the post position dictated his style a little bit. He had to protect the rail and had to come right up in there and really take on Speedboat Beach. And Speedboat Beach's best game and over his home track throughout his career. Nakatomi is a horse that's actually been stalking the pace or come from off of it. Drops back for just a second here, but he was all guts to finish 3rd today. Re-rallies in the end. In the meantime, your eventual winner and your defending champion in that pink cap, I mean, he was always traveling.
How does Nakatomi
never under a doubt that Elite Power was going by these horses?
So I didn't mean to interrupt, but I saw Nakatomi going backwards in the turn there. How did he re-rally for 3rd? And
some horses don't take those turns as well. Like I said, Elite Power was able to make that move on the turn. A lot of horses fall back on the turn because they just can't handle it, and that can lose you some ground. Elite Power with the early move and being able to move his speed in the turn without slowing down secured the deal for him.
If Nakatomi didn't have to angle out there, he might have been able to get 2nd today over a very game Goodnight. But that was a sensational finish there in the Cutter Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint. A beautiful shot of the grandstand here. The grandstand is full. There's no more parking, as you can see. It goes all the way out to Huntington Boulevard there. It is a sea of automobiles. That is the last of the Breeders' Cup races. We still have the nightcap, the get-out race. If you're like me, you probably want to try and take a stab at this. You don't want this day to end, and we've got wagering action for you. And you can still sign up for an account, even though the Breeders' Cup races are over. Breeders' Cup Day is not over, so we're still running that sign-up offer.
We have 10 races tomorrow.
I'm coming. Are you working tomorrow?
I'm working tomorrow. You can catch me right here at Santa Anita on the simulcast.
I got a hotel room. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not even driving home. I'm going to stay here, grab a coffee.
Right here on the desk.
I don't want to go home. Who wants to leave this place? It's the most beautiful place on the planet. Once again, no sweat first bet up to $200 when you sign up for a new account at FanDuel Racing. You can make that bet on any racetrack. Santa Anita. Maybe the last race here in like 15 minutes. And you'll get up to $200 back in wagering credits. Use the QR code on screen for details. Just waiting the final winner circle presentation here of the afternoon for this Qatar Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint. I know we're going to want to take a beat and maybe have an adult beverage and relax after 2 long days of work, but I think what we really are going to do in the next couple of days is go back and look over these races, and that's going to be a lot of fun because we always do that. We have to figure out, what did we just see? It's kind of a blur when you're working. Go back, what did we just see? I'm actually anticipating this. It's going to be a lot of fun because we saw some very special races over the last 48 hours.
I agree.
Go back to Cody's Wish. I think that was the
highlight
for both of us. We're both stealing each other's highlight every time it comes up.
August rode in. I'm going to go back and watch that race again. I mean, that up the rail performance. Innsbruck coming wide on the outside. I also think that it's really important to highlight some of the horses who ran second.
Championship Saturday with the defending champion squarely in the winner's circle once again. Elite Power for Juddmonte Farm. Bill Mott and Irad Ortiz for the trophy presentation. For the Qatar Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint, we have the Qatar chairman, Sheikh Fahad.
Well done, well done. That's fantastic. To win this race 2 years in a row is an unbelievable performance. Well done. I mean, great race, and unfortunately we finished third, but...
I'm sorry, I wasn't going to bring it up. Did they make you still hand out the trophy? That doesn't seem very nice.
Well, gotta do what you gotta do.
Garrett, it was not too long ago that we were down here celebrating what Idiomatic did in the distaff, and now another win for Juddmonte, this one in the sprint with Elite Power. Just tell me what you were thinking as he was making his bold move around the turn.
I'll be honest with you. I mean, maybe I was a little bit nervous about the pace setup and the California speed, but I saw Irad's rear end pretty high in the air coming around the bend, and I have to say he never gave us a moment. It was a very dominant performance, I thought, today, and showed the champion that he is.
And he is now retired. He goes out a winner, exactly what you would want to see. What do you think that he will bring to his sons and daughters on the and bring to your entire stallion band from what we've witnessed on the racetrack?
Well, he's a curling out of a mare that was second in the Kentucky Oaks. He has a classic pedigree. He's got classic looks. He's got unbelievable speed. He's got unbelievable looks. So, you know, I mean, I think he's going to be a magnificent stallion prospect, and we can't wait for the phone to start ringing.
And I'm sure they are. Is your phone ringing? I know it was earlier.
Well, it will be.
In terms of this entire weekend as a whole, to go home with 2 championship trophies, just put that into words, what it means to the entire team.
Well, you know, these are the goals that operations like us, like Godolphin, like the Coolmores, all the big operations have the goals to come here. And some years we walk away very disappointed, but so it's huge when we do pull it off, and it just keeps everyone motivated.
A big congratulations to you. Congratulations to Irad Ortiz. We'll know he has a lot of horse if we see that body language. And one word from you to describe your exceptional weekend, Bill Mott, with 3 victories?
It doesn't get much better than this.
That it doesn't. And that is a wrap on the Breeders' Cup races. It was the Qatar Racing Sprint defending champion, Elite Power. Surely elite today, Ahmed.
And his trainer, year in and year out, one of the most elite in this sport. We were talking about it earlier in the day. He sets, in an interview a couple years ago, I heard him say he always sets one of his goals every year is to be in the top 10 in earnings in the country. And when you go back and you look at Bill Mott's stats, he never drops out of the top 10. It's unbelievable. Whether he has the elite powers in his barn or he doesn't, he is just truly a tremendous horseman. I do think he gets some attention, but perhaps not as just due for just how impeccably good he is.
And he always wins a race on his birthday.
Really?
Yes.
Saratoga in the summer.
Good to know. I'm going to have to take that angle with me. We've got one more race to go. We're a quarter hour away from the nightcap. We will be back with that in just a moment.
Trade Storm to win the Rico Woodbine Mile. She's going to do it. Simple Verse has won the Ledger.
Snake Neck Spear and Sheen Murphy get through and have won.
It's getting really tight. The star of the season, Roaring Lion.
The purple cap, Kamiko the far side of him. Kamiko's won. The other midline, Mongostina has just won it with Mosse.
Ocean Road after going to Vegas. Ocean Road.
It is going to be Caravelle to win the turf sprint.
The spirit of Bushido. Courage. Respect, integrity and honor. With honesty and sincerity, we hone our spirit to a winning edge. The way of Bushido runs straight and true. The soul of racing.
Get into that racket. Okay, so we didn't run the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint down the hillside, but we're going to run the last race on Breeders' Cup Day down the hillside. So I'm going to take it and call it a win. It's been a fantastic 2 days of racing, but don't go anywhere. We got one left.
We do. One more very good race. Non-winners of one. Allowance Company coming down the hill. Our favorite right now is Irish Patsy, and she is actually trying the hill for the first time today. She does exit a win for Michael McCarthy last out. She comes in some good form.
I didn't use her, actually. I went towards the outside for my top pick with the 7, Gem Mine. I like Gem Mine better. Daughter of Cantharos for George Papapadromo, has been knocking on the door in her last couple. You get third start off a layoff. You get Frankie Dettori. There were just a lot of things that I liked about that horse. So I went in that direction.
Well, my top pick here is Lunar Impact at 13-1. How about that? Tried the hillside turf course last time out. Didn't fare well in the Unzip Me Stakes, but had some trouble, was tight, checked. And here's the thing. I like a horse doing anything for the second time. So I will take a chance with her trying the hillside for the second time. And the trainer, Dan Blacker, I know someone that has an in that stable that can give me great information on Lunar Impact.
I didn't get that information.
She did have a lot of trouble last time out, and she's not really one that you can stop her momentum. She's pretty big, daughter of Zoostar. He was very precocious. He has had a lot of success in his early days at stud over at Tween Hills, I think it is. And I would not just be discouraged by her effort in the Unzip Me at all. I think that last race where she broke her maiden was something to build off of, and she just needs to be kept in the clear today to show her best running.
Mike, if you'd like a horse doing something for the second time, maybe look one to the inside with Mediha for Craig Delassie. She's coming off a runner-up effort down the hill in the Cal Distaff.
To Rose Maddox, who's a nice horse.
Very nice horse. And, you know, even though Craig Delassie is winless at this compact meet, he's had a pretty darn good year.
Hey, it's not like he forgot how to train and he hasn't won a race here. He's been a trainer for years, second-generation trainer. He's had some very good horses over the years. For some reason, I had an affinity for Brando the Bartender, which was one of his horses.
loved Brando.
He was one of those horses, I just loved him every time he ran.
Jerry Westlow owns him, and they've actually sent him on to his second career, but his sister Court Snort is running here at Santa Anita.
What is his second career, do you know?
I don't know what Jerry's going to do with him. I think that they sent him to, like, Old Friends or something. Like, not Old Friends, but a retirement farm like that.
Nice. Yeah, he was a cool horse.
He was very versatile, too. He could do anything. He was successful at Los Al at night, wasn't he?
Check that guy out. Dan Blacker putting the saddle on Lunar Impact.
That's not a saddle, Mike. That's a bridle.
I don't know anything about it.
Fixing.
It's winkers. He's got a shadow. Why does he have the winkers sideways? Oh, it's a shadow roll.
I feel like at the last race we can go off the rails.
Oh, I've been off the rails for 3 already. I went off the rails at the Turf Sprint. That's Medea, who we were just speaking of, for Victor Espinosa. Craig DeLacy, a filly by Shaman, goes second in her first try down the hill.
She ran a good number that day on Thorograph in that second place effort behind Rose Maddox. Repeat performance there, definitely good enough to get the win here this afternoon, 6-1. And the Shaman Ghost, you would think that they'd want to go a bit further. He is son of Ghost Sapper, but you definitely get your fair share of sprinters through this line. Medea, a live horse. And when you're coming down the hill, being drawn to the outside can actually be helpful because they turn right before they turn left. So if you do have a little bit of speed and you break from an outside post position, you can almost carve a straight line out of the course.
What about Alvina for Phil D'Amato? This will be her first try down the hillside turf course, making her 5th start stateside after beginning her career in France.
She's run just okay, in my opinion. It seems that they didn't quite know what to do with her when she didn't run a bang-up race in her first start. Then they stretched her out, and she was just kind of flat there. They cut her way back to the 5 at Del Mar, which you only really have a one turn and 1 2-turn option there. And then last time, again, she was just meh. She's just not firing for me. Maybe shaking it up and putting her down the hill will do something, but I preferred his other runner, the 4 Northeast Star. Antonio Fresu going to be aboard here, 17-1 on a D'Amato trainee who just broke her maiden by 10. I get that it was in an off-the-turf affair, but this filly has run a couple of okay races routing, and I feel like milers cutting back I always like, so I would look to her at 17-1.
17-1, excellent.
That's wild, right?
That's a get up, right? I've got a great get out race story about the late great Mel Studi. There was, I think this was told to me by Tom Knust, the jockey agent. He was following, and Mel Studi has a world record, even though it's not recognized by Guinness because there's nowhere to prove it, but I believe him, and he said it. He's never been at a racetrack without a wager on a live event in his entire life. He lived to be about 99 years old, and there was never, to the point where he won the Preakness with Snow Chief, he left the NBC interview early to get down on the nightcap.
That's awesome.
Yes. So anyway, he was walking to the window after the last race, and Tom Knust walks up behind him, and he bets a horse that was 80-1. So Tom Knust goes, well, Mel Studi's got to know what he's doing. I'm going to follow him, and he bets him at 81. So the race goes off. The horse comes out of the gate dead last, and he continues to lope around the racetrack like a slow pony. And Mel Studi threw his ticket up in the air, and Tom Knust goes to Mel, and he says, Mel, did you really think that horse could win? He's like, no, he had no shot, but it was the only horse that could get me out for the day.
Oh.
That's the race we're at right now. So if you're giving me 17-1, that might be the only one that could get me out today.
It could indeed. I mean, we had a pretty formful day overall with the returning champions, with the Euros that showed up to perform. I mean, the stars were here, and the stars ran accordingly as they do.
But you know what? The wagering and the return on that investment, when you have a formful day at Breeders' Cup, there's still money to be made. There's still good
million-dollar
payouts.
pools in every sequence.
And the payouts aren't bad because your favorites aren't going off at 2-5. Favorites are going off at 5-2. And then if you can hook them up with some horses, Nakatomi made that trifecta in the last for 50 cents, worth like $46. That's not bad money with chalk to second chalk.
What did Derma Sotogake make the exacta for the Classic?
He was really the forgotten horse coming in this year, wasn't he? Because he brought so much buzz into the Kentucky Derby. We didn't talk about him a whole lot in the last week leading up.
You know, when he won the undercard race, he actually ran faster than Ushba Tesoro in the Classic.
Ashley?
Thanks, guys. I'm joined by trainer Doug O'Neill, sending out the number 1 Stay In Scam. Doug, in terms of her campaign so far, she's been bouncing back between the dirt and the turf. Has that been by design?
Well, no, it's kind of just the races that have gone, but she's training well. I think she's better on the grass here. The rail coming down the hill isn't the greatest position in the world, but she's training well. Mario knows her, so we're going to just try to hug that ground, save ground, and try to make a march late.
You think the 6.5 is going to suit her well?
I do, yeah. The distance should suit her perfect, so just a little bit of luck, good clean break, and I think we got a chance.
Awesome. Good luck here, Doug.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Let's go to Joaquin now.
And thank you. Here, trainer Craig DeLacy has the 10 in here in Medea. She surprised the betting public last race, running second at 24-1. Did she surprise her trainer?
A little bit, but not really. You know, we wanted to try her down the hill. We saw this race here on this big day, and she ran against Calbreds last time, but ran a real good race. And I just gave Victor last instructions to go over the tracks a couple times. Horses get a little hesitant when they go over from the dirt to the turf, so that was my last instructions to him. I said, have a good ride. So,
Did she not cross the tracks last race?
She did well, and he did the same thing, but I just reminded him sometimes these horses, they're creatures of habit, and I just want to make sure she gets over that. It's important to get over those tracks there, but if she can run back to her last race, she'll be right there.
Appreciate the time. Good luck.
Thank you.
And they're coming onto the racetrack one final time today as we take a look at the field. There's a look at Stay and Scam for Redham Racing.
She could be the speed in this field. She's fairly quick. She exits a couple of 5 furlong races on her resume. Daughter of Square Eddie, making the 6th career start today. She is 19-1.
Vitalaria here at 50-1. Tyler Bayes aboard for Marcelo Polanco. Going to add blinkers on today, which we haven't seen from her in the entirety of her career, but she has been nowhere to be seen in her last several.
Irish Patsy tries the hill for the first time today. Irad Ortiz Jr. looks to pick up another victory before heading back east. She's in good form. She cuts back in distance. Great profile for a hill runner.
You never know, Christina. He might stay. Everyone else wants to stay in California for the winner. There's Northeast Star, very playable here at 17-1 for Phil D'Amato, coming off a 10-length score last time out in an off-the-turf maiden affair where she took him gate to wire.
The 5 horse is Alvina at 13-1. She's been here stateside for 4 races. She's been kind of an even finisher in many of those starts. She does try the hill for the first time today for Phil D'Amato.
Flavienne Pratt will be aboard the 6 Woodbine Way for trainer Mark Cassie. 2 of her last 3 efforts were very solid affairs, and both of those at 6 furlongs and multiple surfaces. She'll be trying the hill for the second time.
The 7 is Gem Mine, Frankie Dettori in the saddle on the gray daughter of Cantheros. A nice effort down the hill, 3 starts back versus Simpler Company. She was 6th by just 3 lengths.
Real Fire coming through next, coming off a 3rd place finish last out under Umberto Brispoli, who will be back aboard again. She's going to be getting a little bit more real estate to work with, which I think works in her favor.
The 9 is a scratch. The 10, Mediha, 2nd by 2 lengths in that Calbred California Distaff. You just heard from Craig DeLassy. She tries the Open Company today, and this is her 2nd attempt down the hill.
Lunar Impact will move through next for Dan Blacker. A disappointing effort in the Unzip Me last time out, but with an excuse and with the experience down the hill now, we'll see if she can't jump forward.
The 12 and 13 are both scratched. The 14 does draw in Divinely Bolt for Mick Ruiz. Runs fresh this afternoon. It was 6th most recently. That was going the mile on the 16th at Del Mar on the turf course.
Rounding out the post parade is the 15. She's bulletproof for Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners. Peter Miller, your conditioner, and Luis Saez will be aboard, stretching out in distance. And this filly has run down the hill before, not with any real appeal, but it was against much tougher. Maybe this group she fits a little bit better.
2 minutes to race number 12 here, the finale on Breeders' Cup Saturday. With the Breeders' Cup in the books, a lot to discuss in the coming weeks as the road to the Derby is right around the corner. And also with Future Stars Friday, it's never too early to start talking about next year's Breeders' Cup.
This is true. We have a couple of great circuits going right now here at Santa Anita. Big day tomorrow, closing day with 10 races to look forward to. Of course, back east, a very busy couple of days here in Southern California. If you follow this circuit, we'll be down at Del Mar for their fall meeting not too long from now.
And it is a leap year, so it's 365 days until next year's Breeders' Cup. Joaquin, give me a horse here to get out on.
Well, Mike, unfortunately, the top pick that I turned in was the 3, currently 2-1. Irad Ortiz hopping aboard the first time for trainer Michael McCarthy, a horse that has won 2 of the last 3 starts, a horse that has run longer, going 7 furlongs at Kentucky Downs and 8 furlongs at Del Mar and Santa Anita. So I don't think the turn back in distance is going to be any issue here for the 3 and Irish Patsy, who's currently on the board as the favorite.
And there's a look at Irish Patsy, 2-1 currently.
They've almost made their way to the top of the hill, completing this warm-up here.
So have we. So have we.
Are you at the top of the hill, Mike, or at the bottom of the hill?
Up the mountain.
We can do this together, guys. Come on. Look at that sun.
There's nowhere in the world I'd rather be than sitting here with the 2 of you. It's been a fantastic day, and it's been a pleasure to work with the both of you all day.
Samesies.
Ditto.
Oh, I got a ditto and a samesies. Must be my lucky day. A beautiful sight here as we are looking down the hillside turf course. You really get an idea of just how dramatic that right-hand turn is. You don't understand it on the pan view, but they do have to make a right before they make the left curve.
Not only the right-hand turn, but also like the leveling out. So you're going to run down the hill. It's going to kind of level out, and you run down the hill again. It's kind of like one of those fun bumpy slides that you see at the park.
I think the word you're looking for is undulating.
Undulating.
Yeah.
But to me, undulating kind of means like up and down, very close proximity.
Yes,
Here
more
it's
undulous.
more of a gradual down and then a plateau and then down again.
We should also make note, so daylight savings kicks in overnight tonight.
Thank
Tomorrow,
goodness we all get an extra
first
hour.
post is 12 noon.
Oh, really?
We've been starting at 1 o'clock.
Did you send out the one sheet for our schedule tomorrow?
If you guys keep talking, I'll do that right now.
So at 2 o'clock
so we're
in the
starting
morning,
earlier tomorrow.
all the trainers get an extra hour of sleep.
12 o'clock.
And I actually this year, since I am not sleeping at home, and we have the nanny watching the babysitter. Oh no, the wife and I are both not sleeping at home.
I was
We got
very
a hotel
confused
room.
right there. I thought this
Didn't
was
you
really
see my
off the rails.
tweet earlier about bringing an overnight back?
I don't
at
follow
any rate,
you on social media.
Oh, you should. I'm a hoot. At any rate, I do get to enjoy that extra hour of sleep for the first time in, I believe, 20 years. I believe it's the first time in 20 years.
You know what the problem is? I haven't
Start
told my kids
handicapping
about
tomorrow's
it.
card.
You haven't?
No, you.
No, I don't tell my kids about it, so they still wake me up at the same time, which
Well,
means I don't get that extra hour.
Doesn't. They're gonna tell them. Don't tell them. They're gonna wake you up. Waking myself up to the reality that we only have. Well, it says post time, but they still have a little bit of a way to make their way
Did
up
you
the
have
hill.
a top pick in this race? We know who Michelle likes.
Yeah, the 11.
My husband has the 11, so that's
Lunar
who
Impact. I'm
on,
Team
clearly.
Blacker here.
All right, let's do it.
Come on, Danny boy. I mean,
Finish
how often
out
does Dan
today.
Blacker get to ride Ocean Murphy on one of his horses?
That is, yes, it is definitely exciting to go ahead and have him up. And of course, he rides quite a bit for Qatar Racing back in England, being that he's here. Logical fit on this filly, and Zoostar was a horse that they campaigned and that they stand. So there's a lot to root for, a lot of rooting interests with Lunar Impact.
This Dan Blacker fella, he's 33% at the meet, and he's a 20% trainer overall this year. What more could you want?
He's had a good last couple of months, 7 for 17, I think, over the last bit.
But who's counting?
I like she said, I think.
Or
Someone else
thereabouts.
actually put it on Twitter.
There is a look at Lunar Impact. But 2-1 on your favorite, and the Joaquin Jaime play, Irish Patsy. Irish Patsy from Michael McCarthy. As a slow climb up
This
that
is some
hill.
post-time drag, considering the fact that
Who was
all
your
of
price
our,
again? Remind me your price.
the
Was it
four.
the 4?
Yeah.
Still 17 to 1.
Yeah, first post was 7.5 hours ago, guys. It's giddy up here.
So I do wonder if part of the reason that they are delaying right now is because of the way the sun is setting. So there have been issues before. We've run races a little bit later on in the day where the jockeys complain because they don't have a good field of vision and they have to wait for the sun to set more, because otherwise you ride right into it and you can't see in front of you, and it's a safety concern.
I'm
So
happy to loan them my sunglasses.
I'm not. Well, what about the horses?
They could see that.
Yeah, they can look right into the sun, no problem.
Come on. Well, their horses on the sides of their head. They're not looking directly at the sun anyway.
Well, when they turn, they see it.
I think you're getting a little technical on me. They're making their way to the starting gate here. Partly cloudy, 78 degrees, and the sun is shining at a lunar or a solar angle of 25 degrees. We will wait for it to set just a few more feet so we can get this race going
Who
postward.
was your favorite winner yesterday on Future Stars Friday between Big Evs, Fierceness, Hard to Justify, Just FYI,
Lord Bullingdon?
Lord Bullingdon? There's a look at the sun. Did you have a favorite Future Star?
Just FYI was pretty impressive. I think Fierceness was pretty cool. I like that.
105 buyer for him.
Really?
Mhm.
Yeah, I think I'm going with that. He was fierce.
I would agree. I loved seeing Big Evs too be so successful because looking at his races, you know, overseas, and generally you wouldn't be considering a European 2-year-old to compete in a turf sprint with some of our American 2-year-olds, but he is very, very special.
Mine was Wet My Beak.
Yes, that's right.
Wet My Beak.
18 to 1.
Nicely done. I'll tell you one of the things I did not fall on deaf ears with me. It was MV Magnier being non-committal with August Rodin. The possibility of that horse running next year is still on the table. He said we could stand him in the U.S., we could stand him back home in Coolmore in Ireland, or there is a possibility of a 2024 campaign. I'm obviously rooting for the latter. For one final time today, a man who has been calling races impeccably all day long, and I'm happy to call him a friend. An excellent job, the voice of the Breeders' Cup this year, and the voice of Santa Anita, Frank Miramati.
Thank you so much, Michael. Great job by you and this incredible on-air team from FanDuel TV with these long days and great work from all of you. Irish Patsy coming up. Northeast Star coming up. There is Madiha for Team Lovinger. Lunar Impact. Alvina will be second to last. She's Bulletproof, follows Woodbine Way. Divinely Bolt. And there are the Eclipse Thoroughbred colors for She's Bulletproof at the top of the hill. They're in the gate. And they're off. It's a quick start for Lunar Impact. Gem Mine is flashing sharp speed and now up to take the lead. And just in behind them comes Madiha, and Woodbine Way fires through to take third. That group is followed at the rail by Stay and Scam, who races about 4 lengths off the speed as they head past the half-mile pole. Just outside of her is Northeast Star. It's another 2 lengths back to Alvina. Lunar Impact, who broke well, is next, followed on the inside by Vida Lera as they head behind the trees, and they are still well behind Gem Mine, who has opened up a 3-length lead. At the back of the field, Divinely Bolt is racing just in front of Real Fire. It's another couple of lengths back to Irish Patsy, and She's Bulletproof has a lot of ground to make up as they come to the quarter pole. And Gem Mine has been the controlling speed, maintains a 2.5-length lead. On the outside, Madiha's running a good race and closing stoutly after her. Stay and Scam is in the mix too in the final furlong. On the outside of them comes Real Fire. Madiha, Stay and Scam is coming swiftly. Madiha just in front. Stay and Scam a final try. It will be Madiha for Team Lovinger to win it. Stay and Scam was second. Lunar Impact finished third. Then it was Gem Mine, and the battle for fifth included Real Fire.
What a performance here. Madiha with the victory at 6-1.
Looking
Nice
for a
selection,
horse,
Michelle.
Yeah, looking for a horse who had tried the hill previously, and it was a good effort against Stakes Company. Tries allowance foes here. Really great trip under Victor Espinosa.
She's had a good trip because she was just off the early pace, and he really didn't ask her until they finished up over the crossover. We heard from Craig DeLassy in that pre-race interview saying, school her back and forth over that one more time, remind her what to do. She got the jump on the closers, and she had something left to finish with today. 6-1 on Madiha with the Hall of Famer Victor Espinosa in the saddle, and she was gutsy deep stretch, getting her nose down in time.
As we take a look, slow motion. I think you got third here, Christina, with Dan's horse. Then you did. Lunar Impact. So it was Madiha, Stay and Scam, Lunar Impact, Gem Mine, and Real Fire. 11-1-7-8. Your order of finish here in the finale. 6-1 odds on your winner, 12-1 on the runner-up, and 9-1 on the horse finishing third. The trifecta is going to pay huge.
Big prices all across the board to finish the day here at the Breeders' Cup, and that part of quite a few sequences to end the day too, with the Breeders' Cup races involved. Late pick 5s, late pick 4s, late doubles, all finishing to Madiha in here in this non-1.
I'll take it.
Madiha going to lope back to the winner's circle for Craig DeLassy. Terry Lovinger, Zara Madiha, and et al., the owners here. One more look down the stretch. The Hall of Famer Victor Espinosa with the winning ride on this filly. There he goes. Getting the score here. Final time, 1:12-4 coming down the hillside turf course. Honest fractions, but nothing sensationally fast that we've come to see down the hill. 22-1, 44-3, and 107 flat for the 3/4.
That's her third win now in 21 career starts. She's a 4-year-old daughter of Shaman Ghost out of the Great Notion Mare. Very few details. This was a big step up in class too. I know she was in against stakes competition last out, but those were in the Calbred ranks and open non-winners of one here this afternoon.
And not only does she take home her winner's share of the purse, she's also going to get a nice bonus because of the Calbred Fund. A Calbred facing open company takes home a extra bonus, so congratulations to their connections. Terry Levenger, your breeder and part owner of Mediha.
As there is a look at Mediha loping back to the winner's circle at 6-1.
Victor Espinoza successful in the finale this afternoon, and they've definitely found a course that she likes. They'll have to wait until the big meet here at Santa Anita as we do head down to Del Mar and then to Los Alamitos, but plenty of opportunities to get her back down the hill once we return here the day after Christmas for the long season at the Great Race Place.
I can't believe it's already, I feel like this whole month was like Breeders' Cup, Breeders' Cup, Breeders' Cup, and now it's tomorrow and then it's done.
Flew by.
And then we got Del Mar right around the corner. So we have plenty to get to tomorrow, wrapping up this meet here at Santa Anita. We're going to have a mandatory payout tomorrow, obviously, in the Pick 6 because there is no more racing after tomorrow. And a good card. And don't forget, they start a little early because of daylight savings. There's a look at your unofficial winner, though. Just waiting for prices here on the finale. We can wrap up a great 2 days of racing here in Southern California as the 40th Breeders' Cup World Championships have concluded.
We have some nice stakes races to look forward to tomorrow as well, actually, if you are going to join us. Again, if you spent the weekend here in Southern California and just curious wanting to come back. That's right, race 8.
And the Goldacova.
And the 6th will be the Goldacova. And I think we have some out-of-town horses in each of them. People bringing horses for the Breeders' Cup. You're putting them on the plane. See some nice stakes races on the Sunday program. Definitely worth sticking around for. So a little bit more dynamic Sunday card than you might otherwise find this weekend.
There's a look at your prices for the finale. The late double, $58. The trifecta there, $472 for 50 cents. $136 exacta. We had the pick 3 paying almost $200 ending in race number 12. I've broken the hydraulics on this chair. It keeps collapsing on me. As the super high 5 comes back $20,000. The late pick 4, $1,000 and 55 cents. And that is going to do it for this broadcast. And the sun has set. The horses will be led back to the barns, and we will put this day to bed. It has been a pleasure working with the both of you, and what a great 2 days of racing we just got to witness.
Excellent few days of racing. Thanks to the horsemen and women for working tirelessly, not only this weekend, but just in the days, weeks, and months leading up to this event, and of course to the Breeders' Cup team. We know that they are not only working on this all year round, but completely around the clock for the last couple of months.
Also, thank you to the horses who showed up this whole entire week and entertained us and left us with some indelible memories.
And I would like to thank everyone who made this show possible, but I can't. So I'm just going to thank Dave Weaver. Thanks, Dave Weaver. That'll do it from the Breeders' Cup World Championships here at Santa Anita.
As the official partner and timekeeper of the Breeders' Cup World Championships, Swiss watch brand Longines is proud to present the Longines Prize for Elegance. In keeping with the brand's motto, elegance is an attitude, the fashion contest awards the most elegant lady and gent. The official watch of the event is the Mini Dolce Vita. With its discreet profile, classic styling, and aesthetic variations that are at once timely and timeless, it is a masterpiece that exquisitely expresses in equal parts Longines quiet luxury and contemporary elegance.
They're in the gate. And they're off. It's a quick start for Lunar Impact. Gem Mine is flashing sharp speed and now up to take the lead. And just in behind them comes Madiha, and Woodbine Way fires through to take third. That group is followed at the rail by Stay and Scam, who races about 4 lengths off the speed as they head past the half-mile pole. Just outside of her is Northeast Star. It's another 2 lengths back to Alvina. Lunar Impact, who broke well, is next, followed on the inside by Vida Lara as they head behind the trees, and they are still well behind Gem Mine, who has opened up a 3-length lead. At the back of the field, Divinely Bolt is racing just in front of Real Fire. It's another couple of lengths back to Irish Patsy, and She's Bulletproof has a lot of ground to make up as they come to the quarter pole. And Gem Mine has been the controlling speed, maintains a 2.5-length lead. On the outside, Madiha's running a good race and closing stoutly after her. Stay and Scam is in the mix too in the final furlong. On the outside of them comes Real Fire. Madiha, Stay and Scam is coming swiftly. Madiha just in front. Stay and Scam a final try. It will be Madiha for Team Levenger to win it. Stay and Scam was second. Lunar Impact finished third. Then it was Gem Mine, and the battle for fifth included Real Fire. What a
40 years ago, we were founded for thoroughbred racing. For 40 years, we've set the stage for the world to come and race. We've dedicated our lives to our sport, to witness the unforgettable, to reach the mountaintop, to win a championship that defines a legacy. Our love, our dedication, our passion, it runs deep.
This is a Kentucky Thoroughbred. This is a Kentucky-built Powerfoil industrial fan. Like a Thoroughbred, it too delivers unrivaled performance. And while they both run with purpose and pride, this one also runs to keep your workforce feeling cool and comfortable. Powerfoil, our best-selling big fan hands down. BigFans.com. Comfort without compromise.
I'm Mark, and I live in Vero Beach, Florida. My wife and I have 3 children. Ruth Ann and I like to hike. We eat healthy, we exercise. I noticed I wasn't as sharp as I used to be. My wife introduced me to Prevagen. So I said, yeah, I'll try it out. I noticed that I felt sharper. I felt like I was able to respond to things quicker. And I thought, yeah, it works for me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription.